at Interspace VR, making games like Fisherman's Tale and Massimator and Wonder Path. Found one of my videos on like that they wanted to reveal the best way. So I started sending early builds so you could get feedback on like what worked, what didn't. And there was one time we were like, this house was broken, so like it's way too hard. We're gonna fix it. We're gonna send you a save game file so you can skip past it. And he was like, it's like super. He's really talking the puzzle where it was like years old and he's very good at this. So I don't want to run room if anyone needs, but like literally like treat him as a bit of a TA. So
This person has a resume. Hey.
yeah, we're pretty good at this. Well, thanks everyone. So again, as you all know now, like what an amazing group, so much talent in the room, and I'm really excited for us to talk about some of the ways that Unreal Engine might level up your capabilities. Do we want to do lights?
Yes.
Instead
You
of
want this? Yes.
let's see how the projector looks.
Okay.
Oh, and what do we got over here? Oh, is it doing like an extended screen thing? Like this?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just do a screen here. Do. Get them all. Yeah, let's do it. And so that's thank you. You're to us. Cool. Okay, we have that. Great. Fantastic. Okay, so to dive right recording, hearing things, great, fantastic. So this is the sensible curriculum that I put together, but these things always change. Typically when I'm teaching, I think I've taught over 350 classes now, many of which on the games I've been fortunate to teach ILM and CD Projekt Red and Disney and Pixar and all sorts of very cool people, but they're usually like they're usually a team of people who are already working together. So it's usually pretty straightforward to know like exactly what that team needs. This is a little bit interesting because we're kind of in the same space, but there's like different levels of skill and different software. So I hope this will be useful to everyone. And if there's something that was missing from today and tomorrow, and you're like, I still really want to know more about that, feel free to reach out and we'll see if we can find ways to be helpful. While we look at this for a second, I know another thing we're going to talk about. What are some of the things you think Unreal Engine is useful for?
I think it's useful for like creating like a small puzzle game. Like if you want to like just like see like make a color and so the drag around you can run with like maximum seconds.
Can you make things really quick in Unreal Engine?
Yes.
Can you make things that take a really long time in Unreal Engine?
Yes.
Can you make a video game?
Yes.
Can you make a live art show?
Yes.
Is there anything you can't do in Unreal Engine? Yeah. So what I hope is that this highly prominent everything tool. It used to be, when I started using Unreal Engine roughly 12 years ago, it used to be that I still had to use a lot of other software, 3D modeling software, motion capture software, and all these things that had to talk to Unreal Engine. Are you acting out things I'm describing? That's motion capture software. And now Unreal Engine is becoming very much a one-stop shop where you can do most of the things you want to do for all these different use cases directly in Unreal Engine. So I will show you some third-party tools because in some cases some other things are a little easier, but I want you to know how much is possible just with Unreal Engine. And if you're making less than $1 million a year, then you don't have to pay for it, which is pretty darn cool. Thank you for trying folks set up things. Should you not be HDMI? Okay, right. Well, that's there we go. It's like, yeah, one of them. Okay, another one. That again, no worries. Cool. All right. 2, 1, and 3. There we go. Great. Yeah, so we thought that we'd get this nice giant projection behind you, and then when I'm blocking things, you're like, move your big head, Alex, and we still have this screen over here, which will also show you what we need. So, just a bit of a basic overview. Some of the things we're covering, again, will be kind of loosey-goosey with the amount of time this all takes. We wanted to do a little introduction once we get a sense of what everyone's doing. We're talking about the workshop here. We're going to go over some of the basics of how to use Unreal Engine. If you'd like right now, you can open it up just Unreal Engine 5.6, and we'll kind of take it from there as we start to understand how to navigate around the editor and what it looks like and what all those crazy buttons mean. From there, I want to show you guys kit bashing. Is anyone here familiar with the term kit bashing? Just a couple, yeah. So Kibbash is something that used to be very common for video games to be where you're using a lot of assets from other projects and you're putting them together, especially for video game companies that would be you're doing a game like the next Assassin's Creed or something like that. Like a lot of times you use different assets and do other things to them. I also heard the term used when like Disney used to like redraw the same thing for like Mowgli and Cinderella or whatever. So it's an idea to reuse and put things together and then make something new. So Unreal Engine is great for that. So I want to show you guys how to get assets into Unreal Engine, whether you made them and it's your 3D models for your artwork, or it's something you're grabbing from the internet. There's a ton of free resources, and we want to go over that. We'll go over
And I want to show you how to use WSD and look at Xbox.
Exactly, yeah, we'll show how things like Xbox controllers can be very handy for navigating the interface. If you're a gamer, it can feel a bit like a comfort blanket, which is quite nice. I'll show you guys how to use modeling mode, which is one of those newer things in Unreal Engine, which again makes it so that like I used to be in 3ds Max and Rhino and SketchUp and Revit, all these 3D modeling tools, and now I do most of the things I need to in Unreal, so I'll give you a little introduction of that. Then I want to spend a little time before lunch talking about MetaHumans. This might be lunch a little bit, or even a little bit afterwards. But MetaHumans, for those who don't know, is Unreal Engine's digital human creation tool. And it used to be they were very heavy and they were very limited with what exactly kinds of people you could make. And starting in 5.6 and more so in 5.7, you have an enormous amount of control over the kinds of avatars you want to create and how stylized they are. You can make the eyes enormous now, which is something that used to be incredibly difficult to do. And they all share the same skeleton. So when I used to do a lot of mock-ups of theaters, I would throw an audience in there, and I would want to make sure that you have a very diverse audience of people who would all like clap at the same time and go, or do wave or whatever. And that actually was really hard because all of those 3D models had different skeletons and different assets, and the way you created those animations were very complicated. One of the innovations of MetaHumans is that they all share the same skeleton. And so even though the characters could be all sorts of different shapes and sizes, it's very intelligent about how to retarget one person doing the wave who's 2 feet tall and maybe the size of Lonnie to someone who's like Andre the Giant doing exactly the same motion in exactly the same way. So we'll definitely talk about that. Then we'll have a little lunch break. Then I'm going to give you a little demonstration of just a couple of tools that we're building at Agile because they hopefully will serve as inspiration or some of the ways that we're taking Unreal Engine as a starting point to build tools for artists that are meant to simplify how you rehearse a show, how you actually run a show. We have our annual production of Christmas Carol about to start, which we do every year, which is actors in VR and anyone from around the world will join. And we just figured out, for example, how to record the entire show in Unreal Engine in such a way where you can play back not just the mocap of the actors, but like every show, keep everything the audience members are able to. And one replay file of Unreal Engine for an hour-long show is like 100 megabytes, which is pretty cool. So there's all the little things that are sometimes designed with gaming in mind. Probably what's the most popular game in Unreal Engine? Fortnite, that's right. So we're very lucky in Unreal Engine that a lot of the innovations that have been being thanks to Fortnite, they can trickle down, sometimes trickle down until it actually works. Where it comes down to all of us using Unreal Engine for other things, and becomes incredibly useful. So the replay system was designed for like, some kill shot, and then you see like a replay of that in video games. We can use it for live theater things as well. From there, we're going to talk about materials, we're going to talk about lighting, get through some of the basics of those. Those ones I'm okay to compress a little bit if we start to run low on time. Then I want to talk a bit about animation and motion capture and how we'll do that inside of Unreal Engine. There's a lot of different tools in there. And then as we get closer to the end of the day, I want to make sure there's plenty of time for Q&A and do some more practicing, anything where you're like, I know I need to know this better, but I'd like to play with it a little bit more. We'll let that kind of be an open session. And maybe we'll start giving you a bit of a preview of some of the VR tools and OpenXR, which we'll dive in a little bit more tomorrow. Only for anyone who's like super interested in VR, because there is a little bit of friction with getting that set up. Yes?
When am I going?
In a moment, just we're going to finish phase 2 and then we can show them how they're getting into this. And if anyone has any questions, like just going through anything today, feel free to raise your hand. Totally fine. I give a lot of talks. I have done probably gone 500 events now, and as much as I like the sound of my own voice and just lecturing on today, then we'll go a little bit into blueprint speakers are a really wonderful way to do scripting, Yeah. Blueprint, yes. Blueprints, like the way that we do coding in Unreal Engine for the most part. Yes, there's C++. Yes, there's ways to get like much more nuanced with how to code. But as someone who used to work in Unity and taught myself C# and all that, I found it very intuitive starting in Unity because they are visual nodes where it's like, if this happens, then this happens. And I find it very straightforward, and we'll go through some of the basics there. Then I want to talk more about cinematics, the virtual camera, really robust way to do like that James Cameron on the set of the Avatar thing where you walk around with an iPad or phone and you have a one-to-one relationship between your device and what's happening in the virtual world that you want to catch. Camera images that way. We'll talk about how to set up something that's like a cinematic version of what you're doing. A lot of times when we're making our live theater shows, we'll try and create something cinematic for it as well. Unreal Engine is great for being cross-disciplinary and having a lot of transmedia approaches to what you're doing. Then we'll have a break tomorrow. Then we'll talk a bit about virtual reality for those who are interested. And I've got a random collection of bonus tips and tricks, which will probably evolve as I learn more about what you're all interested in. We'll have the final Q&A. Anyone who made something cool today and tomorrow that they want to show it to the group, we'll make some time for that. And then we'll wrap it up and hopefully everyone will feel that we've got a very full brain ready to digest things and take these tools off to their own projects and practice. I also was going to mention Cookie Render too. That's how you export things out of Unreal Engine and camera lens and also 360 as well. All that stuff is pretty good. Any questions on the curriculum or what we're holding? Cool, fantastic. I'm going to be looking at it. Cubes, okay. Is there something you wanted to say about it?
It's like I like it's like stuff like you try and you try to like connect for pieces, like connect for model.
Yeah, people ask me what my favorite video game is, and I can pretty honestly say it's Unreal Engine because it can feel a lot, as I was describing, being into our putting together puzzles. It can feel like that. It can feel like a video game to know the thing you're trying to complete, your end goal, and then to find a way to make it all play back successfully. So right before lesson, before we actually start diving into Unreal, I want to show you a couple of examples from the sample projects. The sample projects I provided to you guys are meant to be some good finished versions of a few different uses of Unreal Engine. I love that Unreal Engine provides so many samples and templates because you can go into something and then start to dissect it. I used to do a lot of game jams, and I'd be, the 3D modeler or something, a game jam, like a hackathon. And then afterwards, I'd spend a bunch of time looking at the work that the other people did. Oh, this guy was the programmer on your team. Like, let me understand why he coded the things the way he did. And that is how I learned enough to become kind of a generalist in Unreal Engine. And the fact that it gives you, complete films and video games and all these things is incredibly useful. So this is one that just came out recently. Let's see if it plays back. Okay, we're moving to my New York computer right now. We don't have audio except on my laptop. That's okay, though. You can just kind of watch it. So a lot of people think Unreal Engine's just for photoreal things. This is a storyboarding tool called Odyssey that I believe is owned by Epic. And you can see that you can start to create these animatics, these little storyboards that can help you figure out what a shot is going to look like. Some of this is using Unreal Engine environments. Some of it's sketches. And it's just one little scene from this little short film, and then I'll show you what the final version of it looks like. But again, we're talking about Unreal Engine as something of a one-stop shop. This is a case where literally Unreal Engine was used through every step of the development pipeline. Yeah?
If you do want audio from your computer, just connect via Bluetooth to BO6 Ultra.
Roger that, BO6 Ultra. And then we'll just get to the end of there. Cool. Bam. There you go. Logo there. So this is the ACOM animatics sample. And then I'll just close out of this for a second. So just a quick idea of what we're looking at here. We're using the Unreal Engine sequencer workflow. We've got some tracks down here that are these shots. We've got a lighting manager. Again, remoting into New York, so everything's a little laggy here. But again, you guys can explore these as well, and I'm happy to dive into more detail about how these are set up for exploring on your own. But each of these are basically individual shots nested into the Unreal Engine sequencer. And as I double-click these, we can see, there's an audio track. There's these different skeletal meshes for what's going on with the different characters. And I can just kind of keep going further and further down into these nested shots, not unlike the way you might use Premiere or DaVinci Resolve, until you finally get to what is happening in that particular shot including these storyboards down here and how they actually get animated and move. Okay, so very, very brief introduction to that particular animatic. And then we'll see the finalized version of it here. And again, you can see these shots kind of set up as we cut to different camera angles. We see the audio down here, music and sound effects. And let's see what this looks like. Actually, let me try connecting to Bluetooth first. Although not from New York. Let's connect to Bluetooth from here. Does anyone remember what the Bluetooth device is called? E06 Ultra. I don't see it there. Yeah, I mean, it's okay though. Like, I don't need audio. It's a nice little like bonus thing. I think audio gets undervalued a lot in artwork and creations. That's okay, no worries. Maybe we'll have audio after lunch. Okay, so take a quick look at this, just to see how the storyboard becomes something a little more fully fleshed out. If we can get the frame rate going. So you'll recognize some of the shots, but more fully baked out now. Fully animated, all the characters, everything here is animated inside of Unreal Engine. And you can open, for anyone especially who's on the PCs, you can open up these projects yourselves as well to explore these more. Unreal Engine is very robust for particle effects, for motion graphics, for setting up camera shots. Yeah, that lag's pretty rough. So yeah, we can look at those in more detail, but just wanted to give a sense of those. And then the last project here I'll show you is the Meerkat one, which was actually made by the fine folks at Weta Workshop before they were acquired by Unity. And this is quite nice because most of what you see people doing in Unreal Engine is humans, especially because of MetaHumans, but this is a meerkat and an eagle. And again, this is a little short film that is entirely provided by Epic Games to explore. You can see everything from how the grooms and the fur are put together, to how the cameras are set up, to how the animation is done. Breathing is one of those things I'm always very sensitive to that makes a character feel a little too CG if you don't see it. And there's a lot of like those little subtle movements in this short film that I really like, and it's affected the way that I think about creating these kinds of characters.
It's really useful when it's easier to find a bug in VR that you found a game that you made in Unreal Engine. It is easier to find a bug in VR. You're just like looking at a flat screen on a computer.
Yeah. He's okay. That'd be a very upsetting ending to the short film. Yeah. To Ani's point, though, we'll talk about this a little more when we're discussing VR as well. VR can be incredibly helpful, even if the final result is still a flat experience. Being able to walk around a scene like this in VR, you do notice where there's like more problems with textures or scale or things that might not become apparent when you're just looking at the flat version. There you go. He's safe. Good job, Meerkat. Oh, careful, Ani. Cool. Okay. All right. Let's get into Unreal Engine. The last project, I'm not going to show it right now, but I'll tell you what it is. The one called Immersive Vid is a music video that I had to make on my own on a very quick timeline of about a week last December for an Argentinian artist. I was provided the mocap and then was just kind of told, we want them here and then here and then here. And so it's kind of just an interesting little project of like, what's one person 10 days before Christmas going to put together that passes as kind of an immersive VR 180 panoramic music video that looks good in VR. So we can talk about that more at some point as well. And then I'm going to give you all a version of this project tomorrow, but I did want to speak briefly about working with limitations, because I've worked with plenty of artists who come to Unreal Engine and they're like, I want to do this and this and this and this, and my budget is $3,000. And so a lot of times it's like, okay, we can do something with a $3,000 budget, but it's not going to be at the scope of everything that you want to do. So I use this as an example here where sometimes it's useful to play with the tools, have a sense of what your resources are, and then kind of craft what you want to make around those tools. So I'm going to show you guys a very wonderful free full body mocap tool called Self-Reflect that I was testing with here. But there's a few limitations to a free tool like this. You end up with a body that tends to be like a little bit crouched. There can be like weird things with the fingers. So what I started to put together here is something where it's like a decrepit old man. This is actually similar to the character we use for Scrooge in Christmas Carol. And it starts to use the technology and its limitations as more of a feature than a bug. Another example would be there was a Magic Leap experience we made a few years ago that was about dating ghosts. And that came about because we're like, okay, with a Magic Leap, you have a limited field of view. Everything looks a little semi-transparent, et cetera, et cetera. And so we thought, okay, if you did like a speed dating thing where you are always within that limited field of view and you're taking advantage of the transparency because they're all ghosts and you're swiping left for the ghosts you don't like, swiping right for the ones you do. It was like a very simple way to use the technology in a way that worked well for what was available. And we weren't fighting against the limitations of the technology. We used that as guidelines and guardrails to a certain degree for what we wanted. Okay, let's get into Unreal Engine. So if you haven't already, I want everyone to open up 5.6 in the Epic Games library. You're going to see a launch icon there. What I'm going to do is actually launch 5.7 only because there is a new Intro to Unreal Engine template in there, but you guys will be able to follow along in an empty 5.6 project as well. In fact, I'll have 2 projects open at once just so we can show both. So from Unreal Engine here, I can also go new project here. And we're going to do a third-person template. So when you get to this screen, you see we've got different categories of games, films, architecture, automotive simulation. So these are these little mini templates. Unreal Engine gives you full projects that are sometimes many, many, many gigabytes, and sometimes you have something much smaller. What was your question? You can go ahead. Oh, it crashed. That's fun. So Unreal Engine, by the way, can be heavy. I'm going to show you guys once we have Unreal Engine open how we can scale down some of the settings to make it less graphically intensive. But it is the kind of thing where oftentimes you do need a fairly powerful card. Yes? You can, if you have 5.7, feel free to open 5.7 to go through this intro thing. But everything I'm showing you works totally great in 5.6. There's just like some newer things in 5.7 that I think are worth mentioning to the class. Yes, Ani?
When you tested out play mode, you should move around.
Yes, I agree with that.
So, like, if it's like a place where you fall into the void or something, like, you need to find that. Like, if you created a game with that part, people could just like go through like that void and just like walk all the way to the end, like. Just
Yeah, we'll talk about collision and some of the things that can throw an experience off, especially if physics are on. So in 5.6, when you open a new project, it'll look like this. In 5.7, it looks a little different now. So on the 5.7 side, there is a project called, actually, and I guess it does go to that screen still once you get past that first thing. And it is called Intro to Unreal. So we're going to look at that. But all the things that are in this template we'll also be able to demonstrate in 5.6. So if you're in 5.6 and you don't see that Intro to Unreal, I want you to click the third-person template. And you'll see that we've got some variants for these templates. So it'll ask you, do you want a Blueprint project or a C++ project? I've been using Unreal Engine for more than 10 years now. I barely touch C++. I'm in there if like I need to compile a broken plugin or something like that, but I do 99% of everything with Blueprints. Then for target platform and quality preset, mobile and scalable. As you might imagine, if you're trying to maximize the graphics quality and you've got an RTX 5090 or something like that, sure, go desktop. Go maximum, and it's going to look great. Everything we're doing should be okay with mobile and scalable. No need for a variant, that's fine, and just give it a name like Intro to Unreal. I oftentimes will put the version number at the end to keep track of what version of Unreal I'm in, so I might put like 5.6 there to remind me this is 5.6. And also, Unreal Engine does get hampered by the 256 character limit of windows, so try to avoid being deep in paths that are going to be here, then here, then here, then here, buried deep in folders, because you'll start to hit issues where that texture that's 50 subfolders down isn't loading, and that would be why. So once you've got that set up, you can go ahead and hit Create. And while that's going, I'm just going to open up the 5.7 Intro to Unreal project that I already had, which was right here a moment ago. I guess I'll just create it again, that's fine. Intro to Unreal. I'll call this Intro to Unreal 5.7.
Oh, it says it's already there. Yeah, see? So if you already created a project, it'll tell you that project already exists. It won't let you do it. So I should just be able to browse and find it, see all projects. And I find projects here is there, so I can say intro, and there it is, intro to Unreal 5.7. So I'll go ahead and open that there. Okay, so we'll start by making sure everyone gets this open. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the strawberry. And then once everyone has Unreal open, then I'm going to have Ani show you a little bit about how you navigate the editor with a mouse, keyboard, as well as a gamepad. Sound good? Great. Thank you. By the way, just so you know, while this is loading, you can customize the Unreal Engine splash screen. You can set up all sorts of different things about how Unreal Engine looks, both in editor mode as well as when it's packaged. Yes?
Oh, sorry, I'm looking for Jackie.
Oh, sure. Yeah, great. Yeah, so this is the intro to Unreal scene. You'll notice that it actually comes up with some nice documentation on the left, and this is a very lovely guided walkthrough that kind of takes you through how to use Unreal Engine. And I'm going to walk you through the walkthrough very briefly, because I think it's very well done, and I wish that they created something like this sooner. This just came out on Tuesday, so this is like the newest thing, which is always lovely. I have a very good relationship with Epic Games and the folks there, and they really do genuinely care about trying to make these tools as straightforward and easy to use as possible. And they're actually pretty responsive to things like feature suggestions. So if anyone, by the end of today and tomorrow is like, it is ridiculous that Unreal Engine can't retarget a head asset in this kind of way or whatever, like pass it on to me, and I will probably actually be able to get it to the right person at Epic Games who might be able to change the way that thing works. Oh, Ani, come back. We're about to talk about WASD. Who has Unreal Engine open right now? Just show of hands. Cool. Almost everyone. Just a couple more. Just a couple more. Okay. So first thing, Ani, you can come up here for this. And I'm realizing this is a little bit tall for you. Do you want to stand on this chair? Stand on the chair, maybe. Can you stand up? Okay, so while this is still loading, do you want to talk about the right mouse button?
Yeah, the right mouse button. The mouse, if you want to turn, you can click, you can WASD, and you can move backwards, but in my opinion, the mouse is more useful because you can just hold down W and just like turn.
So let's break that down a little bit. So when we're holding the right mouse button, are we looking around or moving around?
Looking around.
We're looking around. Now the left mouse button, what's that do?
It's like zooming in.
Well, it's moving. That one actually moves you, but along a flat plane. So whatever height you're at, you'll stay at that height. Thank you. I got a mic here. Okay, so then if we're holding down the right mouse button and we're using WASD, Q, and E on the keyboard, what do each of those do? Can you say what each key does, Ani?
Each key goes like forward.
W goes forward, A goes left, S goes back, D goes to the right.
Yeah.
And that's only if you're holding down the right mouse key. So that's how we start to navigate the editor. And then, what about Q and E? What does Q do? Q makes you go down,
up,
E goes down, E goes up. Yep. And so that is only while you're holding down the right mouse button. Those keys won't do anything unless you're holding down the right mouse.
You can also use the space bar to jump.
Well, that's in-game, depending on what mode you're in. If you hit the space bar in Editor, you actually cycle between the ability to rotate an object, scale an object, or move an object. So we can see rotate, scale, move. Yep, so there's Ani moving a wall around. Yeah, exactly. And there's also, sometimes, of course, moving around in a perspective view can be a little bit tricky. So we'll go over everything we have up here, but, you can also go to orthographic views like top, bottom, left, right, if that feels more natural, especially if you come from flat 3D modeling tools that tend to be like that. Yes?
You can also do some game modes in VR.
Yeah, we'll talk about game modes. VR's mostly going to be tomorrow.
Got it.
Yeah. So start by just getting comfortable moving around the editor. Just try navigating around.
And then you could just move around a bit.
Yeah, try to pick an object, like, we'll go to the third person one as well. So try to pick like an object in the distance, like, oh, I see that green cylinder over there.
Yeah, I wanna
and just
move
try to
it.
or try to move towards it. Yeah, and
or
then,
just like, I don't like how it looks, I want to move that. You
Yeah.
can do that.
right, so to move something, what do we do?
You click the joy.
Yeah, we can click on it, and then we make sure, whoop,
Oh my God,
oh, you just dragged it.
I
Yeah,
moved the whole screen.
yeah, it's okay. Hold on. Hold on, pull this back up.
When you're in game mode, you have like a character you can see when you're in game mode.
Yeah, so we
Yeah,
can
so
click,
it's
we can
like-
click on an object, and then you can use the space bar to cycle
Yeah.
through. And then what do we click on if we want to move it?
The left or right.
Yep, so you can do it on a particular axis. And unfortunately, here's the thing people complain about with Unreal Engine a lot. Z is up. Most programs, Y is up. In Unreal, it's Z. So here I am moving the Z axis. I can also do each axis individually. There's also handles where you can do 2 axes at a time.
In game mode, you can't do this.
Right.
You can't like click it and you can't move it. You like only like basically in spectator you can move it around.
Yeah, and speaking of game mode, before we see what some of these templates and everything look like, so if we turn on an Xbox controller, we can see an input device has been connected, and we're still in the editor, but you can see Ani is actually able to navigate the editor as though he's in kind of a flying game mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go back and look around.
In my opinion, this was easier.
I'll hold that for you.
In my opinion, this was easier.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you just need to like move 2 joys and then you can.
Yeah, so if you are a gamer, it can be easier. If you're not a gamer, then still the mouse and keyboard might be most straightforward. Great, okay, let's try to recenter and not, we don't want to make anyone sick. This is a big window here. Okay, so now let's try pressing. Yeah.
Escape the best way to get out of this escape?
Out of a selection?
Yeah.
Yeah, escape's a good way to do that. You can also just click out of whatever window you're in, or just, if you're in the outliner, we'll go over all these different window panes, but just clicking to the top of the outliner here. And also, let me go ahead and make this bigger. I'm just gonna make all the text a little bit bigger here, so I can do that with widget reflector. You don't have to worry about this. This is just to make everything easier to read. So I'm just making all the text bigger. So the outliner here, if you've selected something, yes, I can press escape, and that gets me out of there. Also just going up to select the level, or obviously any other object in your scene, that will get you off of whatever selection you're in. Okay, so
Apple Vision is.
we're not talking about VR right now. So Ani, last thing I think we're gonna have you show people here is what happens when you're in play mode.
You see a character.
Yeah, so
can't really like fly or anything.
So there's this green play button, and it's set up for the different kinds of templates or samples that you're in. So this one is set up to be a third-person sample. So tell everyone what you're doing right now, Ani. What are you pressing?
I was pressing the space bar.
To jump?
Yeah.
Because that's how it's mapped in this template.
Yeah.
And then how are you walking around?
I'm using W, but I'm just turning with the mouse.
Yep, you're turning to move around.
Yeah. But if I use like S, I can move backwards.
Yeah.
But I don't see what's good.
Now, one limitation of using a keyboard in something like this, like a game where you're running around, is these are what we call Boolean operations. They can be true or false. They don't have a range. So in this case, you're either running or you're not running. That's what's going on with WASD. But Ani, if you switch over to the Xbox controller, the joysticks actually have, a range, and they have an axis value of -1 to 1, and so you can actually move slower or faster based on that. And so, yeah.
In most games, the A button is how to jump, and this is this is turns.
Right. In Unreal Engine, we have what's called the enhanced input system, and it means you can map multiple buttons all to do the same thing. So in this case, there's one asset that says to jump. That can be the spacebar on the keyboard or the A button on the Xbox controller. And if you wanted to say, oh, I'm going to make a VR version of this as well, and we're going to map it different for VR controllers, very, very straightforward to have a lot of different inputs.
In my opinion, when you use the Xbox, it isn't as fast to spin as you can do with.
with a mouse.
Yeah.
And that's why a lot of people who are competitive, first-person shooter gamers do use a mouse, is you can be faster there. But the point here is to show that this is all set up for this particular template, and you can modify this, and you can start to think about this if you're creating some kind of interactive experience where you might think about, okay, am I going to use like a Stream Deck or a keyboard or a controller? It's not a Steam Deck. A Stream Deck's a different thing, don't worry. So yeah, so just start to get comfortable with those controls and moving around the viewport. Try hitting play to explore what it's like in play mode, and then you can press escape to get out of there as well.
Like if I want to move this, I didn't get to jump off it.
Right, so you can move something and then instantly see it in the game. So yeah, how about you move something, then press play again to see how it's changed.
I want to see if I can
Yeah, Unreal Engine's really made for this kind of rapid iteration. Because when you're in play mode, it's supposed to be the same kind of thing that someone would be seeing if they get to experience the packaged version of what you're building. So you can test something very quickly, and then when you make this standalone executable or app file, if it's like a Mac thing, you're seeing kind of what it'll be like for someone else to use it later. Oh. Yeah, are you just tapping it? Yeah. So did you move one of the assets? Yeah, so the changes that you make in editor, they propagate, of course, and then you see what's changed inside the game right away.
that block changed. It used to be right here.
Right, you move the block, and then does the block have collision?
Yeah.
So try to hit, yeah, so the block has collision, so you run into it.
Can I jump up it now?
Yeah, and if you wanted to be able to jump off the world, you could increase your jump speed or capabilities, or you could lower the walls, for example. Cool. Okay, any questions so far about just navigating the viewport and getting into play mode? Cool, cool, clear as mud.
Does anybody have limitations right now?
Limitations. Does anyone have limitations? So, yeah. I've never heard it phrased that way.
This is your fault, sir.
Yeah. So Ani, I think that is a good place to end you up here. Do you want to go around and help anyone who's having any questions or trouble? Say thanks, Ani, very much for helping out with the intro there. Cool.
Check.
Thanks so much. And he'll be around if anyone has questions. Okay. All right, so let's go through some of the things in the new intro to Unreal Engine 5.7 template. Again, this isn't something you'll see if you don't have 5.7, but I do think it's a useful experience. So what they want you to do in here, and I do encourage you on your own time at some point to download 5.7 and go through this a little bit slower than what I'm going to do. They want you to hit play. Oh, and let me make this bigger as well with debug, widget reflector, 1.5, enter. There we go. Again, documentation on the left, pretty cool. Basically just goes to the Unreal Engine documentation page. So if I hit play here, we've got these nice little animated motion graphics saying, yeah, use the mouse to look around, use WASD to walk. You can see the little hand peeking out because there actually is a pawn here, right? So they say, okay, walk around this wall. Okay, great, walk around the wall, fantastic. Then you come up to this next wall, tells you each part of the tutorial, they'll ask you to do a thing. Yep, so it says on your left is a handy companion, and then anytime you want to go back to editing, because it'll ask for some steps here, press escape to return to editing. So I'll keep walking, follow the lines here. So thing one is about moving objects. We touched on this a little bit already. You see a little motion graphic they have coming down, whoops, in the upper left, sorry about that. Showing you again that when we are in the editor mode, we've got these here. So you can click on all these and it tells you the shortcuts. We mentioned spacebar as a way to cycle through them, but we also have W, E, and R as a way to go between move, rotate, and scale. Yeah, you would think, one feedback I hear a lot is they're like, why is R scale when you would think R would be rotate? It just happens to be that most people think in the cycle of move, rotate, scale, and that's just the order of the keyboard keys. So yeah, that's what's going on there. So what they want you to do here is they want you to test moving something. So move and then rotate. Again, you can do it on like a per axis basis or do multiple axes at a time. And then scale, if I press the R key, again, I can kind of squash and stretch things as I want here. And if you're in the third person template and want to try this, just try this with literally any of the objects that are in the scene. You know, try moving something, try rotating it. Also, we'll talk about this more when we get to materials, but I want you to notice that in the third-person template, if you start to move this object around, notice what's happening on the texture. This is what we call a world-aligned texture, where it is actually mapped to the coordinates of the world, almost like it's being projected onto the object. So anyone who's dealt with projection mapping or anything like that, good thing to keep in the back of your head, because that's a different way of creating a material compared to one that actually is going to stay on the object. I'm actually curious if this is world aligned as well. This is also world aligned. So yeah, you can see even when I'm scaling that, it's actually not changing the dimensions that we have here. Same thing here.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
When you say it's world aligned,
Yes.
and it's not changing the scale, sorry,
Yeah, let me show an example. I hear you. Yeah, let's do an example of the opposite of that, which would be something with a texture. And this is the much more common thing you'll see. So if I go ahead and I'll start by importing some starter content. We'll do it in the third-person template since that's what most people have open. Starter content gives you just kind of a little smorgasbord of different Unreal Engine assets you can play with. We can do that with this big green add button here, down here, down over by the content drawer. And by the way, if for some reason someone doesn't see their content browser, if their Unreal Engine looks like this, you can click that content drawer here, or you can do Control Spacebar on the keyboard to bring it up. Unreal Engine and Unreal Engine 5 decided people wanted to have more screen real estate, so they don't have it there by default. I kind of like having it docked, so there's also this option here for dock in layout, and that will kind of keep it available here. So once you find that green add button, you'll click that, and then you're going to click Add Feature or Content Pack. And what's kind of cool here, we're just going to add some starter content, but you could actually mix and match different samples together. So you could have one experience where there's a first-person mode and a third-person mode and a VR mode and a vehicle driving mode, very Grand Theft Auto. And Unreal Engine can allow all those different modes to live side by side because the W key can do a different thing, or the A key on an Xbox controller can do a different thing depending on what game mode you're in. Ani was alluding to that earlier because we made a game with him where you are on a racetrack and you can keep swapping what kind of pawn you have, and it has different abilities and can do different things as you try to get to the volcano, which of course is the end of the race. So that's all the templates, but we want to go over to content here, and we just want to add in starter content. So we'll say add to project. And this will give us, as I mentioned, just kind of a little smorgasbord of some different assets, and they'll be in this folder over here called starter content. So in that starter content, we've got some non-world aligned materials if we go into content, starter content materials. So if I grab, for example, this brick clay old material, I'll drop this on the platform right here. It'll take a second to load up. Loady, loady, loady. Oh, I guess I did it in two places. So this is not world aligned because if I start to scale this, whoops, I didn't select it properly. Control Z also undo like most applications. So you can see here, as I scale this up and down, the texture is actually staying within the limits of this actual object. Whereas here, when I was scaling this, the texture wasn't changing at all. It was maintaining that same ratio as though it were being projected onto the object instead of living on the object. Here, it's always, exactly. It's like, basically, does the material care about the dimensions of the object or not? And in this case, it does. If I start to scale this up, we see that stretching to match that. Does that make sense? Yeah. Cool, fantastic. Great, okay, so let's keep going through some of the next parts of this. So I'll hit play again. Every time you hit play, it'll kind of resume you at the last part of this tutorial that you left off at. And we can see that it also has some pre-configured animations here for moving, rotating, and scaling, but it's all relative to how I left those objects. So these are actually scaling and moving based on what I already set up as kind of a starting point, which is kind of fun. Okay, so then we can walk past that, keep following the dotted line, and then number 2 tells us about the content drawer, right? So yeah, I just very briefly demonstrated dragging a material onto an object. What this is showing you is it says, uh-oh, there's this chasm here, and you can't actually get across this chasm. I can hit the space bar for jump, and I'm not tall enough. So in order to progress here, I actually need to put something into here to allow me to get further. And it's telling me, okay, it says I need to go into the level prototyping folder, into meshes, and I need to bring that chamfer cube object into there to allow myself to get across that gap. So let's do exactly what it says. So we've got level prototyping here in the content browser. And by the way, something else I didn't explain, you can resize all the windows in Unreal. You can grab like kind of the edge of them and drag them in and out to your liking to take up as much space or as little space as you want. And you can undock things. If you have like a second monitor, you might have your content browser over on like another screen. But again, I like to have it just kind of docked right there in my layout. Whoops. Yeah, docked like that. Boop. Cool. Okay, so it says that we want to go to level prototyping, and we're looking for the chamfer cube, which is under meshes, content, level prototyping, meshes, chamfer cube. And I'm going to do exactly what it says. I'm going to drag it into the scene. And before I let go, I'm just holding down the left mouse button. You'll notice that it's a cube, but it looks like we only see half of it. The reason for that is that when you drag something into Unreal Engine, it looks for the pivot point, like where's the origin point for that particular object, and that's what gets treated as the thing that snaps, that snaps into the world. So if I just drag this into the chasm down there, you can kind of see from this yellow outline that half of it's underground. And in fact, if I go back to move, again by hitting spacebar or the W key, it's still going to be kind of hard to get across this gap here. So this is another great example where we could scale this, make it a little bit more like a step, like it is on the other side. We could even make it bigger like this. And you just kind of try to position this so that it is going to allow me to jump up there. If you're in 5.6, you could try doing something similar. Level prototyping, meshes, chamfer cube. You could try dragging it into this scene, and then just try to set it up in such a way where maybe instead of going up this steady ramp, maybe we want to find a way to make it so that we can easily jump up it by doing something similar here. Maybe I rotate this around a little bit like that. Something like that, so maybe it's about half the height of there. So then I could test that by hitting play. Whoop, I actually spawn at the top. And I could just make sure I can go jump, jump, jump. Ooh, that's a little too tall for me.
So when I'm trying to access these arrows.
Yep.
So like I click on sort of the, let's say the blue up.
Yep.
I'm not see, like I can see that I can highlight each of those arrows if I hold over them, but am I?
Oh, you want to hold down the left mouse to drag? Does that work? Let me come take a, whoops, yikes, chair right behind me. Let me come take a quick look at that. Yikes, mic fell out. So yeah, oh, and then your left mouse button? There you go, yeah. You might have been doing the right mouse button.
But if I want to move, change, if I want to access these accesses,
Yep.
it seems to me that I should be able to do that, and then pull. Right? I want to make this wider or taller.
Oh, well, that would be scaling. Right now, you're in the move tool. So you can hit the space bar to cycle over to scale if you want. So that's scaling.
Scaling.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Yep.
Sorry,
so you
that
can click
wasn't
those as
clear
well.
that
No
that's
worries.
what you were-
That's
you sort
fine.
of said it, but you know it
That's
well
okay.
enough
Yeah.
to do.
Because I saw you were able to put the person in first person. How did you do that?
So that was a different game mode. So I'll show you game modes real quick because that is kind of a handy thing to understand the differences of. So we're in a third-person template right now in 5.6. The 5.7 one is in first person. So if you're like, boy, you know, third person is fine. I'd really rather this be first person. The same way we just added the starter content, we can go add feature or content pack, and you can actually add in that first person game mode right here. So what I can do is I can say add to project. And now we can play this same level, except now we can do it in a first-person game mode. And the way we would do that is actually to go over to, we want our world settings. They keep changing where they put these things in Unreal Engine. Now it is over. Where are you, world settings? Well, we could also do it globally as well. Let's go to Edit and Project Settings. And then, so again, Edit, Project Settings. And then once you're in Project Settings, we have Maps and Modes here. Edit, Project Settings. And then when you're in Project Settings, we have Maps and Modes under Project. And you can see everything here is set up for third person right now. And all we need to do now that we have third person and first person in here, we can swap over to a first person game mode, like that. And even though we're still loading a third person level, it's now going to run in a first person game mode. So we can test that by hitting play now. And I see. So the reason why this is still going third person is because project settings are a global default, but you can also override it on a map by map basis. So if I can find how to get back into my world settings, I'll see that there's actually an override for this level that is currently telling it to use the first person game mode or the third person game mode when in fact we want the first person. Preview platform, it's going to be in one of these drop downs here now that they've adjusted where it goes. It used to be over here. Just looking for the world settings. I'm sure everyone's been in a situation where there's a software they're very familiar with. They move it. Yes? The window menu. Thank you. We're looking for world settings. Yeah, there. So if you go window, and you can just type it here, start typing a search, type world. And then when we have world settings open, I might just dock this up here so it takes up a little less space. And then we'll see here game mode override. So yeah, so to review a couple of the steps we just did, we have project settings, and project settings under maps and modes, this is the default game mode. This is the one that if a game mode isn't being overridden, this is what your project will use. But over here, in world settings, game mode override, this map is specifically telling this map to use third person. So if we want to do first person in this map, we have to tell it to do the first person game mode. Or we can say none, and then if we say none, it will use the default game mode, which is that first person game mode. How did I find first person in maps and modes? So it's in the drop down here, but only if you've imported it. And again, the way to import it is with that green add button, add feature or content pack, and then you would click first person there, add to project. So then if I have this at either none or first person game mode, and now I hit play, we'll see that now I'm in a first person mode, very similar to what we see in the 5.7 project. Anyone having trouble with that? Yeah, and as I mentioned, we can swap between all sorts of different modes within one map, one project. These give you different game pawns. So I could actually have a button mapped, so when I get to a certain point, we swap from first person to third person, or I trigger a cinematic camera that swoops around, all sorts of fun ways to make this dynamic and very interactive. Okay, back in 5.7, let's see if I've scaled this in such a way where I'll be able to get to the top. I have a little bit of a clue here because this is so perfectly measured. I know that I need this to be about halfway between here and here in order to make this something I can hop over. So if I go back into play mode, walkie, 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 yep, it's telling me to drag that chamfer cube in, and now I can get up to the top. Hooray, I did it. Number 3 wants to talk about the details panel, and it says, try to walk up this ramp and you'll sink right through because there's no collision on it. And so, whoop, no collision. So a lot of times, especially when you're importing 3D models from other programs, especially if it's artwork that you've made, you might run into this problem where you're like, oh, I thought I made a set design, and I want to make sure that you're bumping into the set design, and instead you go right through it. So there's a couple simple ways to make sure that everything has collision. One, in this case, is to directly here in the details panel. So make sure you're clicking on that ramp, and you can try this in one of the ramps over here too, in the third person template. So click on a ramp, and then you can type in the word collision, and all this does is filter. You're not adding anything to this, you're just filtering down to only things that have the word collision in them. And so here, we have a collision preset that says no collision. So if you type collision in details, and you find collision presets, you could also literally type collision presets here in details, if that makes it easier to get to. Whoops, collision presets. No, it doesn't like that. I guess it doesn't think that's called collision presets. Maybe I have to make it all one word? No. Okay. Well, type collision, and then under collision presets, the default right there right now is no collision. But if we change that to block all, then it will block everything. If you're curious about all the other settings here, these basically have to do with like, well, do you want the actor, the pawn, to be able to go through it, but you want like rocks and other objects to hit it? Do you want it to be something that responds to physics in a certain way? But for the most part, I'd say that the main things you'd be using in here would be these first three. No collision, never collides with anything. Block all, or overlap all, where overlap would be things still go through it, but it registers that there's an overlap, and that can trigger an event. So we could say once you walk through this ramp, you know, a giant Indiana Jones ball starts rolling or something like that. So yeah, if we say block all there, and then I press play, now I go up the ramp. And there's a little handy UI there showing you what to do. I will mention briefly that this is only working though because there is a collision on this ramp. Again, if you're importing your own models, you might not have a collision, so let me show you very quickly what you would do in that case. If you go and you say block all in something you've imported into Unreal Engine and it's still not working, then what you might want to do is open up the static mesh, which would be here also in details. Static mesh, this little icon here for SM ramp. SM stands for static mesh. Double click on that. And then there's a collision area here. And if you were to open this up for one of your models, if you don't see the word remove collision, then there's no collision. And so you can add a simplified collision, but like, you know, I've seen Juliana, for example, make a lot of incredible like tilt brush artwork, and like that's gonna have a pretty complicated kind of collision, and you probably don't wanna try to mass it out with just a sphere or a box. So there's another option you have where you can just ignore all this, and there is an option, again, we'll type collision in here. The difference between typing collision in this details panel versus in this details panel is, in this case, we're only affecting this one object in this one scene. It's only affecting that one, whereas here, we're affecting it globally. A little bit like what we just did with project settings for the game mode versus the individual map, right? We had that default game mode just for anything that doesn't have an override, and then we have something that is on a per instance level. So this is per instance, and then this is globally for everywhere. So if I type in collision now, I can find that I have a setting in here. Here's the collision presets, block all. Collision complexity. So this is the thing that's gonna be really helpful to you artists bringing your stuff into Unreal. Instead of project default, you wanna say use complex collision as simple. And what that does is it basically treats the geometry of the actual thing as a collision. Why is that not on by default? Because a lot of people using Unreal Engine are trying to make very optimized video games, and that does add CPU load. It makes it heavier if it needs to think about every vertex of your 3D model, but if it's important to you that that object just be a collider exactly the way it's set up, that will do it. You don't need to create any kind of custom collision, it just uses the actual geometry for collision. Yep. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. So the details panel here is based on the level. So everything we're seeing in here right now is specific to our level, and it's only going to affect that level. If we open up a new level and we have that ramp in that other level, nothing we have set up here matters in that other level. It's very specific to this. Think of like a Venn diagram where we're in one smaller part of that Venn diagram. The project settings are part of the larger Venn diagram. And what I just did by clicking on the static mesh, this is also part of the larger Venn diagram, because now we're affecting everywhere in the entire project that this ramp gets used, not just this one level. We are directly editing static mesh ramp as an object globally for the entire project. So then any details?
So this applies just, and how do I get to one that's just, do I have to click on the object?
Yeah, so when you click on the object in the level, then anything you're seeing in details is just for that one instance of the object. And if there's multiple ramps, there probably are multiple ramps, but if there's, you know, click on my thing correctly. If there were multiples of this ramp, so if I'm clicking this ramp and I do things in details, it's only affecting this ramp. If I click this ramp and do things in details, it's only affecting this ramp. If I double click this and I open this, whatever I do in static mesh ramp will affect both of these unless I have an individual override where I'm telling it to behave differently for one of these. So another example of what you might do there is, for example, the color. Like you'll notice that these are both blue, but what we have globally is this, the prototype grid gray, the world aligned material. So if I go ahead and I change this to any other material here in the drop down, I don't know, let's find like a wood or something distinct. We don't have a wood. What about, oh, I don't think we imported the starter content here, but I'll just find any other color. Alias reference, very pink. Say again? To open it up? So I didn't double click on the ramp. I clicked the ramp once to be in its details panel here. I double click on the static mesh here to focus on editing the global version of that mesh. Double clicking there is what brings that up. So clicking once on the object in your scene is for editing just that one object, and then double clicking in static mesh allows you to edit it globally. So because globally, I've now said, hey, I want the default material for this mesh to be pink, it's not going to affect these guys because they've already overridden to say, I want a blue mesh. But if I were to bring the ramp in as a new object, so here it is. I use the little magnifying glass here. Whoops. There's a little magnifying glass right here. And this is a way where we can find it in the project. Anytime you're trying to figure out where a project or where an asset lives in the project, that magnifying glass will take you to it. And then if I were to drag that into the scene, you'll see it's pink because the default version for it is pink. So a lot of Unreal Engine has to do with defaults versus overrides. Over here, look at this. These ramps are all pink now because none of these ramps had an override. So they use whatever the default version is of the ramp, which I now made pink. If I do undo a bunch of times, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, we're going to see these all turn back into the material they were because now they're not being overridden as that pink material. Okay, let's keep moving on, and then if there's still questions about global settings versus individual overrides, that will come up again soon. So now I've made this something that collides. I can move up here. And then this tells me to look at the outliner. Again, outliner, this is something just specific to the map we're currently in. It doesn't have anything to do with the global settings. And what it says here is there is a hidden object blocking the way across the bridge. The outliner on the right lists all the objects in this particular world. World, map, level, those terms are all kind of interchangeable in Unreal Engine. World, map, level. Delete the one named blocking volume to clear the way. And so just to demonstrate what's going on here, I try to go up this ramp, and I've got this invisible object that is blocking me. This is the kind of thing that we'll use a lot in virtual reality, by the way, if we're trying to stop someone from going too far, especially if there is a physical boundary, if we do a site-specific installation, and we want to make sure someone doesn't actually hit a physical wall while they're in a VR headset, something like this can be really handy. But in this case, they want us to delete it. So I press Escape. Instead of the Details panel now, I go to the Outliner panel, and this again is all the objects in the scene. But I'm not going to scroll for them because that would take forever. So again, we use our filter search tools. And I type block, and I can find blocking volume. And they want me to delete it. So I could delete it, I could move it, I could do whatever I need to here to get this out of the way. We can see the pivot point for it is over here. It's quite large, actually. The yellow outline there shows us how big it is. So I could try to move it down if I want to just get it out of the way, or I could just delete it entirely. I'll move it because I think it's kind of a cool material, and we might come back to it as something that responds to the proximity of the camera. It's invisible until you're too close to it. Okay, so now I can press play again. Say again? Good question. So yeah, let's talk briefly about how different ways to add things into the level. So one way is what we saw with bringing our chamfer cube in, where you drag and drop. That works for something that lives inside your particular project, like this cube lives in the project folder. For something like a blocking volume, that's more of like a default Unreal Engine asset. And so we have another plus up here. And this is where we can find more assets that are just part of Unreal Engine as a tool and are totally independent of our project. So again, as we start to think about this hierarchy of all the different ways that you start to affect assets in Unreal, there's like an individual object, there's all the objects in your level, there's all the objects in your project, and then there's the things for like everything in that version of Unreal Engine. And so everything in here, these are the things that exist across like your entire version of Unreal Engine. So if I were to type the word block here, we can see there's a blocking volume. Worth mentioning that this blocking volume doesn't actually have that cool little material on it, but it does behave the same way. So this is totally invisible, but if I put this down here, and maybe I scale it up to be something like this, if I press play now, well, I'm not actually sure what side it's on, but if I start to do a little tour moving around here, at some point I will hit, there it is, so I hit it there. So there's the invisible blocking volume that I can't see. Yeah, and so the only difference between this blocking volume and the one we have over in 5.7 is that blocking volume has this nice material M blocker, which is set up to respond to proximity. We're not talking about materials yet, but if you're curious, this is the, looks a lot like blueprints as well, the graph that is set up to respond to how close you are to it. I know, it looks a little Greek for now. That's fine. Okay, so I'm gonna hit play again, keep going. So we've removed the blocking volume, now we can keep walking. Up the ramp, up the ramp, up the ramp, and aha, materials. Materials define how the surfaces of objects in Unreal Engine react to light. You can change them or create your own in the material editor. Click this ball, find its blue material in the details panel, and double-click its icon to start editing. Try changing base color, metallic, roughness settings. So the graph we were just looking at is a little bit more of a complicated, that's like when you're really editing exactly how Unreal Engine works. We got a little mirror here, you can see ourselves. Yeah, so you can see that I actually am the third person character, but I'm doing it in a first person kind of mode. So we just saw the material graph, which is fairly complicated, and if you're gonna edit that, you wanna know a little bit about what all those nodes do. There's a simpler version of what happens with materials, and if I were to click on one of these, oh, this is still taking to the material graph, hold on. Let me show you a simpler version of this for a moment. Here we go. So this looks a little different. Because this one that I opened up, I'll show you a version of this in the third person template as well, but clicking this ball in the middle here, when I double clicked that, it didn't show me a bunch of nodes. It shows me, here's the material, and here we have base color, metallic, and roughness. So I can actually start to play with these right here and see how these change. Again, I'll show you a version of this in the third person template in a moment, but just giving you a sense of what it's like to drag these all up. So here, no need to use blueprints or nodes or any kind of coding. Very simple way to just get the material to look a certain way, and I save it. I don't even have to save it, actually. I can see all of this change in real time in the scene. And that's pretty straightforward. Let's find a version of that inside the third person template as well. And the way, actually, this is a good time to show you filtering. So we have these filters over here. You might not see these. If we want to quickly find those are called material instances, the simplified version of using materials. And if we want to find where those exist in our project, and we're like, maybe it's in the materials folder, but I'm not sure, we have this little inverted pyramid here, and we can click that, and we could click material, but we actually want to find material instances. So I'm going to type material instance like that. And now we have this particular filter. So if I were to drag one of these, like this yellow one, onto my ramp, for example, and then I double click on that material instance, you'll see, again, we've got something like what we see in the 5.7 project, where we have a very easy way to start to change the roughness and some of these other properties. And you can use those filters to find any assets in your project. We're going to talk about kit bashing in a little bit. And obviously, when you're importing all sorts of free content from the internet, you're going to end up with, probably to start, kind of a bit of a pile of things that you don't quite understand. And so these filters can be really useful for finding, you know, where are the levels? What are the levels I want to open, just to explore what this content comes with? Where are the materials? Where are the textures? You can find exactly the kinds of assets that you're looking for by filtering from these kinds of things. It'll only filter from whatever folder you're currently in. So if I'm in the content folder, which is basically everything inside my project, it will show me everything inside the project. But if I imported a pack from the internet, like, you know, or say the starter content that we imported, if I only want to find the textures that are in the starter content, now we're filtering only by what's in that particular folder. And we can see some normal maps and RGB ones that are set up for different setups, et cetera.
The stuff that I would import from the internet would already be tagged as character, et cetera, and then fall automatically into where it needs to go.
The names might not be what they need to be, but when you're filtering here, this is by category. And you can see that like each of these are labeled as texture. That's not something that you really have an effect on when you import things into Unreal. Unreal knows, oh, this is a JPEG, it's a texture. Oh, this is a mesh, you know, it auto-categorizes that. Exactly, yeah. Yep, yeah, and there's a naming convention. I'll just throw, I'm going to give you, by the way, at the end of tomorrow, I'll be giving you all like a goodie bag that's like a bunch of little useful takeaways from these 2 days, one of which is called Michael Aller's Style Guide. And for those of us who like to keep things organized and name everything correctly, it tells you, like, for prefixes, name textures T underscore. For materials, do M for a base material, MI for material instance. So it really helps with those things that can become messy if you aren't naming things correctly. And that's a really helpful thing to start to learn, especially at the beginning of your Unreal Engine journey. So you name everything correctly and keep things nice and clean. Cool. Okay, that's filters. That's a little bit of messing with the materials. And this is a pretty simple material graph, so I'll show you just, again, what these look like. Notice how this is called M underscore metal in the details panel. That's different from this, which is MI. So MI stands for material instance. So whenever you see MI, that's going to be a simplified material. M is going to be a parent material that actually brings you into that blueprint graph and can look a little bit more intimidating. See, so here we've got nodes that are connecting into these other pin slots, base color, metallic, roughness. And so to do the same thing we were just doing, if I was going to adjust it here, I'd have to be dragging these values, or I can't even drag them, I'd have to type them in. And you don't get to see them adjust in real time. Over here, you only see them adjust here, because Unreal Engine has to recompile the shader before it actually becomes visible in the scene. So if I was like, I think I want this to be pink, you know, I can set all this up here. Oh, it's too metallic, so we don't see the pink there. I'll just point one. The material instance is a child of the parent material. So it follows by default the properties of the parent, but can do its own thing, and it's simpler to work with.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. This is kind of interesting that this is still saying it's black, even though I've got it set up to pink here. I mean, I guess what I could just do, don't worry about this, but I just want to confirm that there's nothing too funky going on in here. If I make this pink, and then I just plug it directly into base color, it should make it pink. Okay, yeah, so they're doing something weird with this node, where even if I tell the default value to be pink, it's still using black for some reason. I'm not sure why, not going to worry about that too much, but just wanted to demonstrate that to do the same kinds of adjustments to the roughness, the metal, and the color down here in a parent material, I got to do it there. And notice all of these change because these are all children of this one parent material. Right? Cool. Okay. Keep moving on here, so we're at number 5. Okay, next we have some particle effects. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this. Most of the particles that I use in my projects, I just get them, I download them from Fab and whatnot. I don't affect them too much. Here it says like, maybe try changing the spawn count. Sure, we can do that. So I can press escape, click on this little Niagara effect. It's very funny when you talk to people who aren't from Canada or America, and they always pronounce it like Niagara, because they don't know what we got going on between our countries. So we can double click on this Niagara system asset. And again, we're not going to go over yet like all the details of how this is set up, but if we just wanted to have more particles, for example, an easy thing we could do is click on omnidirectional burst and find the spawn rate or the spawn count. The spawn count is currently 100. You could also type it in here, spawn count. Oops. Oh, that's interesting. It doesn't come up. Weirdly, it's easier to find just by scrolling down. But yeah, spawn count, instead of 100, we can watch this change over here. I'm going to make it 1,000. And we can see now it's a much more fireworksy, robust explosion. But now's as good a time as any to say that, honestly, the best way to learn things in Unreal Engine is to play around. You want to have that kind of child's mindset of you're a kid in a sandbox and you're just messing with stuff. You're not going to break anything. You're not going to light anything on fire in the real world. Change some numbers, drag some stuff around. If it creates something cool, say, wow, that's fun. Let me investigate that more. If it breaks something, you always have Control-Z at your disposal. So don't be afraid to just mess around. I think that looks pretty cool. I like having more particle effects there. Now, if I were to type 1,000,000, I probably would have just crashed Unreal Engine because that's too many particles to think about at one time. But then, I'll have learned my lesson, unless I, blue screened and completely destroyed my computer, which is still a lesson in itself, maybe not one you want to learn. Here we go. This talks a little bit about metasounds. We're not going to talk a ton about metasounds right now, but it is a relatively new method of producing audio in Unreal Engine. And it is, again, blueprint-based and has all sorts of cool ways to make sound procedurally. This has a procedurally generated tune coming out of this tuning fork. Sorry, my mouse keeps falling. And they want you to go and change the random seed setting to make the sound different. You're not going to know that the sound changes, but over here, I click on Metasound, random seed. There's some procedurally generated sound content here, and just by changing that number, I would be changing the sound that has. Cool. Let's go over to this one, physics. And then real quick, let me just keep this down here as a reference. Right, 1 hour till lunch. So physics here. If I press play and kind of just come over to here, we've got all these objects. They aren't really moving. This one seems to be doing something a little interesting. It's moving a bit. Now, if I move forward and just kind of nudge this with my head, you'll notice it's got this kind of interesting invisible chain connection. And these over here, they've got some weight, some mass, some material properties, and they kind of move around as I knock them. And then the ball, of course, is a ball, so it can roll around. Now, these can all be set up in different ways. You have some similar stuff going over in that third-person template. Oh, and actually, by the way, just because we talked about Niagara real quick, I will just mention, because I don't think there's any Niagara stuff in here, very easy to get started making something for Niagara. You can right-click inside your content folder, and then you can scroll down to, is it effects? It's effects. So if you go right-click, effects, Niagara system, I believe it's Niagara system, then it gives you all these fun templates, confetti bursts and fire and all sorts of stuff. And again, you can modify these all you want, but these are a bunch of really good starting points for making things look a certain way. So I just create one of these, I drag it into my scene, and then you've got a Niagara effect doing whatever thing that template is. And then when I press play, it might not be looping, it might be like a single, like a one-shot sort of thing. I'm just going to move around real quick to see if it's playing on loop. So I right-clicked inside my content browser, and then actually Niagara System's right there too as one of the defaults, but I went to Effects, Niagara System, and then there's all these different templates. Yes. Again, I haven't played a ton with adjusting Niagara effects myself, but I'm absolutely sure that there's ways to affect how it works inside the emitter itself. You also have things like some basic things in here, like I thought we had a time dilation set up. I was going to say you could maybe do a negative time dilation, and that might do it too. Yeah, it's not in here. I think that might just be for cascade particle effects. For some reason, the old particle system, which is called Cascade, so I'm in starter content particles. If I do these sparks, so these behave a little bit different from how Niagara works. It's the older, actually more optimized version of particles from Unreal Engine 4. You see down here I have a custom time dilation. I'm curious in there if I do -1, if it goes in reverse. It does not go in reverse. But if I do like 0.1, you'll see it's sparks. And if I do 10, it's way faster. But yeah, you'd go into the template and start to mess with some of the adjustments there if you wanted to make it behave differently from how it's currently behaving. This is what the Cascade one looks like compared to the Niagara system. Okay, I was going to show here in the 5.6 version some of the physics. So the easiest way to create physics, you can start with an object that already exists, or you can drag something into your scene. Generally, I like to start with something kind of hovering up in the sky, so we make sure it's going to fall. And you have an option besides play. We have our big green play button, and we can see this does not have physics because it just stays up in the sky. But if you don't want to necessarily be in play mode and you just want to test physics, you actually have a drop down here instead of play selected viewport, and it's simulate. And what simulate does is it literally just turns on like the physics environment of the world without actually taking you out of the editor. So if I hit simulate here, any physics that are active, like our little particle effect there in slow mode, is going to be active, but I'm still in the editor otherwise. And if you wanted to see how something moves, you could even like try grabbing it and moving it, but we'd have to start to make some adjustments first. So the first thing, if you want anything to move at all in Unreal Engine, is when you click on it and go into its individual details panel, there's an option here right under location, rotation, and scale for mobility. And things by default are static. Weirdly, I don't know why Unreal Engine has kept this all these years. You're never going to make an object stationary. This is entirely a property used for lighting. We'll talk about that more later. But for physics, we need something to be movable. Now, if I type movable, or click movable, and then I do simulate, we can see it's still not moving yet because we haven't activated any kind of gravity on it yet. Although, whoops, not play mode, simulate mode. I want to make sure I see that object. Let's see what happens if I just set it to movable and I try to move it. So I'm in simulate mode, and I can go to this, and I can start to move it like this. And if I had, I'll show this to you now, because we can actually do this in simulate mode. If I type in simulate physics, so I've got my thing selected, I type simulate, and I hit the checkbox for simulate physics. Now we can see it's starting to respond to things, and I can even start to like drag it and move it around, and I can see in real time how it responds to the different kinds of motion. Maybe I want to try rotating it too. Bom, 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 bom. You just see it kind of falling around the scene. This can be really useful for characters as well. You're trying to see how a character in kind of a ragdoll state responds to the scene.
So it understands the outer boundary of a thing?
So it's going to use the same collision settings that we were looking at with the ramp. So if it is set up to have a simplified collision, where maybe you have a more complex object, but it's using like a sphere or a cube, it's going to follow the sphere or the cube. But if you are telling it to use a collision that is exactly the same with the actual shape, like here we can see it's kind of rocking back and forth on the round part here, yeah, that's going to be realistic based on the actual shape of the object.
And it will find that outline.
Yeah, and in fact, there's a view mode. I mean, there's a lot of view modes in Unreal Engine, but if you really wanted to hone in on things like collision and physics, oh, and by the way, before I show that, notice that now simulate physics is off. Any changes you make in Unreal Engine when you're in play mode or editor mode, they will be discarded when you come out of that mode, unless you press the K key. The K key stands for keep changes. When you're in play mode or simulate mode. So I'd need to turn simulate physics on again. So if I wanted to just look at like the collision of the objects in here, right now we're in lit mode. Lit is kind of our standard. We see everything as it would look in the game. We have unlit mode. This is one of the ways to optimize Unreal and make it run faster. Actually, real quick on that too, sorry for everyone whose computers are chugging along right now. Going to something like an unlit mode or a wireframe mode, that helps. And then we also have under here, this little like speedometer thing, viewport scalability. If you go and bring everything down to low, that's also going to make Unreal Engine run much, much smoother because you're saying, hey, it's okay, I don't need everything to be like super high quality. It can be like the quality it would run at on a Pixel 2, and that will also make everything run better. So even in lit mode here, you can see it's a little bit of a jankier, flat shaded kind of look compared to when I go up to Epic, and then everything has like nicer shadows and all that. Sorry, so physics, view modes, et cetera. We have lit, unlit, wireframe. We have things like a lighting only mode. If you're just debugging how the lighting is in the scene, it will kind of take away all non-essential textures and colors, so you can just focus on lights and shadow. And then here we've got player collision and visibility collision. So player collision is going to be the one that actually shows you colliders. So aha, see this? We've got our big blocking volume here, and it shows up here in the player collision view mode because it does actually affect collision. And then here we can see that the shape of this does actually match the actual shape of it, whereas if I had, I'll go ahead really quickly and just try like removing the collision that's on here right now, then I'll add like a box simplified collision, right? So you see a little green outline here. So now if I hit save on that, we can see that now it's actually not going to have the same collision as the shape. And now if I get out of that mode, go back to lit mode, and I maybe rotate this a little bit so it's going to fall, and I press simulate, we can see that it's not going to roll onto its side anymore because as far as Unreal Engine's concerned, it's actually a cube, which is a little bit simpler for it to calculate, but isn't going to produce as realistic physics simulations. Right? You can see it's like doing some things that don't feel quite realistic because of the way the collision is different from the actual object geometry. Well, yeah. And as long as we're talking about physics, ragdolls are fun, so let me show you a really quick way to do the same thing with a character. So if we're in the third person template, then we can go under third person, blueprints. Oh, actually it's not going to be under blueprints, it'll be under characters, content characters, mannequins, meshes, and we got mannequin. I'm very embarrassed to say that for the longest time, I was like, okay, we have a male and a female mannequin. Manny, I get it, Manny like mannequin. Why is Quinn named Quinn? And for the longest time, I did not understand where the name Quinn came from, not thinking about the second half of the word mannequin. So if we grab either of these, Manny or Quinn, and you can also just type this into your content browser if you're having trouble finding them. So Manny. SKM stands for skeletal mesh. If I drag this into the scene, notice that the pivot point is at the feet, so that's why they are standing on the ground correctly. They're not a character right now. If I press play or simulate, they're not going to do anything. They're just going to stand there. Kind of reminds me of Murderbot, for anyone who's seen that show on Apple TV. And if I want to play with ragdolls here, I'm going to do simulate physics, but I'm going to do one other thing as well. So simulate physics. And I'm also going to go to collision, if you remember that that was a setting we were looking at earlier as well. And as a collision preset, I'm actually going to change it from physics actor down to ragdoll like this. So now, again, the only changes I did were simulate physics and collision preset ragdoll. And I do simulate, and I know, right? And then again, you know, if we're in, yeah. If we're in the editor, then we can still kind of test how the physics behave as we start to apply different forces. I know, yeah, it can be a little bit depressing. It's okay. Just remember, it's a ragdoll, was never a real person, as he just slowly creeps his way down the ramp. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, good point. The other thing I was going to say, as he slowly makes his way down here, is this is another great way to test things like materials. Like you can have physical material properties. You can change friction and how different materials respond to each other. So if we wanted this to be more like ice and to slide down more, we could start to change some of those settings. If I were to type in, or it's right here, physical material override. So there's none set up here right now, but if we wanted it to be less friction, much smoother, slide down much faster, those are all things we could start to do. A lot of times if you click a drop down and you're like, oh no, we don't have any physical materials, and you're like, boy, how do I create a physical material? Oftentimes you will actually see an option at the top that says create new asset. And so if I get out of simulate mode, so this actually gets created, I could type physical material. I'd save it in probably a materials folder, right click, new folder, materials, new physical material. Maybe I'll try calling this ice. I don't actually know the prefix for physical material, but I would guess PM for physical material. And then if I do something like ice, then it's based on a physical material. A lot of times you'll see these little wizards that kind of get you started. And then it's here. We haven't done anything with it yet. It's not actually ice yet, but I could double click on that and then I can see some settings. So simplest thing I could do, change friction to 0.05. I could play with restitution if I wanted to. Great for when you have things that bounce off of it. And then if I just save that, and I'm going to just move over here, simulate, blurp, and he just slides down much faster now. There we go. I know it is a little bit sad. Okay, anyway, that's a very brief introduction to some things you can do with physics. Let's keep progressing here. Obviously, yeah, the shape and the collisions and all that matter. This next thing is about lighting. It says, hey, this room's pretty dark. There's a lot of different ways to play with lighting in Unreal Engine. You might have heard of Lumen, which is Unreal Engine's real-time global illumination system, and Mega Lights, where they want to allow you to have thousands of lights that can cast shadows in a scene. Great if you have a powerful enough computer. Terrible if you're trying to get that stuff to run well in VR or on like a phone. But easiest way to get a light into Unreal, hold down the L key. This has been around since Unreal Tournament in like 1999. Hold down the L key and click in your level, and it will create a light. Pretty cool. I just created 2 by accident. And as you start to move them around, you can see the light doing different things. A point light, which is what it creates by default, casts light in all directions. It is the most expensive light in Unreal Engine, so just be aware of that. Expensive, like it costs the most to render, because Unreal has to think about every direction it's going in. You will hear me use words like expensive and cheap a lot of times, and that's often referring to performance cost, like how many frames per second are you losing by having this feature in there. Another good way to think about it is a budget, like a grocery budget. So typically if you're trying to hit something like, I'm not going to remember this math, but like 90 frames per second, it might be like 13 milliseconds or something like that per frame. So if you have 13 milliseconds as a budget, you can think of that as like $13. And then a lot of different features in Unreal Engine will be like, this costs $1, this costs $3. And as you balance your budget, you start to decide and pick and choose what's going to be okay to have in your project if you're trying to maintain a steady frame rate. A couple quick things about lights, if you want to mess around in here for a second, is you see that we've got the default Unreal Engine intensity in details. Intensity as unitless is just Unreal Engine's weird, generic, we don't know what this is. But a few years ago, they actually started to add candelas, lumens, EV, and nits. And so if you are someone who understands how light behaves in the real world, you can actually start to make these things based on real world values. Lighting manufacturers will often provide lights that you can bring into Unreal Engine. If you're trying to mock up a physical installation, something that's actually going to exist in the real world, and you want it to match in the virtual world as closely as possible, you have these kinds of tools to make sure that that's happening. We have light color. We've got attenuation radius, how far out can the light affect the scene. We've also got temperature, if you're doing something in Kelvin, warmer versus cooler. And yeah, just mess around with that for a second, just to get a basic feel for the lights. We have lots of other kinds of lights in Unreal. We can use spotlights and rectangular lights and directional lights like the sun. We'll get to that a little bit later. One thing to note is scaling doesn't do anything with a light. If I go ahead and I'm like, oh, I want this to be brighter, so I'm going to try to scale this up. The only thing it changes is the attenuation radius, but it's not actually increasing the intensity or anything like that. It actually just makes the light more diffuse. Are you getting some BTS video? Thanks, Ani. Great. Apparently, he's now my documentarian. Great. So once you're ready there, we can hit play. Got some light in a scene. Do the same thing in the third-person template. And as I walk forward, we've got this nice little blueprint here, which we can talk more about, that is responding to me getting close to it and then allowing me to go to the next part of the level. Then we're talking very briefly about animation. where basically all it's doing is matching whatever animation I'm doing on my first person character, on this character here. Lots of animation tools in Unreal, whether you're the kind of person who likes to deal with mocap or keyframe animation. The control rig system is really excellent. And then over here, very briefly, sequencer. So the examples I was showing you again with the animatic, the short film with the superheroes, the meerkat and the eagle, that's all using the sequencer system in Unreal. And here we can see that if I walk and step on this platform, it's going to trigger this sequence that kind of flies through the scene and then brings me back over to here. Yeah, the trigger tool is definitely something I want to show you guys because there's so many instances where you're going to want to make sure when someone touches something or gets close to something, thank you for the gum, that it's going to make a certain thing happen in Unreal. So that's how that's happening. That's also the way that that door opened. Same way that that door opens, same way that that sequence starts. And then a very brief introduction to Blueprints here. Blueprints, a visual scripting language that you can use to create logic and manage events, like this switch that unlocks the door, just like what we saw before. And it says, for a challenge, see if you can figure out how to make the light above the door change color the same way the other lights do. So if I go and I stand on this button, boop, the door opens and those two lights turn green as well as the button there. I press it again, turns red. And we got some confetti on the other side. So real quick, I'll press escape. And this one isn't behaving the same way as these ones. So without knowing anything about Blueprints yet, let's see if you guys can figure this out as well. So does anyone see a difference just by clicking on these between the top one and these two ones, as well as this one? Actually, that one's different. So this one versus these two. These two on the side, they are responding. This one is not. Anyone? Anyone? Yep. That's absolutely right. So we have this section here that says trigger, and this says none, whereas these two say trigger is BP door trigger. We don't know anything about Blueprints yet, but we do see that that's different, and honestly, a lot of making Unreal Engine do what you want is those little things where you just notice, like, one of these things is not like the other. And I can just say, probably, this will work if I tell this to be BP door trigger. So I press play, I go and I stand on the door, and voila, it turns green just like the others. I solved it. I'm a master debugger. And then I can walk through here, walk through all the fun confetti, and then they just mention a couple other final things. We already talked briefly about all the templates Unreal Engine comes with, really good starting places depending on the kind of project you're going to make and what useful things you want out of the box. And then we have the sample projects, which are very robust, complete projects. Lyra is a complete third-person multiplayer shooter. Crop Out is like an RTS farming game. Stackobot, I haven't actually played with too much, but is kind of like a little platformer game. And then we've got some things that are more professional for enterprise use cases, like the Hillside sample for ArcViz. That's actually based in Montreal. This beautiful, beautiful, huge project designed by, oh my God, I can't believe I'm blanking on the name. Wonderful, wonderful architect, Moshe, sorry? No, this is from many years ago. It's Moshe Safdie, I believe, or his son. His son is Oren Safdie. His son is a playwright. We did one of his plays in my college theater troupe. His father is Moshe Safdie. He had this insane design for Montreal when he was 23, won a competition. A much smaller version of it got built. And then in the Hillside sample, they built out the full version of what he was imagining, 40 years ago. And there's some very wonderful interviews where he's tearing up to finally see this complete vision realized in Unreal Engine. And that entire project is available for you. It also includes a really robust photogrammetry scan based on, I think, like 3,000 drone photographs of what the actual version of it looks like in Montreal. And there's a pretty good digital twin of Montreal in there as well, in case you ever are pre-vising something that exists in Montreal. The game animation sample is like the third-person template, but it has much more robust, like, parkour movement stuff that's all based on the environment. The city sample, you might have seen, came out a little bit before the latest Matrix movie, where it's all running in Unreal Engine, and it's a full city. The city is procedurally generated. You can change parameters, and the entire city changes. It has traffic. It has crowds. It has a full dynamic day-night cycle where the buildings light up at night, and you can use that for anything you want. Cool, and that is our very brief introduction to getting around Unreal and touching a few of the things in it. A couple other things I want to mention, just not covered by that. One of your favorite keys besides WASD and Q and E moving around is going to be the F key. If you're like, there's an object over there and I want to navigate over to it without flying all the way over there, F for frame or focus. F will just zoom you right over to whatever object you have selected and get you nice and tight on it, however you want. A couple other ones that are useful, we've got F11, which will make you go full screen anytime you're trying to get a better sense of what something will feel like when it's in its game mode, so to speak. So the combination of doing play and F11, of course, that will make it much more like the packaged version. If you were going to package Unreal Engine, if you're like, okay, I want to send this to someone who does not have Unreal Engine installed, pretty straightforward, especially if you're doing it for the same platform you're already on. You would go Platforms, Package Project. I don't have any of these installed, so I can't do Android or iOS, but I do have Windows. Project default is fine. And then I would just say, hold on one second here as I figure out, why is that grayed out? Use project settings, development, yeah. This should be able to, it's because I have to actually select Windows. Yeah, they changed this in this version too. So you'd select the thing you want to package for, and then you have that option there, Platforms, Package Project, and then it would literally just make a standalone version of this with an exe that I could pass along to anyone. And if they're on a Windows computer, they could run everything that we just did in there without actually needing Unreal. Yes? Oh, is it different in 5.6? Yeah, like I said, they change this stuff all the time. Yes, so over here in 5.6, it's under Platforms. Platforms, Windows, and then just Package Project. Yeah, great question. That's one of the reasons I wanted to have 5.6 and 5.7 open, is like 5.7 is the future, and it just came out, and that's where you should be headed, but 5.6 is still doing a lot of things the way that a lot of earlier versions of Unreal worked. Also, just a quick note about which version of Unreal should I use? Yes, when you're trying to learn the greatest, latest features, yes, always have the newest version of Unreal installed. That's the version that Epic will also provide them of support on, because that's where everything is forward-facing. But it can also be unstable. Things can break, things can crash. Most of the work that my company's doing in VR, usually the newest things they release don't work in VR until a few versions later. So if you know the kind of project you're working on and you know what some of the key features are, you might find that it feels very unstable in the newest version of Unreal. So generally I'd say use the latest version of Unreal that your project doesn't crash in too much, which can make it difficult at the creation stage because you aren't necessarily sure yet what's going to make it crash. So a lot of times what we'll do is we'll start in a version of Unreal that feels pretty stable, maybe 2 or 3 versions back. 5.4 and 5.5 feel really good right now. And then we'll do kind of this test upgrade, and we'll try okay, we'll just get in some of the features we know we want, and then we'll try okay, does it feel okay in 5.6? Does it feel okay in 5.7? Christmas Carol, our VR show coming up in a couple weeks, that one we're still doing in 5.4. Partially because we don't really need any of the features past 5.4 yet, but also because we know it's stable and we know it's not crashing, and we're afraid to change too many variables that might make it crash. Plenty of people are still using Unreal Engine 4.27 because they don't need Lumen and Nanite and World Partition and all these other features that have come out since Unreal Engine 5. And to be clear, Unreal Engine 5 in general is heavier than Unreal Engine 4, and so often does require better quality hardware to use. Not always. With some finagling, Unreal Engine can work very well on older phones, cheap VR headsets, etc., but it does take a little more work. Yes? Great question. Yes, when you're going up, almost impossible if you try to go back. So, I wanted to make sure that, I was hoping that I could give all of you guys this intro to Unreal project, but it only exists in 5.7, and there's really no way to bring it back into 5.6. There is some exception there when it comes to code and blueprints and things like that. Some of that you can kind of copy between versions. Everything you copy in Unreal Engine, if I grab this cube, watch this. Let's find that chamfer cube. Chamfer cube in 5.7. This guy right here. So if I click this and I press Control-C, you might be surprised to find that even though we're in 5.7, if I go back over into 5.6 here, and I do Control-V, it appeared. in exactly the same location, the exact same world coordinates over in this 5.6 project as it was in 5.7. See this? 34,000, negative 2080. Same thing here. So the reason for that is because when you copy most things in Unreal Engine, here's what it looks like if I just create like a text TXT file real quick. Text document, blip. So my team usually works in Slack, and we're pasting stuff like this to each other all the time, because basically these are instructions that tell Unreal Engine, hey, put this asset here at this scale and this size and use this material. And that can work between versions fine, but only if all those things exist in both projects. You need the same material. You need the same asset. So the tricky thing is the asset itself. So I can't actually bring what's called in Unreal Engine a .uasset file, which is what meshes and textures and all those things become. You can't bring those back into an earlier version of Unreal. But if Unreal exists in two versions with all the same content, you can actually do this kind of stuff very, very easily. So yeah, so like I could give you guys this text, and you could copy that text and get the same result pasting inside your Unreal Engine project. Great question. For those that didn't hear, it was if you're going between projects, would you just be copying and pasting? What's the best way to do that? So generally, as long as you're going across the same version of Unreal Engine or you're upgrading, what you would want to be doing is using the migrate feature. So let's say I've got this 5.7 level, like the whole level, and I want this entire level to go over to another 5.7 project or a 5.8 project. 5.8, that doesn't exist, you say. Actually, it does, but only if you download the source code of Unreal Engine. Epic Games gives you all the code that makes Unreal Engine, and you can, if using the newest like public version isn't bleeding edge enough for you, you can get like the features that the developers at Epic just started touching yesterday. You can get that too by downloading the source code and compiling that. Wouldn't recommend doing that to start, but it is available for you. And a lot of times when a video game is released with Unreal Engine, they aren't using the out-of-the-box versions. They are customizing the source code and adjusting it to fit their particular needs and throwing out features they don't need and all that. But yeah, if I had this level and I wanted to bring it over to another 5.7 project or a 5.8 or 5.9, whatever, I could right-click on the level here, or sorry, this one, level intro room. And there's the thing, asset actions and migrate. Export too. I can actually export this as like an FBX file. It won't be perfect. The materials will be kind of off and all that. But if I'm like, I just want to block something out in Maya or 3ds Max, and I just need like the basic geometry here, I could actually export this as something that would be readable by other applications, even Unity. But if I do migrate, what it does is it collects all of the assets that are in the level. It does kind of a reference chain of like, what's everything touching? What material does this have? What textures does that material have? Et cetera, and it collects them all. Now you'll notice some of these things are unchecked because these are things that live in the engine folder. And so they're unchecked by default because it's like, well, as long as you're using the same version of Unreal, that stuff will already be there. But if you're like, no, the version of Unreal we're going to doesn't have the control rig or whatever, you might hit that checkbox to make sure those things come with it. So then we'd hit OK. This part's a little bit tricky because it wants you to actually say, this is the project I'm bringing it to. A lot of times I'm like passing this over to someone and it's like, it's not a specific project. So kind of the hack to get around that is, I'll do this right here. I'll create a empty folder. I call this, intro, map, level stuff. And you'll see if I try to just migrate it directly into here, it'll be like, hey, there's no content folder. Content is how Unreal knows that there's a real project there. So it's like, try again. So I was like, okay. So I was like, okay, I'll create a content folder. There's nothing in it, but I'm going to call it content. So this used to work. I could say like, look, a content folder. Aren't you happy? Now it still gets mad because it's like, we couldn't find a .u project file. The .u project file is that little blue icon thing that we clicked on to start our scene. It's this thing right here. So again, to hack it, it's like, okay, so what you want to do is you can just copy any random u.project file in here, or you create like a text file, a txt file. We'd have to find it though, so I'd go like, open a new window, because it won't show up here as a text file. I can go right click, txt, blah, 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 doesn't matter, and then just make the extension .u project. So now you're able to trick Unreal Engine into thinking there's a real project here. So we go desktop, and it's still looking for the content folder. It's not going to see the U project file, but it's going to check for it. So all you need to do is you need a content folder, and you need a .u project file, and then you click on content, and it will migrate everything into that folder. Should only take a second. And then we'll find 15 out of 591. Yeah, and it's just copying everything over, but it's keeping all those reference chains. Very, very important PSA, pay attention to this. Do not move stuff around in your Unreal Engine project inside the Explorer or the Finder if you're on Mac. Moving things around in here will break everything. Don't delete things here. Don't touch anything here unless you're copying things into it. If you're going to move stuff around, if you're like, I totally messed up my folder hierarchy, do that in Unreal Engine in the content drawer. That is the only way Unreal Engine will be able to remember how everything is connected. You'll break those reference chains where if you move your materials over here, Unreal Engine, using Windows Explorer, Unreal Engine will forget where those materials are, and you end up with all sorts of broken things. Maybe the project starts to crash. None of that's good. Okay, so as that's over here, we see intro map level stuff, content, and I have all this stuff over here. That was the file I made by accident. And so then what I would do is if I was passing this to someone on my team, I would just zip up that content folder. And then, then it doesn't matter what their project is. I can just zip that up and I can say, extract this. Everything that's in this content folder, they should move to their content folder. Hopefully you're not dealing with merge conflicts and nothing needs to be overwritten. But now everything you have, they would have too. We can also talk about things like source control, using things like GitHub and all that, if anyone's interested in that tomorrow. That's how my team works, is we're all using, I'll show you at least what GitHub looks like. We're all using an application called GitHub Desktop, which allows us to all be working on the same projects at the same time. And then I push an update, and June on my team can see it, and Dante can see it. So here, like for some of the assets I was working on, I've got this Level Up Workshop source control project as I was moving some assets between what I was doing here on my laptop and what I was doing on my office computer. But like we've got this Star Wars project that's like open source, and we were presenting it in Orlando last month. And so like this is a project that like 40 different people are touching. And so anytime someone makes an update to it, I can track the changes and make sure that everything is still clean and organized and looking good. And we can see all the different pushes and adjustments people made. Layout maps and file organization, room layout, adding atrium for the first time, et cetera, et cetera. And we can see there's an update here that I don't have, so I'd say pull. Anyway, that's a very brief introduction to source control. Important to know about if you are going to be working with a team more than just like 2 people. Cheap source control, dumb source control, if you don't want to think about it at all, something like Dropbox or Google Drive on your desktop, just put everything inside a Dropbox folder, and if everyone is syncing that same Dropbox folder, you will run into some issues because it's not going to know that 2 of you are working on the same project at the same time, but it is a way to kind of keep everyone sharing the same assets.
And the files aren't too large, or like G Drive doesn't get cavalicious about it?
It can. I mean, yeah, Unreal Engine files can be very large, but it's not going to think that any individual file is like too big to sync. Like you might do a light bake. If you bake all your lighting, that light bake file might be 5 gigabytes. Bake, yeah, baking is when, to save on performance, you might say like, well, we want the lighting to look really good, but it doesn't need to change. So if the lighting doesn't need to change in your project, you can bake it, which means that like all the shadows and all the way that the light bounces around the scene, that actually gets put into the material, like into the texture. So then Unreal Engine doesn't have to think about the shadows anymore. None of it's being processed in real time. It just becomes a part of the material. So those bake files can be really heavy, but it means Unreal Engine has a lot less to think about moment to moment in the project. If you want the whole, if you want the sun to move throughout the day and you want all the shadows and everything to change, you can't bake your lighting. But in the case where the lighting needs to basically just look good in one scenario, you're fine. Yeah. Back to the question though about migrating, the only other thing I was going to say is in addition to what I just showed, like migrating an entire level over, you can also just select like everything in your level. So if I were to grab, like if I just wanted an easy way to copy everything in this level over to another level, I could just do Control A, Control C. It's going to have all the things that I had in that text, that txt file, and then I could just go ahead and like open up a new empty level. Sure, I'll save that. And then this is a totally empty level, but I could do Control V, and I would just paste everything that was in that other level here. And it all comes right in. Same thing, too, if I did that with like the 5.7 project, which it's confused a little bit here. It thinks it crashed, but it's also still trying to load it. Come on, Task Manager. I know, yeah, so close. And by the way, like Unreal Engine is going to do weird things to you. It is going to crash. It is going to freeze. Weird things are going to happen to your assets. And again, I've been doing this for a long time. It's just par for the course. It's going to happen. And if you can build up the resilience to not get too frustrated when you've suddenly lost 3 hours of work, it's going to happen sometimes. The best thing you can do, of course, is save often, have backups of things, always have something you can revert to. Yeah, so I think in Task Manager, usually what I look at to see if something is frozen is what's happening with memory. See how here the memory isn't, well, it's changing a little bit, but it's barely changing. I'm probably okay to kill this one. Let's find out. Yeah, so we got that, and we got, oh, it thinks it's open. There, nope, it's running a startup script. That's interesting. I don't know, it's Python. Python's a big part of Unreal Engine now, but I've never seen it come up there as a startup script. Anyway, so what I was going to say is like, so if I did that same thing, so I just copied everything in that third-person level here. So I do Control-A, Control-C, and then I try to paste it here, Control-V. It's only going to be able to paste over the things that exist over here. But you'll notice these are different projects, different versions of Unreal. Some things are a little bit different. So like it can paste over the mesh, but some of the meshes have like different materials. So you can see there's some little variations there. So just the last thing I wanted to say there about like as you migrate assets from one place to another. Cool. Okay, and the last thing I want to do with the 20 minutes we have before our lunch break is to talk a little bit about kit bashing. So there is a magical kind of one-stop shop now for getting assets. I'll do it in 5.6, so we're all looking at the same thing. And it's called Fab. You do need the Fab plugin installed. You might have seen a big yellow toolbar at the top of Unreal Engine right here. Thank you, honey. It says the Fab plugin is available. Lots of people didn't know about it or actively hated it at the beginning because it was very poorly implemented. But you do want to make sure it's installed. So make sure it's installed to 5.6. When you install a plugin, you do need to restart your Unreal Engine project in order to make it active. So if this is not installed, and if you don't see this yellow bar, you just have to go into the Fab library and type the word Fab, and then you'd say install to engine here. And then once it's installed, you'd restart. So then once you're in your engine and Fab is installed and active, you would see here, Fab. And when you click that, it's going to open up this little browser thing inside your editor. And now you have millions of assets available to buy, to download for free, of all stars and stripes. We have 3D assets, materials and textures, decals, animations, yeah, and tons of this stuff is free. In fact, if I'm like, I am not spending money today, I can actually just filter everything by stuff that's free. So if I'm looking at animations, and I'm like, I gotta find some animations, I can go to more filters, price, and then this checkbox here, only show free products. Nice checkbox there.
So this is what modders are using to create assets? Like if they're modding it out of bench, civilization, or whatever.
A little bit different, yeah. I mean, modding is kind of different for every game. Even for games made with Unreal Engine, oftentimes it's done in kind of a different way. This is very much specific to getting assets into Unreal Engine for a general project. Yeah, sure. So, I see that there's something here called mocap dance moves. Basic dances, 22 mocapture dances. And you have two options here. We have add to project or add to my library. You want to add things to your library that you think you're going to be reusing, that you think you're going to be activating in other projects. Typically, until I've actually seen something, I'll start with add to project. That way I can actually see, is this good? Are these good dance moves or are they bad dance moves? So I'd click add to project, and here's what's cool, is this all downloads directly into my Unreal Engine project. This used to be much more complicated. There was a lot more friction, a lot more steps before you could actually get something like this in your project. Now it will create a folder. We'll see over here, AD basic dances. It even highlights the folder for you. So if you got 1,000 folders, it's like, hey, it's here. And we see we got a folder here for animations, one for demos. Again, I mentioned that the filter tool can be helpful if you're like, well, a lot of times these will come with like a level. And also notice the upper left, it'll say Fab if something came from Fab. So if I can type, or if I double click on Dance Showcase and save all this, this was my third person. Oh, this was just, yeah, this was that. That was the one where I just copied everything over. Thanks, Annie, that's fine. So I double click this. I'm just going to hit don't save, dance showcase. And then I see I've got a level here with all these folks down here. Yep. And right now they're not moving. Although, you know what's interesting is they actually could be moving. You can actually have mocap playback or any kind of animation. You can have it playback in editor, and actually now's a good time to show that. But of course, easiest way to actually see the stuff playing back in editor, simulate. Dancing is actually under the category of physics. So here we go. Right? So you get all these different assets, baby sharks, casual dance one. Yep, it's the three dots here to the right. I think there is also a way, if you know you're going to be using simulate a lot, to like put it up in here. I just haven't done it for a while. Yeah, casual dance, casual dance. So these are all free assets. These are free assets I could use for, and here's the thing too, is I could use this for other characters. Because I mentioned the thing about MetaHumans, all these skeletons, or all these animations now, can work on a MetaHuman skeleton, which basically includes, you know, just about any kind of character you could imagine making, as long as they're a biped. It becomes a little trickier with quadrupeds, but it is still possible. But, yes, thank you, Annie. So really quickly, if you ever find yourself like me with a lot of mocap data and you're like, I don't want to have to keep hitting the simulate button, and I do want it to play in editor, if you click on a skeletal mesh that has an animation, and we go to our favorite little details panel over here, if I type the word update, and I scroll down, we'll see under the category of skeletal mesh, there's an option for update animation in editor. And if that's checked, ooh, we're not even in simulate mode. And this dance is playing back. So it's really handy if you've got other things, like if you've got a character with some mocap and you're going to be designing, you know, a set or something based around that mocap, really handy to just be able to loop that while you're actually generating assets and placing things in your scene. And then if you have to adjust, you know, where he's located, super useful. And then we're not going to talk about cloth today or tomorrow, but there's some really beautiful cloth simulation in Unreal Engine. Similarly here, you could say update the cloth in editor. So you actually see if there's like a very important costume that's set up with a character and you want to see in editor exactly how the cloth physics are reacting to the environment, you can do that in editor too. Why aren't those on by default, you might ask? Well, it's kind of heavy to have Unreal Engine thinking about all this stuff while you're just moving around the editor. It could slow things down. So yeah, a lot of times when things are off by default, it's either because it's not set up for video games, which is usually Unreal Engine's primary use case, or it slows down the engine. But it's good to know some of these things that can happen in editor, even if they're designed for simulate or play mode. So let's just take a minute. I want everyone to just grab a couple things from Fab. So we just, in these 10 minutes for lunch, we can do a little bit of kit bashing. So try grabbing like some meshes, maybe grab an animation, grab a couple things, and let's see if we can try putting them together into one level. And then you'll have bashed your first kit, so to speak. Oh, there's no internet. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, you do need the internet for Fab. You know what you can do though, if for those of you who don't have internet, this is also a form of kit bashing. If you're able to open up any of the sample projects that we have, try clicking on one of the assets or one of the levels from one of those other projects, like the animatic or the Meerkat demo, and try migrating them over into the project you've been working in. Because whether it's coming from Fab or whether it's coming from other projects, kit bashing is just about getting things into the same location. So Fab is under the plus here, and we've got Fab. Quixel Bridge, by the way, will soon be part of Fab, but Quixel Bridge is where things like MetaHumans can come from. If you still, sorry? I'm in 6. This is 5.6. If you don't see Fab, it means the plugin is not installed, and that can be installed either up here in the Epic Games Launcher, install to engine, or under Fab Library down here, install to engine. But then you do have to restart the engine after it's installed.
Correct.
Thank you. Yeah, and you can see I've got a pretty large Fab library right now. Also worth mentioning, there are paid assets twice a month that Unreal Engine gives away for free. So you see, this is my library. 95% of these things are assets that we got for free because Epic does that twice a month. Generally, for the free assets, I don't add them to my library because I know they'll always be available. And yeah, so let's see. So I grabbed a couple characters already. Let me grab, so the mega plants things here, that's a new feature in 5.7 for really crazy large foliage and getting all that stuff working. Let me try searching for some kind of environment. VFX audio. In fact, I don't even have to filter. I can just type in, let me try the word rust. Let me see what comes up for rust. Rust debris, rust material. There we go, a rusty car. Oh, that costs money. Filter it by free. Only show free products. We got a shovel. Here we go, a rusted old warehouse. So here's a little environment, so I'll add this to my project. So I got some mocap. I've got a warehouse. Maybe now I'll find something like a Niagara effect, which I could also just filter by, I believe, particle effects. VFX. Here's the VFX category. I think the free filter resets every time. Yep. Yep.
And you're saying words. So I'm not connected to the internet.
Yep.
So what you said is go back to.
So if you're not connected to the internet, but you have the projects, that might be a question for. Yeah, where on these computers are the sample projects? Unreal Workshop. Yeah.
So Unreal Workshop?
Yeah, so you'll see Meerkat Film, Immersive Vid, ACOM Animation Sample, and ACOM Animatic Sample. So if you open any of those, and then, yeah, any of them. Open, I mean, this is supposed to be kind of like, find a fun thing. So open, I don't know, open Meerkat Film, I guess. Meerkatfilm.u project. And then just any asset in there that you're like, I want to try doing something with this. Try migrating it using the workflow from before into your existing project. So again, for those who need a refresher on that, so like let's say I wanted to bring this dance animation over into another project. So I would find casual dance here, or all of them, whatever, and I right-click, and I do Asset Actions, Migrate, save things if I need to. Shows me where all the dependencies are. And then, I was showing you earlier how to do something more generic, but if you've all created a project for today that's called, third person template 5.6 or something like that, try migrating things into that actual content folder for the actual project. So then once you start to collect things, and this can bleed over into lunch, of course, but this is just an opportunity to start to mess with things. So like, for example, I've got my dances, I've got my rusted warehouse, and that's in the fab folder here, and I'm going to do one more. Whoops. I want to just get some particle effects. So I'm going to try to take those 3 disparate assets from different projects, and I'm just going to try putting them together. So here we go. I've got some fire VDBs. These are really cool particle effects. These are actually different from Niagara. You don't even need to know that. You don't need to know what a VDB is. If you're like, this looks like cool fire, and you are connected to the internet, then you could just say add to project. You do want to be careful, though, of when things are very heavy. There should be a place where it actually does tell you the size and the version of Unreal, 5.3 to 5.6, because, yes, if something is 5 gigabytes, it might take a little while to download. I actually don't see a place where it tells you the size. So, yeah, while that's downloading, that can download in the background. I'm going to create a new level. And I'm just going to do a simple, basic new level. Basic, create. And then I'll just start to drag some of these things in. So I've got my rusted warehouse, static meshes, here it is. Drag that into my scene. It came in sideways, that's fine. So I can rotate it onto the ground. And in addition to doing things like this, I can also do this over in that details panel. Lots of things you can do with the details panel. So I want this to go negative 90 degrees, and I can move it up like this. I can also slide it here in the details panel on the z-axis like that. Something like this. And I might decide, you know what, the actual floor here is kind of getting in the way, so I might actually just delete the floor, but still use the sky, right? So I've got something like this, my warehouse, and I want someone dancing in the warehouse. So then I go to one of my dances, animations, and I've got lots of casual dances. Let's do, sure, baby shark. And maybe I'm just doing a previs. Maybe this is like maybe this is a quick scan that I did using an app like Polycam or Reality Scan of a venue where we're going to be doing some kind of improv anywhere, baby shark dance, and we're just mocking up like how this is all going to be laid out. In that case, you can do these things really quick and dirty. Of course, if you ultimately are going to be presenting this as more than a previs and it actually needs to be a final asset, then of course I'd be replacing these characters with the actual characters that we're going to be using, et cetera, et cetera. But while I'm waiting for the fire to finish, I can just confirm that if I do simulate, I've got my warehouse baby shark dancers doing their thing. Yeah. Yes?
How realistic can Unreal Engine get?
Unreal Engine can be super photorealistic with enough massaging or by just finding really good materials and scenes inside the fab store. What really sells photorealism is high-quality materials with really good textures, 4K, 8K textures, as well as the lighting and the ray tracing effects. You don't necessarily want everything in Unreal Engine to be ray traced because that gets super heavy, especially for something like VR, but like glass reflections, marble reflections, stuff like that is what really makes Unreal Engine feel good and look good. Come on, fire. Sometimes you'll import something from Fab and you'll find that you're missing a plugin in order to make it work. Unreal Engine's gotten very good about telling you, hey, you're missing a plugin, you're going to need to enable something. So you might see something pop up in the bottom right of your screen that says something to that effect. But without knowing anything about VDBs, all I see is there's a folder called effects. I've got a bunch of things called fire. I'm just going to try dragging these into my project and see what happens. Yes? Say the last part again. Yeah, when you download something from Fab, it's exactly the same as if it already existed in your project. So all the same customizations are available. You can change the materials, the geometry, just about anything you could imagine can be modified. In fact, I don't even think there's a way with Fab to like lock things off. If you're like, well, this is my very special mocap dance and I don't want anyone to be able to modify it. I choreographed it exactly like that. I don't think there's even a way to lock things off in that kind of way. What are you looking at in Apple Vision Pro?
Is there a way that people are dealing with copyright now?
With what, sorry?
Copyright, because I think about like a few years ago when there were all the suits that were happening around
Yeah.
for example, in Fortnite.
Sure. Yes, copyright is kind of at the, unless Epic catches something or receives a report of something, they typically leave it at the discretion of the people who are uploading things. So yes, there might be someone who uploads like a copyrighted dance and they're selling it on the Fab Marketplace, and until someone gives them like a takedown notice, it might still be there. But for the most part, you'll also see licensing arrangements on Fab. We'll see if we can find one right now. So like if I find a random asset, it'll also tell you things like can be used for educational projects but not commercial projects. Or if it is going to be used for a commercial project, it needs to be credited in this kind of way. So do keep track of the assets that you're getting from other people and pay attention to things like that. So like over here, this looks like a digital twin of Paris, right? And so there's there's several licenses here, UEFN, personal license, professional, and they're all different prices. And then it might be different uses, includes a reference asset. How do they know what? Sorry?
So does that mean that if I buy the personal one for free, I have less access to what I can do with than the one I paid $4.99 for?
No.
Why am I paying $4.99?
If you're a large company and they found out that you were using like the free version of their asset, they could come after you and say like, hey, you work for a multi-million-dollar company, why are you using our asset for free? That could happen, but there's no difference in what you actually get at each level of those prices. Yeah. And then you see there is actually an area in details under Fab called licensing terms, and I'm not sure exactly what the standard license is, but there will always be a link that tells you like, here's what you need to do with these assets for your projects. Absolutely. Okay, and we're just about at lunch. I did want to see if I could get this VDB to come in. Interesting to note, so this might happen too sometimes. You try to drag something into your scene and it's like, it can't drag in. So at that point, what I would do is I'd say, okay, I don't understand VDBs well enough, so I would open up one of the sample maps and see what it looks like inside the sample map, dance test. And that might take a little bit to load. So we'll pause there and break for lunch. And I'm happy to answer questions during lunch. I'll keep kit bashing a little bit more. You're welcome to kit bash more. And if anyone runs into weird issues while they're kit bashing, let me know. But thank you. That's the end of part one. We're 1/4 of the way there.
You need better set up for speed level platform and get it moved out quickly on the right levels.
Welcome back. Let's do this.
Woo! Yeah.
I'm gonna shut the lights in.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We are back. Thank you, Jackie.
Woohoo. Cool. Hey guys. So I figured I'd give us a little crash course in MetaHumans, and then we'd start with some materials and lighting, and maybe talk a little bit about mocap. Just seeing if this is set up the way I think it is. Yeah. So what you'll see here is me created as the Unreal Engine MetaHuman type. The way that you turn yourself into a MetaHuman is with some neutral poses. And then you also do a teeth pose, where Unreal Engine won't actually show the teeth, but we'll actually use that as the information when it rigs everything up. There's a few different ways to create yourself as a MetaHuman right now, but the easiest one, honestly, is using an app called LiveLink Face, which works on phone and Android. LiveLink Face, yeah, let me show you where to get it. Should be available for Android and iOS. LiveLink Face. Unreal. Sorry? Oh, the monitor's not on. Can we get this monitor on? Thank you, thank you. LiveLink, yeah, L-I-N-K. Yeah, so LiveLink is something you'll hear a lot about with Unreal Engine, especially when it comes to mocap, as LiveLink is the protocol that Unreal Engine uses to connect a lot of different devices to the Unreal Engine ecosystem. And when you get real advanced, you can even build your own LiveLink plugin to send data from just about any software to Unreal. So yeah, so my company does a lot of stuff with various tools that use OSC, for example. And I'll give you just a quick story. So we worked on a production of Chekhov's The Cherry Orchard with Mikhail Brishnikov and Jessica Hecht. It was at the Brishnikov Arts Center in New York City. And there were all these things that needed to happen both physically in the actual theater for the audience who was there in the scene, as well in the actual theater, as well as the virtual audience. So those are people all over the world. So OSC, Open Sound Control, as many of you may know, is a protocol that isn't just for sound. It can be used for all sorts of different commands. And so very similar to how the LiveLink Face app actually sends OSC data about what your face is doing to Unreal, we had all these ways of sending the same cue to the physical console board using things like QLab inside the actual physical theater, and that same signal would go out to Unreal Engine to all the people around the world in this multiplayer experience, and they would get a cue at the same time, which would trigger something different, but the core data packet was the same. So we'll do that part in just a second, but I wanted to start with just getting into the world of metahumans, because it used to be that if you wanted to create a metahuman, you would do it online. There was a very nice, robust way to create metahumans. You can still do it that way. In fact, I'll pull that up in the background just so you can see it. But it is now deprecated. For those who haven't heard that word before, it means that it is not going to be supported moving forward in the world of Unreal Engine. But what's cool about it is it does what's called pixel streaming. Pixel streaming is remote rendering. It's when you are running a computer in the cloud instead of the one locally. You know, for those who remember, like Google Stadia, or even now we have NVIDIA GeForce Now and Luma from Amazon, Xbox Cloud Gaming, etc. And those are all basically ways to use your browser as a portal to connect to a more powerful computer somewhere else. So I'll show you what it looks like when you try to use metahumans that way, which still works. It's just kind of the deprecated way to do it. One thing you're going to want to check before this next section is in your Epic Games launcher. And sorry, again, if anyone doesn't have internet, you might have some trouble here, but give this a try anyway. So with 5.6.1, go down to Options, and just make sure you have MetaHuman Creator Core Data installed. That's what we need in order to use metahumans locally. Yeah, so 5.6.1, hit the drop down and hit Options. Yeah, so in 5.5, just to give an example here, you don't see that here, because up until 5.5, metahumans were still handled by the online system. Now they try to give you everything locally. So if you have that, and when we go into our third-person template project, there'll be some fun things we can do. What you're going to do under plugins in your project is you'll type in the word MetaHuman. And actually, yeah, so I've already got all these things checked because this is my kind of like, here's where we're going. Let me do this in the sample project that we were just in. So we're all on the same page, recent projects, Intro to Unreal 5.6. So I'll enable all these things with you. In the meantime, I'm getting Unreal Engine going in the browser, 693. One cool thing about this laptop is I have this tiny little mini screen at the bottom, which is also touch sensitive, so I can draw, use a Wacom tablet or something like that, or a pencil to be, a tablet pencil, a stylus. Stylus is the word I wanted to say if I want to do some drawing or something like that down here. Da, 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 da. Letting that load. Yeah, so yeah, now they tell you like, hey, if you want to use metahumans, download Unreal Engine. And then there's all sorts of plugins. Marvelous Designer, I'll just mention this now because we won't have time to go into costume design as much as I'd like. Really wonderful integration for actually creating clothing, very similar to the way you would create clothing in real life, and then bringing that over into Unreal. We first started using Marvelous Designer in 2021. We were working with the costume designers from Actors Theater of Louisville who had laid out beautiful designs in the way they typically would for the production of Christmas Carol, that we did both with them physically on their stage and the VR version, and we basically translated all the same, I don't know the correct terminology, but like all the layouts and the way that you'd actually cut the fabric and all that. We were able to bring a lot of that one-to-one into Marvelous Designer to then create the digital versions of the costumes, which we then use in our production of Christmas Carol. Oh, and here's another, yeah, here's also the link for LiveLink Face and Android as well. So metahuman.com/download should also take you to that. And I just wanted to do the MetaHuman creator online thing. MetaHuman creator. Let's try that. Yeah, we do not support this device. That's weird. MetaHuman.unrealengine.com. You'll often get prompted with like EULAs and things like that as well. You're saying like, I promise Epic I'm not going to take this into another application without permission. Because MetaHumans can, by default, live inside Unreal fine. But if you're going to take it to like Unity or something like that, you need extra permission, and sometimes you have to pay licensing fees to Unreal. I just signed in. What are you doing? Oh, it's not even right. Okay, we'll let that go in the background next time we're waiting for things to load. Okay, so we're in here. We're all in some version of this third-person template map. Go into our plugins, enable, just to make it easy, everything that has the word MetaHuman. Bop, 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 bop. Yeah. The plugins section, because we haven't really talked about this yet, so Unreal Engine comes with tons and tons of plugins. You download plugins as well, just like with the Fab Marketplace, and they all do different things. For anyone who's used Unity, this is a lot like the package manager, and by default, most of them are off because you don't need them. But you enable these things to basically awaken different parts of Unreal Engine's, sleeping giant of a tool base to say, actually, I do want to use these tools. So the MetaHuman stuff is off by default because, it can certainly balloon the size and RAM usage and complexity of your project, but these are all the kind of things you might want to touch once you actually want to play with MetaHumans. So I'll do restart. We're also going to get another message about some project settings that will need to be changed. Again, Unreal Engine's gotten much better over the years about telling you, hey, if you want to use MetaHumans, you need this groom setting activated, you need this skeletal mesh setting activated. And usually it just, you have to notice those pop-ups in the bottom right and say like, yes, I agree, I do need those things, and then it will prompt you to restart. You will find yourself restarting Unreal Engine a lot. There's not a lot of things that are kind of hot swappable while you're still inside the engine. Although, going back to our last session about fab and kit bashing and migration, migration is actually something you can do while the engine is active. You can have two projects both open at the same time, migrate from one to the other, and then actually actively be inside there doing something fun without having to restart the engine. One thing I want you guys to be careful with during this section is there's something kind of weird going on with one of the EULAs. And it happened to me on this laptop, not my other computers, where I guess I didn't accept a EULA fast enough, or I clicked the wrong thing, and now every time I try to do certain things with MetaHumans, it just gives me an error saying EULA not accepted, but it never prompts me again to accept that EULA. I've alerted Epic to this, and they are aware it's a problem. There is not a fix available yet. So if we hit that part here, I'll just remote into one of my other computers to make sure we're on the same page. Security. By the way, while this is loading, did anyone kit bash anything fun? Downloading things from Fab in the last section? Cool. I got a few nods. Nice. Good, good. Oh, and one thing that we talked about right as lunch was starting, just to clarify, because I went and showed you kind of the hacky way to migrate assets out of Unreal if you don't have a specific place for them to go. But the way Unreal Engine typically wants you to migrate things is the more straightforward thing. You know, if you want this particular texture, and I go Asset Actions, Migrate, grabs the thing, you don't have to go through all those steps of changing, creating a content folder in a .u project file if you actually have a project you're going to. So if I'm in 5.6, Intro to Unreal 5.6, and I want to bring it to my 5.7 project, I can literally just go to the content folder there and click Select Folder, and that's it. Then it's all migrated over to the other thing. Also, something confusing is Unreal makes it look like we just moved that file, like it's gone now. It's not gone. For some reason, once you do that migration, though, it temporarily disappears, and I guess maybe they thought that would be like a useful visual cue. I think a lot of people thought it was like a cut and paste instead of a copy paste, but that's not actually what's going on. Okay, so if everything is restarted, and you got Unreal Engine open, and you don't need Fab, and we've got Unreal loaded in, oh, I lost my other browser here for MetaHuman. Still loading, weird. Okay, there we go, yeah, yes, continue, right account. I also wouldn't put it past Epic that like just, today or something, they might have actually like closed down the online version of doing MetaHumans, because I swear this was the page where you could actually do MetaHuman Creator. Let me try Create. Yeah, get MetaHuman. Read the docs, get the tutorial, get the plugins. I think they might have removed it. Well, okay, I guess we're going to do it the way Epic wants us to, which is fine. It just means you need a computer that has everything working. Okay, so once you've got everything set up here, we're going to create a new folder, and we'll call it something like MetaHuman Sandbox or something like that. Just a place to start to play with this stuff. We'll start with the simplest version, which is basically what you would get with the online version. We'll right-click inside our content folder. Oh, and I'm going to make my widget a little bit bigger. I think maybe I had it a little too big before, so I'll go with like 1.25. 1.2. 2 is fine, yeah. Just make the text a little bigger. So we'll right-click, and we'll go to MetaHuman. And you'll see these are all the core assets we're going to potentially touch. They're pretty self-explanatory. MetaHuman identity is what you use when you are that's funny. This particular box goes right in my face, so it feels like an extra spotlight. MetaHuman identity is how you say, like, this is a person I'm creating based on, like, a real face or something like that. And then performance and character are set up for when you're actually doing, like, a mocap session. Same capture sources, like, same but a little bit different. You'll see. We're going to start with MetaHuman character. And we'll call this MH for MetaHuman test character. And we're not going to do anything particularly custom yet. We just want to kind of see the fastest path toward having a character that doesn't look like Murderbot inside of our scene. So once you've done that, double-click it. And here's the pop-up, missing project settings. And you say, OK, that's fine, that's fine. So as soon as this stops loading, we'll say enable missing, and we'll have to restart the engine again. That's OK. But what you're seeing here, these are what we call CVARs, which is short for console variable. And it's basically all these little switches that get turned on. I'm actually wearing a shirt under my sweater that says there's a checkbox for that, which is a little inside joke for everyone who uses Unreal, where oftentimes when someone's like, I'm really struggling with getting XYZ to work, usually someone can say, there's a checkbox for that buried somewhere inside the console variables and project settings. So I'll say enable missing, and then I'll restart. Oop, restart now. And then we'll go back to this window. Save your character.
Does Unreal require a prefix in your file name? Because I'm noticing that you're being really specific and you didn't sort of talk about naming convention. But does it actually help the engine?
Great question. To my knowledge, Unreal Engine does not care what you name your files. It's really a human, like, so I can remember where these things are and how to find them. That's where and I'll show you real quick what the Michael Aller style guide looks like. Again, I'll give you guys links to all this when we're done. But this has become, it's funny because this was made not by anyone at Epic. This was just made by a third party, very diligent person who decided to go through every possible asset you could have in Unreal Engine. And just decide, exactly, just for the good of, I'm sure his own workflow, and then all the other people of the world decided to be like, here are the prefixes and suffixes to use for everything. And then Epic Games was eventually like, yeah, that looks good. Let's just all follow suit with that. So yeah, it's the UE5 style guide. Makes me think of, what's it, like Stronk and White or something like that. Great. So. Creator coordinator. Yeah, so I'm just curious if they make any mention here, again, while we're just reloading, of how to do everything online now, but it looks like they've really just removed that. Okay, I'm going to stop trying. Yeah. Once again, change my widget reflector. 1.2 is fine. Okay, so now we open up our test character. So you'll see this fun, shapely, with lots of colors, very Frankenstein monster kind of setup. And it's actually useful because if you learn a lot about the MetaHuman DNA, and they actually do use that term DNA, these are all the different kind of segments that get resized and adjusted in different ways when you're creating the MetaHuman before we start to actually think about like skin and hair and all that kind of stuff. Grooms is the term in Unreal Engine. And we can zoom in and zoom out with the right mouse. We can rotate with the left mouse. And we've got some different lighting setups in here, which are kind of cool. I'll show you some really nice lighting packs for MetaHumans that I often use when I'm just doing a quick little test scene. And the first thing we're going to want to do is go to the presets. So these are the things that you would normally start with online. These are all the characters. These are all actually real people who, with consent and I'm sure payment, Epic did scans of all these people capturing their skin textures, did very, very complex remakes of their hair and things like that. And so this is the core DNA that all MetaHumans are based on these different body types and eyes and skin and all of that. And once you double click on any of these, we'll load up one of these as an example. And that's a starting point. So from here, once it loads, we'll also be able to adjust, cheekbones, eye color, hair type, etc., all from within the editor. Here we go. So it takes a second to load up. And they've got kind of this default outfit on, but one of the things you can download from places like Fab are different outfits. So we'll also take a brief look at how to just grab some other clothing. Some is paid, some is free, and just start to put other things on here, because that's one of the things that you could arguably say got worse going from the online version of MetaHumans to the desktop version. With the online version, they gave you actually quite a few clothing options, and you could select those and put textures on a t-shirt and all that. Now they've really simplified that here, which just means that you really don't get a lot of clothing options from the start, really just this kind of white t-shirt and shorts kind of setup. And what's cool about MetaHumans is there's a lot of different scalability. So what we have with hair right now here, this is what we call a groom, an alembic groom, if you want to be even more precise. And if we zoom in really close, everything from the eyelashes to the hair strands, exactly, oh my God is right. There's a lot of detail with like every little bit of this, and it looks great. It can be very expensive to render. So thankfully, because eventually Unreal Engine decided, hey, we want to have MetaHumans inside of Fortnite, and that meant that there was no way that they could have like the cinematic quality versions of MetaHumans running. And so they actually created a way to optimize these so that it actually can be something that can run on like a mobile phone. So we have access to that as well. We can create any kind of character we want, and then we can export it at a very wide variety of quality levels to be used in different scenarios. And then that same animation, like not only the textures and the hair, like the hair goes from grooms to what are called hair cards, which are much simplified versions of hair. Everything becomes a format that is still usable across all those different versions. So let's take mocap, for example. So I have a mocap capture, that's redundant, a motion capture file that is running, it looks great in a cinematic version, and I now want to make that run on a phone where the MetaHuman is going to be much simpler. It's going to be 30 polygons instead of 500,000, but even though things like the bones are reduced, Unreal Engine knows how to translate all that data pretty well. You'll see some slightly funky things sometimes where they're like always on their tiptoes, but for the most part, like all that data will work across all the different versions. So I'm going to keep talking like as we go through here, but while we're here, like feel free to keep playing with stuff. You can change the LOD levels sometimes once you're past the presets. Hair cards are what I mentioned compared to grooms, so you can see as this loads. So this is much simpler for the hair. But once the shader loads, it doesn't look that terrible, especially when you're further away, and it's way less expensive to render. So what's going on here is these are basically a bunch of little pieces of geometry with PNGs and transparency, which create like a very similar look at a much, much lower cost to render. And yeah, you can play with different lighting settings. And then if you want to do kind of like a lighting only mode, just to focus on lighting and not some of the other colors there, you can do skin. We can look again at the topology, all that. And then there's a few different camera options as well. You want to focus on the face, the whole body, what they look like from farther away, inside our little MetaHuman studio here. That's all available. And then we have quality here too, medium, high, epic. So let's go back to the face. Not portrait here, face. So we're zoomed into the face. And you can see here, if we go to medium, right? So we still got like normal maps and everything. But again, we're creating something that is far, far simpler to render. And you can see there's more aliasing here. Everything's a little more jaggy. But from a distance, you know, you get far enough away, it's going to look okay. And there are, like, I don't quite love what happens with the hair when you're too far away. For anyone who's interested, I can show you one of my little tricks for getting the hair cards when you're at a lower level of quality to look better. It's like a dithering thing. Yeah, so that you can see most things right here in the editor before you even modified things, except for the LODs. For some reason, that seems to require creating your own custom version first, and then you'll be able to go to that. I should also mention what LODs are. Apologies sometimes if I'm using terminology where you're like, Alex clearly thinks I know what this means. LOD stands for level of detail and is often used in video games to denote changing to a different version of a model as you get further or closer to it. So you might have, let's say, a rock, and you're in a driving game, so you're moving very, very fast. And when that rock is a mile down the road, it's going to be like 3 polygons. It might even be a flat plane. And so we might call that like LOD7 or LOD8. Then you get a little bit closer, it becomes a basic mesh. Maybe it's got like 20 polygons, then it becomes 50, then it becomes 200. And eventually you're right up next to it, and it's 100,000 polygons because you're trying to make it look as good as possible. But you're swapping between each of those in such a way where the pixel density of the screen isn't really going to allow you to notice that it's swapping the models. Is there any downside to having lots of LODs? Yes, RAM, memory, there's more things that a game or an experience need to have kind of ready to swap to, because you don't want to spend time loading each of those LODs, so they basically all need to be loaded at once. But you know, it's the typical way most video games work. For anyone who's heard of Nanite, Nanite is Unreal Engine's way of doing automatic LODs, where you don't have LODs at all. It actually just changes how much geometry is displayed entirely based on your distance from the screen, and Unreal Engine makes up its mind for that for you. The only downside of Nanite, besides, again, lots of potential RAM usage, is it has a minimum system requirement. You're not going to be able to use Nanite in VR or on a smartphone or anything like that. It does require like a fairly beefy computer. Okay, so we've got some presets there. Let's make a couple adjustments before we export this. I'll go back to an epic quality setting. So if we go to blend, I don't know a lot of people who use blend, but I'll just walk you briefly through what all these are. Blend allows you to grab different characters and then blend between them. So you can do that with the body. You can also do that with the face. The face will be a little bit easier to tell. So let me grab a couple more here. Dominic, Celeste. So once I've got these 3 other characters here, you notice I have these little handles here. And as I grab each of these handles, as I move my mouse up, left, and right, I'm basically triangulating between these 3 characters. You know, so I can imagine certainly like an art piece where like the point of it is actually, you know, kind of blending between other people or something like that. But I'm not sure how many people actually would use this to help design the character that they're after, unless they're like, wow, Dominic has really beautiful eyes, and I really want to make sure the eyes look like Dominic's with a hint of Celeste's eyes or something like that. But those are options, and you can do the same thing with the brows and all these other places. I am much more likely to be in the transform section, or the sculpt section, where you can really start to get into more detail with exactly what everything is going to look like. Let's go to transform, and you see that we can actually grab each of these and just kind of start to move them around. Yeah. Yeah, and I know, and you can make some pretty freaky looking characters. It used to be that metahumans could only work within the parameters of like what a human face typically would look like. Now they let you get much more abstract. So I'll show you the biggest thing that changed, which is the ability to adjust the eye size, which should be, I could have sworn that was under transform, but I could be wrong. If I change, oh yeah, there we go. So if I go to scale, it should be scale here. So if I, well, that's just the gizmo. If I go here and I try to make the eyes bigger. No, that's the, I just did this last night. Yeah, so that's where they are. Translate, screen space. So screen space and translate are just based on whether it's local coordinates or where they are on screen. But I wanted to show you guys at least making the eyes big because that was something that wasn't possible before. There we go, yes. Right, so a little bit freaky, but this would be the first step toward making like a more of like an anime style character or something that isn't trying to be as realistic as the others. And especially once you start to go to some lower quality settings and you start to change how things are shaded, you know, like a toon shader, for example, you can start to create something that feels a little bit more like it's a different style from the MetaHumans that are trying to look realistic. So again, I was doing that with transform, clicking on the eyes, but you can do it with other things as well, and then just starting to drag, you know, some of these elements. So we could do change in the mouth, change in the nose, and we're doing that for the face right now, but we could also do it for, you know, other parts of the body as well, arms and all that. And yeah, so speaking of the body, if we go to body here and we go to model, you'll see this is where we have tons of options for like all these different little elements that we can start to adjust. Again, very stylized. We have masculine, feminine, muscularity, fat, height, and then all these different things we can start to go back and forth with. And again, this is where you could create something much more stylized. You want to make like a Mr. Incredible kind of triangle body, yeah, you could do something like that. Some of these adjustments kind of affect other things as well. You can also make things symmetrical or asymmetrical. But just start to play with some of these and start to build some kind of character that you think you might want to mess with a little bit today and tomorrow.
So when you pin,
Yep.
that means that that particular value is going to stay at that state regardless of what you do anything else?
That's a great point. You know, I've never even noticed the pin options here. Well done. I think those are new because, yeah, those weren't on the online version. But yeah, if that pin is behaving the way other pins behave in Unreal Engine, it's probably a bit like a padlock. Like it's going to make sure that that value stays the same, which is really good if you don't want that value to adjust with other ones that would normally affect it. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, so I'll show you an example of that. So the model, well, gotta wait for this to finish loading. There we go. Okay. So yeah, so I'll show you very briefly. Keep messing with that. But I've got this 3D model that I made of my own face using reality scan. Happy to show you guys how that works. So the original version, oops, not in that project. It's in, nope, I gotta open it again. I'll do it from here. Level Up Workshop. Yeah, when that loads, I'll show you how you can start to do this with your own meshes as well. But while we're still over here in the world of MetaHumans, once you get a character who you're feeling pretty happy with, I'll show you the next steps. Oh, and let's actually, before we do something there too, let's pop up Fab real quick and see if we can import a different outfit, so they're not all just wearing a white t-shirt and white shorts. Because yeah, now there's this new asset type starting in 5.6 called an outfit, and that is like specifically clothing for MetaHumans. So I'll minimize this for a second. We'll open Fab back up. Come on, Fab. It's thinking. Error, that's fun. An error occurred during client initialization. There we go. All right, so now if I go down to, might be under 3D, characters and creatures, oh, clothing and accessories, there we go. Clothing and accessories, so I'll just be in that category for a moment. You can see a lot of them cost money. Once again, we'll use our favorite checkbox, price, only show free products.
So people are just making these and putting them up there.
Yep. Yeah, and it is having kind of the same problem a lot of other things do with kind of a flood of AI-generated assets, many of which are low quality. But see here, we've got like a streetwear parametric outfit That looks pretty cool. We've got this MetaHuman techwear one. So, you can grab one of these, for example. And what's cool about the outfits is just like how the MetaHuman skeleton is set up to scale to a very wide variety of body shapes and types, the outfit asset is set up for that too. So this same outfit can work on little Ani Dwarf as well as Andre the Giant. So we're here, and I can go ahead and say add to project. Yeah. And by the way, when in doubt, if you're just testing things, if an asset is actually being provided by Epic Games, good chance that it's a solid asset, because there's not like a crazy QA review process when you're submitting things to Fab, so you will find some crappy products on there, and if something is going wrong, it's not necessarily your fault. It could mean someone just uploaded something that wasn't that great. Cool. Okay, so it says asset has been imported with no messages. That's good news. Green checkboxes are always good. So now I can come out of Fab, and I can probably find it here under Fab MetaHuman techwear outfit. Looks good. And we see that we have that outfit asset. So what we can do is we can open up our character here, and we can go down to, it's a little hard to see, but hair and costumes. We'll play with the hair a little bit as well. But yeah, that's hair and clothing, hair and clothing. And so if we minimize hair, minimize eyebrows, eyelashes, mustache, kind of feels like outfit should be in its own category. Exactly. You have to go all the way down here to outfit clothing. And then it says drag a folder of compatible assets here. The UX of this isn't great because now you have to like minimize this, and you have to make sure this window is open, and you have to drag the outfit in here. And the weird thing here is it tells me this object already exists. Okay, well then why can't I see it? So I just go ahead and I say overwrite, and then it'll pop up here, so we can see that, and I can double click on it. Thank you. They can hear me, Ani, don't worry, but thank you. And there we go. So now we've got the outfit on here. It'll take a second to adjust. It always starts off in kind of this like slightly funky looking version as it's like conforming to the character and whatever size the character is. But we can see in real time, if I go back to the body and I start to play with something like height, I go model, and then we should have height right here. So as I make her short, we'll see that that outfit's actually going to adjust to that different height. Fitting outfit to body mesh. Pretty cool. And then a lot of times the outfits have, cloth physics and dynamics, and this is wool and this is cashmere, and like they'll all respond in different ways. Yeah, I mean, while we're waiting for this to load, I'll mention that I was lucky to speak out in Belgrade last year for an event called Unreal Day, and there's a company there called 3Lateral. So 3Lateral was and are kind of the preeminent experts in the world at digital humans, and Epic Games acquired them. They bought them specifically because they wanted to start creating this really robust system for creating digital humans. And so the internal team at Epic Games, 3Lateral, and then another company called Cubic Motion is this really robust, best-in-class digital human makers who all work under the same roof and have all been like squarely focused on MetaHumans for Unreal Engine since about 2019. Yeah, so they keep adding new features all the time. It's a little bit hard to keep up with. Like this workflow is totally different from what it was a year ago, but I'd say it's generally constantly getting better, and it's all free. That's the cool thing. It's like none of this costs any money, and all of us artists don't have to worry about spending an arm and a leg to try a thing out that's going to be for a free art show or something like that. So that's kind of cool. And I'm trying to remember what we need to do to get that to adjust correctly. Sorry? I know, this poor person, I know. It's like our poor ragdoll guy earlier. Now that I've made my point about like adjusting the height, there we go, we'll stretch her out a little bit. Now we got like a Navi avatar kind of thing, that's fine. Yeah. You can make the neck really long, you can flatten the nose. I'm sure someone has made like a full avatar Navi recreation in here, yes? They blew open? Oh, they won't open. You're just double clicking on them and they're not showing up? Oh, interesting. What's the error say? Let me come take a quick look at that because I'm curious. Has anyone else seen an error when they click on some different assets in there? Let's see. Error says, test character can't apply wardrobe item, twisted braids. And then we say, MH groom head does not match the standard MetaHuman typology. So that's weird. So it thinks that, basically it thinks this isn't a MetaHuman, even though it clearly is. So that's not the hair you were clicking on?
Now, so go on this one.
Oh, that one. Interesting, yeah. Okay, that's fascinating. Let's just try this one here just to see if it's happening with multiple ones or just that one.
And a different,
Yeah, that seems like a, yeah, so I think that's an Unreal Engine problem. Like they did something wrong with the groom and it's not connecting to that yet. Thank you for flagging that though. Because again, I can report this stuff back to Epic and let them know. Okay, so yeah, keep playing with your character till you're happy. Feel free to play with things like the eye color. There's a lot of details you can get into here. I mean, you can like look at this. Like I can get like super detailed about exactly like what's going on with the teeth. And if I go to the face here, face, and I'll make the quality a little higher. Tons of detail. Look at those gums. Yeah, so just, you know, bringing this up to show that there's like a ton of detail. You can do like, for those who don't know, Tom Cruise has like a weird center tooth thing. You can do that. Pardon me. Yeah, there's a lot of thought put in this stuff. You do like the freckle amount, obviously like the skin tone. A lot of options there. And then there's this body texture index. You'll see the same thing for the face. So these are all different scans of the different people who were metahumans. Oh, this is for the face, or sorry, this is for the body, so you're not seeing a lot of the skin down here right now. But yeah, it would be changing what's on the hand. For the face, it'd be the same thing. I think just over on head. Head, teeth and eyelashes. No, not there. Global, upper torso, neck, arms, legs. Yeah, there's another parameter like that specifically for changing the skin texture. Maybe it is under materials, because that is a material. I don't know why I have to keep changing the body mesh. And yeah, usually by now it would have turned this into something that looks a little more form-fitting, but we should see it okay once we're done. And yeah, while that's going in the background, I'm going to pull up my other computer where I'm not going to hit the EULA error that I'm going to run into in a moment. Yeah, so freckles, skin. Oh, there we go. That was what I was missing. Body texture index and face texture index. So yeah, each of those are a number because it's actually giving you the different textures from the real people who got scanned. So let's look closely here. The freckles are a separate parameter, but besides that, if I change the face texture index, you can see there's like a lot of different options here. I think generally they go from younger to older, but I'm not even sure if that's quite right. But you can see there's over 100, yeah, there's 152 different face scans available. Yeah. I'm not sure about that, but I think once we get to some stage here, we'll see it will look correct. It's like it just hasn't fully refreshed. It might.
Just because it's not, so what you're saying is just because it's not fully showing there.
Yeah, it will. Yep.
By the time I get it to where it needs to be,
It will, yeah, exactly. So I'll go ahead and the next thing I'll do is I'll hit create full rig, and you're welcome to do that now if you're ready. And that should turn this all into like a fully rigged out character with the right skeleton. Has anyone made anything like real nightmare fuel? Just curious. Nice, great. Okay, so I'll hit create full rig. Yeah, and this is giving me a little warning saying like, hey, we really want you to have 10 gigabytes of memory to do this. You've only got 2 gigabytes. Also, when I try to do this, it'll give me this EULA error, so I won't do it there. I'm going to do it on my other computer.
So, okay, so
Yep.
seeing that suggests to me, like I think about my machine at home.
Sure.
I'd be able to make 2 people.
Right.
Like the things that we were doing earlier, are they happy as well, the environment?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just kind of suggesting to me that the minimum requirements are like,
Which is why I was hoping that they still gave a cloud option for some of this stuff to just do it in a browser, because it is a pretty high bar just to do this stuff locally. Yeah. Say again? In 5.7 it does, not 5.6 though. Yeah, sorry. They just added it for 5.7. Okay, so yeah, so go ahead and hit create full rig. Then after it creates the rig, you can do a version of the textures at different resolutions. 8K, of course, very, very high quality. 2K, more acceptable for something simple. And yeah, it'll get mad because, again, I haven't accepted the UL and all that. And then the last step, once you're totally done, is you go down to assembly, the bottom left here, and then you decide what quality level you want. So cinematic, that's like the highest quality. You're going to have close-ups at 8K resolution for a movie in IMAX. Optimized is what I typically use. One is for UEFN, and one is if you're going to be taking this over to Maya or some other DCC tool. DCC stands for Digital Content Creation, but I typically would go with optimized. And then even with an optimized, you have a few different levels of quality. Low, I'd only go with optimized low if you're hitting like very, very low quality specs, because it's not going to look great. I typically go UE optimized and then high, because we're targeting like VR platforms and stuff like that. But just so you know, when you go cinematic complete, it's going to be like maybe 3 or 4 gigabytes for that one character, whereas UE optimized high might be like 100 megabytes total. So pretty significant difference. So I can't do this here because it says the character's not rigged. Again, it won't let me create the rig, and I'm not going to do that because it'll get angry. Let's check over here if that's loaded yet. Yes. Okay. So let's go ahead and make this bigger. 1.25. Great. So I get the same character on my other computer who will rig. Oh yeah, and going back to that other question about doing a character based on you. So I imported this mesh of me. Where are you? Alex V1. Grabbed this off of Sketchfab. Actually, I'll show you the raw version first. So I'm happy to show anyone who wants to know how to do these kinds of scans, how to do them. So basically you do 3 loops. Oh, and if I turn off nanite, nanite is what's causing kind of the weird shapes there. Nanite support off, save, or apply. Where's apply? Apply changes. Right. So you can see pretty good scan of me. This was just my wife walking around in 3 circles, basically taking pictures as she goes, a middle one, a top one, a lower angle one, and then just creates some of this extra geometry. So that's where we can start to use some of the modeling tools in Unreal Engine, which we'll discuss. So that was the raw version, and then I cleaned it up a little bit. It doesn't have to be perfect, but just enough to get rid of everything. For MetaHumans, they really don't like hair. They want you to be as bald and hairless as possible in order to get the face shape. But basically, I used this 3D model to create a MetaHuman version of me, which still doesn't look that much like me because there's limited hair options and skin tones and things like that. But you can use that as kind of a starting point if you are trying to get close to someone. When you see a MetaHuman that really looks like someone, like there's one of Andy Serkis and one of Keanu Reeves and Carrie-Anne Moss, et cetera, those were done at a higher level of fidelity by taking this stuff out to Maya and making like a bunch of more fine-tuned adjustments. So yeah, so the version of me that we'll see here in a moment is from Alex Video. Yeah, there we go. So you got this one here. And just a reminder for anyone who's trying to export, the 2 things you have to do is create full rig, and then you go to assembly, and then you pick your options here and you hit assemble, and it will create the MetaHuman asset that you can then use. Yeah, and I have 2 MetaHumans here. One is based on the video, the MetaHuman Live Link face thing I set up, and the other one here is based on the 3D model. And you can see I've got one of that same outfit kind of conformed, working pretty well, et cetera. And then from assembly, after I did create full rig, I was able to assemble this into a final character. And then the final character, I can do all sorts of things with, and he gets put over here in the MetaHumans folder, and I can drag him into the scene like this, and do all the same kinds of animations and whatnot that I have with my other characters. So as an example, so if anyone was able to create a MetaHuman, and they want to just bring them into their scene, you'll notice that when you click on the MetaHuman, I'm going to make this even bigger because that text is very small. Debug, widget reflector, 1.5. A few of the options you have here are live link subject, so that's it when you're going to start puppeteering them in real time. Use live link, use ARKit, et cetera, et cetera. And if you just want to see like a simple animation, I can go to body here, and I can say use animation asset. And you'll recall that I downloaded a bunch of dances before. That was in the other project. Here I've got some of these different Scrooge animations, which may or may not work. I'll try popping one on. And then I'll do that thing that we saw for update in editor. Update animation in editor. Oh yeah, that looks great. Fantastic. Yeah. So sometimes the skeletons don't match correctly. We had a question earlier during lunch about like what happens when you've got like a skeleton that doesn't quite match the way you want it to. Well, we have some different ways to tackle that where we can retarget an animation to basically find the right shapes and all that. We'll cover that in a little bit. But yeah, so you can do animation asset and try to put some things on here and see. I mean, I could try a couple others to see if anything else looks a little better. Yep. I would do optimized and do high. Yeah, optimized high is kind of my choice. Oh, this looks like something. Great. Okay, so that looks like a position. Are you playing? Are you playing? Oh, I think that's the face. Yeah. Fun. I wonder why you're not playing Mac, though. Oh, I see, because this one is only set up for the face. So yeah, so this one actually wants to be on the face. So same idea here. I could click on the face asset here in details. For MetaHumans, the face and the body are two separate assets. And sometimes you'll end up with issues where like the head or the face is kind of detached from the body. And there's a few different ways that you start to fix that. Let me see if I can get one of these to play back. Play in editor. Oops, update in editor. Update in editor. Nope, that doesn't want to click. Yeah, so there's something going on here. It's definitely not the original animation, but he's moving and his face is moving, so stuff is happening. Oh, another keyboard key I was going to tell you is the G key, right? So the G key G stands for game, and so it will kind of hide the gizmos and everything inside your project. Yeah, that's kind of an interesting result, because yeah, again, not what the original animation looked like, but there could certainly be a scenario where we're turning a bug into a feature, and it's like, yeah, that could be a character in something. Yeah, it's got like kind of a leering quality to it. Anyway, let's back out of there for a moment. And again, what I wanted to show you is that, of course, again, if you've downloaded other animations and things like that, you can start to use them. So actually, I'll do it from that other computer. So I've got my character here who's doing some funky things with the animations I already have. Let's try a couple other ones. So I'll open up Fab and just see if I can find a couple other animations to test with my new MetaHuman. Then we'll look at some face recording, and anyone who's got an iPhone or an Android phone with them, I can walk you through just how to connect all that. The other cool thing about the way face recording works with MetaHumans now is you can do it with a webcam. That's pretty cool. You don't even need an app. You can just tell Unreal Engine to take in the data from your webcam and do a really good job in real time from that. Unfortunately, most of these computers do not have webcams with them right now, but there's some other settings with the app, so I want to show you that anyway. Let's do dance. Dances are fun. Dance, 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 and I'll make the price free. And 70s guy animated, that looks fun. We got our mocap dance moves there. Chicago dancing, I don't know what Chicago dancing is. let's try adding it to the project and see what happens. Yeah, and by the way, sometimes when you look at assets in Sketchfab, it'll have like a little 3D preview with animations right in here. So without even leaving Fab, I can actually rotate around here and start to look at it. So, so here we go. I'll give you a brief introduction to how we retarget something. Oops, so there's the Chicago dancing. So I'm going to assume that this import is not set up for MetaHumans. I can test that by looking at the animation here, animation sequence. And I did that a little bit fast, but yeah, it actually says down here animation sequence, which is how I know it's an animation. So I'll double click on that. So now we're in here. You notice the normals are kind of inverted. And what I want to do just to see if this will work with the MetaHuman is I'll go to preview settings while this animation is happening, and I'll change the preview mesh here. So preview settings, preview mesh, and it's not showing me my MetaHuman, so that's a clue that this is not a MetaHuman skeleton. But if I really want to test, I can hit this gear here, and down at the bottom, we have a checkbox for allow incompatible skeletons. Yeah, this is a useful one because sometimes it won't show you a mesh, even though it's like, oh, this one has 2 extra foot bones, but like other than that, everything's going to look fine. So it can be useful sometimes to try these things out with other skeletons. Whoops. And you see now I've got everything, so I can try, I crash? No? What's happening? So this one's going to be, I think, all over the place. Can't even find it. Okay, let's try one of the other bodies. But yeah, if I can't see the animation, then yeah, I saw it like blink it and out of existence. So okay, so this is useful because I want to show you guys this retargeting pipeline. You're always going to have animations that are coming from somewhere that we still got Alex over here doing his like weird zombie thing. There's always going to be animations you want to use that aren't set up for MetaHuman. So it's useful to understand a bit of what this pipeline looks like to retarget. So what we can do is we can right click, and we got this wonderful option right there that's available for, you'll see this on any skeleton, any character, et cetera. It says retarget animations. So I'll click that. And it brings up this nice little window that basically says, okay, what's the source skeleton? And the source skeleton, I do not believe, it's interesting that's saying the source skeleton is the techware guy here, because I don't think that's right. And then it asks for the target skeleton. Oh, it says there's no target mesh assigned, but we did see that the target mesh is the, oh, I know why it's doing this, sorry. It's because I was messing around with the incompatible skeletons thing, so I messed up its default mesh. So if I go ahead and I put this back to being the asset's right over there. It was called Chicago Dancing, yeah. So we want the preview mesh to be Chicago Dancing. Save that, make sure he still looks okay. Yeah, when you start to retarget, you do want to make sure that the asset is playing back correctly. Come on, oh, you're not playing. Apply to asset. It's there. Let me try clicking on something else for a moment. Chicago Dance. Yep. It got into a pose. Okay, well, I think it's correct. So I'll go back to retarget now. Retarget animations, hopefully, yeah, so there we go. So now it has the correct source mesh. So, what's the mesh that this is all coming from? And then target skeletal mesh. So the target skeletal mesh, a lot of the assets in here are already using the MetaHuman skeleton, but I can actually type in MetaHuman, and that will actually only show me things that are using a MetaHuman. Now, this isn't some sneaky Unreal Engine thing going on. What's cool is when you search for anything in Unreal Engine, not only does it search for the name of the actual file asset, it also looks at metadata. It looks at file paths. So this is looking for anything that has MetaHuman somewhere inside that asset. Also things that are in a directory that says this /MetaHuman / et cetera. So that's a good way to find exactly what you need. So the one that I typically use are the ones that say preview, because usually these are set up for particular body types with a MetaHuman skeleton. So M for male, tall for tall, UNW stands for underweight. So those are kind of 3 of the parameters that start to define some of the basic out-of-the-box MetaHuman templates. But they'll all use the MetaHuman skeleton. And so then, once I've got that, I should see both skeletons here. Using the target skeleton, need to be normalized. Okay, it might get sad about this particular retargeting, but let's try, I've got this auto-generate retargeter here. Let's try clicking on one of the things in here. The sequence is called Dancing, Chicago Dancing. Chicago. Okay, so I double click that, so that looks correct. Yeah, not a great sign that we don't see the other skeleton doing anything as well. I'll try changing just to one more here. Yeah, so it's not loving it, that's okay. Base. But we'll try anyway, we'll see what happens. M tall body preview. So I'm going to say export retarget assets, and it is giving me a bunch of warnings here. It's saying route was unable to be normalized. Yeah. Gotcha. So you were in the MetaHuman over here. You were here, and you created a full rig, and it happened successfully, but it's still telling you it's not rigged. Interesting. Let's take a quick peek at that. Let me just see if this rig ends up working correctly or not. But yeah, it looks like it's saying like these skeletons are too different, like it can't even figure out how to put them together. Okay, so you were in here, you hit create full rig. It's in theory completed successfully. So the way you would know if it completed successfully is, do you see the option for remove rig? Is it grayed out? Okay, so it did not complete successfully. Do you see anything when you click on output log and then you scroll to the bottom here, output log down here near the start menu? Is there anything red that gives like an error? Is your computer connected to the internet? That could be the problem, is it's trying to do a EULA check with Unreal Engine and having some trouble there. We'll do some more stuff with MetaHumans tomorrow, and now that I know that some of these computers are offline, I'll bring some more MetaHumans for everyone to play with as kind of a useful starting point. Although there is one, I think, in the immersive vid, I mean, we're not going to dig for this right now, but yeah, there are some MetaHuman skeletons in the sample projects as well. Okay, so real quick, we're just going to see what happens when I click Export Retargeter. See what it does with this. So it generates a few different assets here. And again, it's not even showing both characters. Okay, because I do want to demonstrate the way this would typically work, and I'm not sure why it's so unhappy with the skeleton, I'm going to try this one more time with Fab. Boy, that text is tiny there. Animation, dance, something like that. Free. Yeah, like this. Okay, here we go. This one looks like it's probably not a MetaHuman. Add to project. Okay, so that's downloaded. And let's make sure the animation looks the way we expect. Oh, I don't see an animation. Materials. Well, that's not helpful. Maybe that's my fault. I didn't see that it wasn't actually an animation. Plus, Fab. Demon dance. Okay, great. Yeah, there we go. So that doesn't look like a regular MetaHuman. But hopefully, this behaves the way it typically would. We'd be able to create a retargeter. Okay, here we go. Demon dance animation. Open that up. There it is. Cool. Love it. Looks great. I want to use it in all my productions. And now we're going to try this again, where we create a retargeter for it. Right-click, retarget animations, and then pick our preview for one of these. Oh, there we go. So that's interesting. So it looks very, very tiny next to it, but the scale shouldn't matter. It does say ready to export. Let's see what happens. We'll say export retarget asset. Export again here. All right, so we got some new ones, auto-generated. Oh, and yeah, usually here they'd be right on top of each other. So yeah, we've got both of our skeletons here, and I should be able to move one of these off to the side. It is weird that the scale is so different. But again, this is also one of those things that might have just like something changed in 5.6 or 5.7. So we'll pause on that. I'll come back to that tomorrow since it's not behaving the way that I'm used to it behaving. Let's talk a little bit about faces and how we start to do some faces. So if we've got a MetaHuman, you're going to see a couple different options here, depending on the MetaHuman. And actually, you know what? Since some of you don't have MetaHumans ready to go, we'll table a bunch of this stuff for tomorrow. But I'll just show you very briefly that we've got that drop down here for live link face subject. Here we would put in the IP address for our phone, and then we could start to puppeteer this live with our phone, with our webcam, et cetera, to be continued tomorrow. Let's talk a bit about materials and lighting. Before we do, any general questions about MetaHumans and some of the stuff we were just looking at? Cool. To put a cap on everything, let me show you just what the process is real quick when you have a 3D model, just to kind of step you through it. So if you've got a 3D model of a face like this, and then you want to create a MetaHuman based on it, you would go ahead and create a MetaHuman identity. So you right click, and you do MetaHuman identity. And I'm doing this fast just to give you a quick idea of how it works. MHI test. And you'll have recordings of all this too. Yep, and it says, hey, your computer's not very powerful. That's okay. Here I do create components, and we have two options, from mesh or from footage. Footage is the way it comes in from the app. And then I can see Alex V1 edited. So I bring in that guy there. And then it basically just needs 3 different camera angles, 1 for the front and then 2 from the side. So I'd want this to be like fairly face on. Neutral pose, I hit this plus here, and I say this will be the front view. And I can right click here and tell this to auto track, and we'll see something appear for where it thinks my eyes and eyebrows and mouth is, and that's pretty accurate. And then I can unlock the camera here and start to move over to the side, get a side view. You still want both eyes visible. And I would do this as a right view. Unlock the camera, I go over here, and I do a left view. And for each of these, we want auto tracking on, and then, yeah, that's already set up too. So there we go. So yeah, that's basically it. You get all 3 of your views where you're like, yeah, that's where my face is, and you can start to adjust some of these curves if you need to. And then once you're happy, you would go ahead and say not track markers, we did that automatically. Then we would do MetaHuman identity solve, and then it creates one of those contoured, kind of pastel colored face shapes based on what it can detect from what it's seen. It's not just tracking the green things, though they're just kind of the main things that are often what most need some adjustments. It wants to get your eye size and shape right, it wants to get the pupils correct, et cetera, et cetera. And then once it has that, you should be able to go to this view here, where you can see the 3D model that it's generated based on looking at your face. Yeah, so maybe what I'll do is, as we get towards the end of class today, for anyone who wants to actually try something like this for a scan of a person, toward the end of class today, I'll give anyone who wants just a brief tutorial about how to do a scan using Reality Scan, Epic's free app, and then you could come in tomorrow with one of those 3D models, and I can at least take you through getting set up to like this part where you have this, and then you create the rest of the body and go through the MetaHuman workflow we already saw. Cool. Okay, let's talk a bit about lighting. First thing I wanted to show you is that in the Epic Games launcher, in the Fab library, you can add this using the Fab plugin, but I already have it, so I'm just going to show you. So if I type in MetaHuman, there's a very lovely setup called MetaHuman Lighting. It's only about 230 megabytes. And unlike Fab, where unlike most of the Fab assets we've seen so far, where you can import those assets directly into your project, this is one of those ones where you have to create a separate project. There's no MetaHumans, this is entirely lighting setups, but then what you can do is you can migrate this into another project. Again, tomorrow, the project I'll make sure you all have available to you will have some sample MetaHumans, it'll have this all set up. But when we start talking about lighting, I think this is kind of a nice transition because it has a lot of really lovely lighting setups. Yeah, and just since I already have Fab open here, MetaHuman lighting, you'll see it right here. And you can see that there is not an option to add it to the project directly. But what I can do once I do have that is I can find all these maps in the maps folder for image-based lighting, non-ray traced, and ray traced. And I would just try filtering this entire folder by levels, and we see that we've got a bunch of different setups for different kinds of lighting. Now what I like to do, and this will be kind of a soft introduction to sub-levels in Unreal, because Unreal is really good at like swapping between different levels. Rather than going through each of these individually, I'd rather have an easy way to look at my MetaHuman in lots of different lighting setups. So for example, if I go ahead and I create a new level and I make it empty, and I know you don't have these maps, so don't feel like you have to follow along here directly, but it is kind of useful for understanding how the levels window works. So you can go Window, Levels, and open this up here. If you just try filtering your entire project by the levels you have, just a useful exercise to grab a bunch of levels and drag them all into here. So what you have is this empty map is going to be what we call a persistent level. This is the main level that's always loaded. It's typically empty, or it has, a couple things in there that all the levels are going to need, like maybe a sun or a ground plane or something like that. And then you have all these sub-levels, which are going to be turned on and off in different capacities. Also, when you're working on a team, you might have like different people working on different levels, and it's a way to kind of divide and conquer work. So if you drag in a bunch of levels into that levels window, by default, they'll all be on. So this is too many lights. And we can see a lot of lights here that we don't actually want on all at once. So I can highlight them all, and I can actually just do this from the top. Turn them all off. Nope. Why aren't you all turning off? I guess I can do it one by one also. There we go. So right now, nothing's on. Let me go ahead and save my main level as, I'll call it like persistent lighting or something like that. Persistent is the typical nomenclature used for any level that is going to be loaded with a bunch of sub-levels inside of it. Right, so basically I have all these different little lighting scenarios, and this is a great way to talk about some of the lightings we have in Unreal. And I'm just going to drop a MetaHuman into here, like Bernice, for example. So I drop Bernice in. Her placement is a little bit funky. I can try dragging her around, or I could go to Details. Oop. We can go to Details, and we can just reset her location. I don't know why that keeps snapping like that. It's because I've got world settings up here too. Details, so right here I've got some funky numbers. If you see a little U-turn in Unreal, like right there, it's basically saying, hey, you can reset this back to a more default value if you want. So if I do this, the default value is 0, 0, 0, which is what this actually wants, is them kind of standing in the middle of this space. So what I could do is I could zoom in close to Bernice, who you can tell is actually a pretty optimized MetaHuman model, not a ton of geometry there. But as I start to play with some of these different lighting scenarios, it's now much easier. Rather than loading each level up, you know what I did? This is a mistake I made. I accidentally had one of these sublevels active, and I now saved that sublevel as persistent lighting instead of this one here. So I'm not going to undo that. I'm not sure what this level was called before, but what I do want to do is I want Bernice and this persistent level to have the correct name. So I'm pressing Enter at the top there to make sure that that's the active sublevel, and I'm just going to overwrite, or I'm not going to overwrite it yet. I'll call it persistent lighting v2. It's one of my ways to remind myself to delete or fix something earlier. And then we want to make sure Bernice goes into the right sublevel. But where are you, Bernice? I can also just bring Bernice back in here. So we're definitely in the persistent level. If it's blue and bold, then that's the active level. I'm going to reset Bernice back there to the center. And now I know when I turn persistent level off, Bernice is not there. So now with persistent level on, let me go ahead and do a save all. Control-Shift-S. Save often, by the way. Always recommend saving often. And if I want to get some senses of how some of these different lighting scenarios are working, maybe I'm not a lighting artist and I just want to find something that's going to work well for this particular model, I could start to go through each of these options. Also I won't go full screen, but I will make this bigger, like this, and I'll go downtown night. Cool. Rooftop. There you go. And I can just start to test out some of these different lighting scenarios to see if there's one that I think works well. Obviously, if you have a more cinematic, higher quality MetaHuman, these are going to look like they're using the light much better. But sometimes you're going to have a lower quality MetaHuman and you're trying to figure out something that will work well for them too. Notice you can have multiple ones on at once. And these don't just have to be lighting. Like if anyone went ahead and just dragged other levels into here, it can be geometry, it can be sets, it can be all sorts of different things for your particular project. And so you'll notice we've got a few different kinds of lights around here, and they're doing different things. So this is a pretty useful thing to explore inside of, but let's go ahead and create something from scratch just so that we can walk through lighting together. So if we go ahead now and go to a new level, we're going to start out with a totally empty level, nothing in it. Talking about lighting now. Empty level, save. First, there was nothing. And then we can go to Window, and the first thing we want to do is look at the environmental light mixer. Right there. When you open this up, this is kind of a way to build a basic outdoor environment. You might not need all these things, but it's a way to get things going. So if I do these in order, be back in my outliner. Create skylight, we have a skylight. Create directional light, we have a sun. Create sky atmosphere, we have a sky. Create volumetric clouds, we have some clouds. Create height fog. So we've now created an environment. And we have these assets here. We'll talk briefly about what each of one of them is. The directional light is an infinite light. This is often what a sun is, comes from infinitely far away. And it doesn't matter where you position it in the scene, all that matters is the rotation. So I can move this around. Nothing is going to change about how the lighting works based on movement, only rotation. This is going to be much easier to see, though, if we have something on the ground. So let's bring some geometry into here. We can start to import some geometry manually, or we can bring in another level. Now, typically in a scenario like this, if we're doing lighting as its own thing, we'd want to bring in a level that doesn't have any of its own lighting. So what I might do is, if we're thinking about this as lighting, we want our lighting in our persistent level, and then we want something that's just geometry as a sublevel. So if we have the Levels tab open, we'll click here, and we'll say Create New. So this is another way to create a level, except we're specifically doing it to make sure that it's a sublevel of what we have here. So we'll do another empty level. Don't do Basic, because Basic comes with a lot of this stuff already set up. So empty, and we can create a folder. We'll call this something like Class Lighting. And we'll call this map we're creating the new one, so this one will be called Geometry. Right, so that's there. And then we haven't saved our persistent level yet, so make sure you press Enter to make this one the main level. And let's go ahead and save that, the current level as well in that same folder. Call it something like Persistent Lighting. Cool, so we have our persistent lighting level, and then under that we have our geometry level. There's nothing in our geometry level yet. Let's press Enter and just start to drag a few things into our scene. I'll just do a few basic shapes. So plus here, basic, or sorry, not basic there, shapes here. So I'll do a few cubes, spheres, etc. I'll get a cube in here, reset it. You can use some of our scaling tools. Do this as like a ground plane or something like that. If you've got a character, a MetaHuman, something like that, you might want to drop one of them on here. anything that's going to help you make some decisions about lighting. Do a cylinder. Whoops. And another useful shortcut for you to know is if you hold down the Alt key and you drag, you're actually going to duplicate. Yeah. Whatever you have, you're going to make more of it. And white, this is fine if I'm just focusing on lighting, but I do like to see how things respond to different materials. We are going to talk about materials next, but let's go ahead and filter by just the materials, and if you like the material instances in our project as well. I wish that was one of the default ones, material instance. And I'll just drag a few of these into the scene to give us a few different material properties to contend with. Ground moss. Remember to have the starter content in your project, as that'll give you a nice little starter palette to work with. This one has wood. There we go. All right, cool. So what you see here is this is metal, but it's actually reflecting the environment. So that's why it looks so green, is it's actually getting the bottom there. And if you look closely, you'll actually see our MetaHuman is also reflected in there. If we rotate him a little bit more toward it, yeah. And it's all distorting correctly. So this is one of those things that used to be very expensive before, and ever since Unreal Engine 5, it's much cheaper, we're using those words again, to get all of this and still have a performance scene. We're doing this kind of stuff in VR now as well, which was not possible a couple years ago. Whoops. Okay, so we got a few things here. First thing, before we start to add more particular lighting, is once you have this, just go ahead and save all. Let's make sure I actually put all this in the geometry level. I did, good. So all we have in the persistent level is lighting. First thing I want to show you is once you have a directional light, there's a cool hotkey you can use, that's Control-L. If you hold down Control-L and you have a directional light in your scene, you have this gizmo here now, and you can start to just move the sun. I'm not holding down my left or my right mouse button. I'm holding down Control-L, and you can actually see in the back there, I'm moving the sun around the sky. And we can see as we go into nighttime and all that, we've got this one material that's actually emitting light. But other than that, I'm just doing some lighting explorations to find something that feels pretty good to me. Yes? Any directional light will do that as long as it is set up to work with the atmosphere, which they do by default. Just for your own information, when you have a directional light, there is an option in the details, as I scroll down under Advanced, allow megalights, all sorts of fun stuff there, and it is about the atmosphere. Let me type the word atmosphere. Atmosphere sunlight, yeah, so there's a checkbox there. So if that's unchecked, then it won't respond to the atmosphere and won't work with Control-L. But by default, it does. If you have multiple directional lights, I believe it'll only work with the first one. Or it might be the most recent one. Let's test that real quick. So if I duplicate this, Control-D is a way to duplicate in place. So let's see. So I've got one shadow, they're both going in the same direction. So we see one of them is left behind, and it looks like the most recent one is the one that's responding. Or is it the one I have selected? Let's test out the hypothesis. Nope. So yeah, if you have multiple directional lights in your scene, it will respond to the most recent one that you created when you do this. Good to know. Now, there's another system in here that I'd like you to know about. I believe this first came online in 5.6. If I type in the word sun position calculator, that's actually an older one. That's if you have particular coordinates, you are creating a site-specific installation or something where you want to make sure the sun can actually move in the way it's going to move in the real world. Really good plugin for that. But there's another one that is a full night sky as well. It's a new plugin. I want to say it was called something like Twilight. I'll find it for you guys. We'll definitely take a look at it in a bit. Nothing really important to say about it other than you'll notice that here when I do Control L, this is pretty cool until we get, uh-oh, it's unhappy now. I think it's mad that I created a second directional light and then deleted it because now it's not responding to Control L anymore. I might need to go and tell it again to be the sky atmosphere light. Atmosphere. No, it is. Well, I guess what I could do is just create it again. Directional light, delete, create, light, directional light. Okay, and then Control L, yeah, okay, it's happy again. Right, so the reason I wanted to bring up the new plugin is this is pretty cool during the daytime. You can see the sun moving in the sky up there. Once you get to nighttime, not much going on. This other plugin allows you to get a really beautiful night sky as well and actually, use a fairly accurate position calculator for where the stars are too. So there's that. Then the other thing I wanted to show here is that if we click on our directional light, there's a few specific options for our directional light. Let's make sure we can see the sun in the sky. Where are you, sun? Come on. There we go. Okay, so we see the sun right up here. So if we change the source angle is going to be the size of the sun. So we want a big sun, really visible. There's that. Of course, we have our light color. You can also get really detailed with like the atmosphere. For anyone who's played like No Man's Sky, where you have like tons of procedurally generated different planets, you can start to do a lot of crazy things with the atmosphere that might not be how Earth behaves, but it could be very specific to your needs, or it's just an artistic thing. You could go over to the sky atmosphere here and say, hey, in my world, things look more like this, more intense, like pollution in the sky. And we've got some different colors here that start to affect the way the environment looks. And you just start to mess around with this stuff, even if you don't quite know what they mean. Again, this is meant to be a big sandbox where you play around with stuff until you have something to taste. Skylight, just to talk briefly about some of the things we've already created, is basically your indirect lighting. It's kind of a global illumination sort of thing. If I change the intensity to 0, oops, 0, not 40. If I change the intensity to 0, you'll see the darker areas got darker. If I put it back to 1, you see that. If I do 12, you'll see it's kind of brightening up the areas that would typically be like bounce lighting, how light bounces around the scene. I often have it at a pretty low value because I do like having a little bit more contrast in my scenes typically. We'll also look at the post-process volume where you can really start to fine-tune some of that stuff. Exponential height fog, you can turn things on and off temporarily just like with the levels over here. Every single object in the outliner, we can do the same thing. So the height fog, as you might expect, kind of starts to fog up the distance, and that's really helpful when you have something like a horizon here. Without it, we have this big empty black void. And then the volumetric clouds, of course, are the clouds in the sky, which we can start to make some adjustments for here if we wanted to. Can't even really see the clouds right now. Okay, back to our directional light. Before we start to add in some other lights, I want you to see that cast shadows is there, and this is the most expensive part of any light. If you are trying to make a performance scene that doesn't need as much horsepower from Unreal Engine, unchecking cast shadows is by far the fastest way to do it. If Unreal doesn't need to know where shadows are, then it doesn't need to think very hard, and you can have a lot more crazy lights in your scene, even lights that move around and don't need to be baked. Let's talk briefly about static, stationary, and movable. So static would be a light that is never going to move. It's not going to rotate, nothing's going to happen with it, it's going to stay exactly where it is. And when you say that it's static, you're telling Unreal Engine it can be baked and that it doesn't need to think about calculating light in real time. That doesn't happen automatically. You bake the lighting by going here and saying build all levels, and it says build, but it is actually going to bake the lighting. It takes a little bit of time depending on the quality settings you have. We're not going to go through a ton of that right now, but happy to talk more about baking lighting to anyone who is interested in that. Stationary is kind of a compromise between static and movable. With a stationary light, you bake it, but then there are still two parameters you can change. A stationary light, you can adjust the intensity of it and the light color after it's baked, and it doesn't require any more additional calculations from Unreal. It is still a little bit heavier than a static light, but not nearly as heavy as a movable light, because a movable light is the one where you're telling Unreal, anything goes. Any of these values might change, and every frame of the project, I need you to check to see if anything has changed. So I'd say, if we think of this in a cost kind of way, $3, $5, $50 in terms of like the expense of it in the project. So yeah, any other settings here I want to mention? We've got cast shadows. Yeah, the other ones I think I'll bring up as we talk about the other lights. So some other lights we have access to. Plus here, lights. Point light we saw, that's our L light. I will mention one other thing about point light, which remember you can hold down L and just click it in the scene. I did mention it's the most expensive light, but a cool thing you can do with the point light, because it casts light in all directions, is you can use it to be kind of an ambient mood for your scene. So let me, for a quick second here, let me close off this so we've got a little bit more of an interior environment. So if I go ahead and I add in a few more cubes. So I'm just going to make some walls, basically. Wall. Doesn't have to be fully enclosed. I just don't want it to be quite this bright. And then, oh, you want to have something kind of tricky in addition to copying by moving? I could grab both of these, and I could go to rotate, and I could hold down Alt and do this to create both of these other walls. And then just saves me a little bit of time there. And I can scale both of these at the same time. Right. So, you know, again, we don't need it to be totally enclosed, but we want something that's going to be a little bit less open for a couple more of these lights. So let me go ahead and copy this one, holding down Alt, making a bit of a roof. Bring you in a little bit. Okay. Yeah, and if I bring down the skylight as well, we will have less indirect lighting in here. Oh, also worth mentioning about the skylight, that real-time capture, pretty expensive. If you can uncheck real-time capture, so it's not checking every frame to understand how it should be creating the ambient light in the scene. If you can do a cube map, which is basically just an image that is going to be something that can work for the ambient lighting in the scene, that's going to be way cheaper. And then, of course, if you just turn it off entirely, that will help too. Hey, dude. So for a moment, let's turn off the directional light, and let's just have this point light on. And this is Lumen, by the way. So Lumen doesn't immediately change the lighting of the scene. It's always a bit of like, you think of the way your eyes refocus or adapt as you move between a very bright space and a darker space. That's kind of how Lumen works as well. We have our point light. And if we wanted to just create a bit of a vibe in here, but we still wanted it to be inexpensive, what we could do with our point light is we could uncheck shadows, all right, so that's already going to help. And then under advanced here, I use this all the time, we can make this behave not the way real light does. We can uncheck, use inverse square fall off. Let me pull this up a little bit higher. This here, yeah, use inverse squared fall off. So when I uncheck that, basically we're changing the way the light dissipates, the way light loses energy. And I can start to just very quickly fill up, you know, especially in interior, with this light in a more general way without it feeling like it's coming from a particular location. So let me make the intensity higher. You will see, you know, a bit of the spotlight effect, but that also gets helped if you increase the attenuation here, the attenuation radius. So now let me try making it like intensity of like 5 or even 1. Sometimes I'll use this like a bit of a spice. I'll keep it really, really low, like 0.5. And right now the color is white, so it's not changing things very much. But you know, maybe I want one of these colors. Maybe I want something that's like a little bit more of like a moonlight kind of tone. So this could be a very cheap way to start to make the scene feel like it's lit with a particular kind of vibe, but it's very inexpensive because you're not casting shadows. And again, just to clarify here, light off, light on. So you can see it's doing some legwork, but very inexpensively. So again, just to review, if you want a mood light, keep the intensity low, bring up the attenuation, don't cast shadows. I just realized a lot of these checkboxes are probably right behind me. Don't cast shadows, and then under advanced, which you have to hit this little arrow for to see more of, uncheck use inverse squared fall off. So now it's no longer obeying the real world physics of light. Also worth mentioning, we have lighting channels. This is really only if you're going to get into the weeds of how things are lit. But if you have certain objects on certain lighting channels, this is a way to make it so only certain objects are affected by a light. So if I make this point light affect lighting channel 0 and lighting channel 1, or actually we'll do this in a more extreme way first. Right now, this isn't affecting anything. Everything by default is on lighting channel 0. If I make this light only affect lighting channel 1, then nothing right now is on lighting channel 1, but if I go ahead and I grab one of these cylinders and I type lighting channel, and then I make this cylinder on lighting channel 0 and lighting channel 1, watch this. Now this cylinder is affected by the point light. This guy's a little bit bright, so it makes it hard to see, but this makes it more clear, right? So we got this, not affected, affected. We could click another cylinder here, affected, affected, et cetera, et cetera. So it just allows you to have that much more control over exactly what gets lit and what doesn't, right? Cool. All right, let's keep going through a few of the lights in our lightning fast introduction here. Directional lights, point lights, spotlights. All right, we all know what a spotlight is. So these are fun, especially if you start to play with fog settings, because you can really start to make it feel like, you know, like a smoky live performance kind of thing. So let's do something like this. I'm gonna change the material of this guy for a second, just because I think the pulsing light distracts a little bit from some of the other things we're trying to look at. There we go. Okay, yeah, so we got our spotlight here. Here's something cool you can do with a spotlight. We'll understand this better when we're looking at cameras tomorrow, but any object in Unreal, though you typically do this with a light or a camera, you can right-click on it, and you can say, pilot. Control-Shift-P is the option for this, and it's what it sounds like. You are going to drive that particular object in your scene. So what I'm doing now is I'm playing Spotlight, the game, where I'm kind of moving around the scene, and I probably should have picked a better angle for it to be rotated at, but I am looking through the eyes of where that spotlight is looking. So if I were to rotate this a little bit, now it becomes a very intuitive way to make sure I'm lighting exactly what I want. So I probably want to move my character over. But you know what I can do is I could now pilot my character, right-click there, grab Scrooge, pilot Scrooge, and I can make Scrooge move over to a spot where I can see that he's kind of in the light, though I've got some geometry in the way. When you want to eject out of a character, you can stop piloting, and then just go back to doing it in like a third-person way. Oh, and anytime you want to snap something to the ground, here's a useful keyboard shortcut. The end key on your keyboard, boop. Now this doesn't use the pivot, it actually looks for any collision in the object and will snap it'll snap collision to collision, pretty handy. Okay, so yeah, go ahead. It will be, so it'll be whatever you see when you're in that player collision view mode here. Oh, or am I lying? Player collision? Maybe it's visibility collision. Do you really not have a collider? Interesting. Yeah, well now I feel like I need to eat my words. I thought it was all based on collision, but if that's true, then why are you snapping to the ground? I'm not sure. I guess it didn't used to be that way, because I definitely have taught classes where I showed that once you remove collision, it doesn't work. Though, again, this could be something they changed in 5.6 or something like that. But in any case, when you're trying to get something to snap to the ground, try pressing the end key, and it might help you out. Maybe it won't. Okay, so now I've got my spotlight here, and there's a couple settings in here that are specific to a spotlight. Of course, we have our inner cone angle and our outer cone angle. And if we want to see this without the distraction of these lines, again, the G key is really handy because that hides all the gizmos. And you can just see the way this is actually affecting the scene like that. And then if we want that nice fog effect, we want to go to volumetric scattering intensity. And we're not going to see anything yet when we crank this up because right now our fog is not volumetric fog and it's not very dense. But just to preview, to get ready for it, we can bring up our volumetric scattering intensity, so in a moment we'll see this get much more thick and visible. Also, a word about any kind of slider you find in Unreal Engine, like here, we're able to scrub between 0 and 4 for volumetric scattering intensity. Oftentimes, those are more like guidelines compared to actual rules. We can manually override this, and again, we won't see the effect right now, but I could type in 16, and it'll let me go to 16. It's just kind of giving me 0 to 4 as like a base, zone of what you might want to use. Other times, you'll try to go to a higher number, and it won't let you. That's when there actually is a hard limit, but always worth trying to go higher. Okay, let's see some fog. So we do that by going to our exponential height fog. And we have an option here, if you type in volume, for volumetric fog. So we hit this checkbox for volumetric fog, and aha, we already start to see a little bit of fog there, but we can make it more intense. We can change things like the extinction scale. Yeah, the extinction scale, I've got that up at 10. Again, I could make it much higher. I can make it 50 or something like that. And now it really feels like there's, an object there. We can make it even more severe by tightening up our cone. Right? So extinction scale, there's a couple other settings there that can help with that. And of course, you can play with the color, because you have the color of your light. But you also have your fog in-scattering color. So if I start to play with something like this, orange, and actually down here in our in-scattering texture tint, directional in-scattering color. That's the one that will really start to affect what this looks like if the volumetric fog is high enough. I'm sorry, guys, it's albedo. It's like these values can all do different things in different scenarios. In this case, if you want to change the color of the fog, not the color of the light, it's albedo. So then the way, colors start to mix and all that. So I've got like a blue fog and like, a red light, we'll start to have something more of like a purple effect here. Now, a spotlight is usually going to be your best friend when it comes to things like using a stationary light, because plenty of situations, especially for something like a stage show, where you'll want a fixed spotlight that isn't moving to change its gel, change its color, change its intensity, but just note that you can't change the inner and outer cone angles when you are baking it. But you can change the color. Cool. So yeah, feel free to keep messing around with some of those settings. And then our next light is a rect light. So this is what's often called in other programs an area light, because it is a light that actually produces light over a distance. Whoops, that's the attenuation. Yeah, and again, scaling will only affect the attenuation. But we have here source width and source height. And then we have this barn door angle, barn door length. Again, for someone who's played with like a source 4 light or something like that, this stuff will start to feel pretty familiar. And then again, there's a lot of lighting manufacturers that will use something like a rect light to give you a virtual version of a light that they actually manufacture if you're trying to create something that behaves the same way in the real world as it does in the virtual world. So let's turn off our spotlight for a moment. Spotlight, just so we can really see what's going on here. I could turn it off temporarily in the editor by hitting that eyeball, or I could just uncheck Effects World. Also turns it off. So here we go. So again, if I don't want to be distracted by the gizmos, I could press the G key and then just start to like move my rect light around by scrubbing some of these transform values. Especially if you're doing something cinematic, like if I just want a close-up on his face here, and I want to see how this light's affecting it. Rect lights can also look really interesting if you start to make them very narrow. 5, you know, you can create these like nice little silhouettes. And if you start to see some noise like this firefly stuff, this is one of the biggest issues people have with Lumen because it's trying to get something from the GI there, but it's like, it's almost like when you're recording in the dark, right, like with a camera, and if your camera's got some settings on to try to compensate for low light, that's kind of what's happening in Unreal as well. And there are some CVARs and some other settings that can help with that. The other thing you can do is play with your exposure values, which you can do on a camera basis or in the post-process volume. Yes? How can you mess with what? You mean like the global lumen settings? Yeah, there's a little bit of this you can do with the project settings, which would affect everything. Not a lot, though. Most of the lumen settings you'll mess with in the post-process volume, which I am going to touch on here in a second. But if I type in lumen in my project settings, dynamic global illumination method, lumen. If you say none, it's going to do it based on baking or nothing. Screen space is like the way that most video games work, but it's pretty obvious when something doesn't look right. And then you can have a plugin. Reflection method, again, lumen. A fun fact, you can bake your lighting, but still use lumen reflections, which is kind of cool. We have this for use hardware ray tracing when available. That means that if you've got like an RTX card or something like that, it's going to try to make everything ray traced and as accurate as possible. When you don't have a graphics card capable of ray tracing, it will fake it. It uses what are called mesh distance fields, where it almost creates like this little like wax sculpture of everything, and it does this software-based ray tracing. Basically, like it's trying to use Lumen regardless of what kind of hardware you have, but different hardware is going to allow for different levels of accuracy. Software ray tracing mode, you have global, so software ray tracing is when you don't have real ray tracing, and then you have global tracing versus detail tracing. Global is faster, detail is more accurate, but heavier. And yeah, those are kind of the main settings you have access to there. Yeah. It's indirect, yeah, it's indirect lighting, global illumination, bounce lighting. There aren't, I have not messed with lumen specific settings in individual lights much. Let me confirm that just by typing in lumen and see. Volumetric scattering intensity, yeah, not really there. I would do it in post-processing. So let's take a quick look as we've got like some sad fireflies here. There's a ton of CVARs related to lumen. Like if I typed in lumen here, this is where we start to affect the way that the scene operates. And I don't remember offhand some of the ones that specifically start to affect the way lumen operates in your project. But you can set these up in the project itself. And we'll talk more about blueprints tomorrow. But you can also do things inside your project like use an execute console command node, which would also start to activate certain settings that you know you want to have. So very briefly, lightning fast introduction to blueprints. Begin play happens when the scene activates. Event tick is something that happens every frame. And there's a node called execute console command, which basically allows me to use any of the settings I have down here inside the game itself. So I could have like this lumen async compute, set it to 1, which would be true, and basically when the project, not the project, but the game, when you hit play, this would activate and it would start to use whatever settings I want there, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, but yeah, let's look at post-process volume here, just to see how it affects the scene. If I go plus post-process volume, this is how we start to affect the color grading and all sorts of other things inside the project. First thing you're going to want to do when you're playing with this for the first time is you're going to want to type the word infinite. And there's a checkbox for infinite extent unbound. So if we hit that, it's going to affect the entire scene instead of just the box that it exists in. But there will be plenty of times where you will want to use different post-process settings as you move around a level, and each post-process will become active as you get inside of it. But okay, let's type in the word lumen and see what we have access to here. So everything grayed out, it's basically saying I'm just using the defaults. But global illumination, if I were to go from lumen to screen space, you see this feels totally different now, and none. So yeah, we want lumen. And then we have a few more settings here. Ray lighting mode. I could do hit lighting, which is the highest quality version. See, so now we're getting a lot more bounce lighting in here. lumen scene lighting quality. So it's going to be tempting for a lot of these to just make these values as high as possible. Pardon me. The thing you want to be careful of is not making your scene unnecessarily expensive. So these things, in theory, are going to make everything more accurate, but if you can't really see the difference, like here I can see faster flashing, here it's like a little slower, but if you really can't tell the difference, it's better to use lower values because they're going to be cheaper. Lumen scene view distance, final gather quality, again, one of those things that in theory is going to make everything higher quality. Screen traces is actually a shortcut. It's actually a thing where it tries to save some processing time by looking at what's already on the screen and making some guesses. Unchecking that will actually make it more accurate, but again, if it looks fine when it's checked, leave it checked. Then we have some things like the update speed. So that's more about, like, again, when we go from like a darker environment to a lighter environment, how quickly do you want it to like figure out how much things have changed? Skylight leaking, that often just affects kind of the ambient lighting in the scene, et cetera, et cetera. And that's all the GI stuff. Then we also have the lumen reflection adjustments. Again, screen traces, quality, high quality translucency reflections. If you've got reflections through glass, water, things like that, if you want it to look as accurate as possible, you can turn that on. Again, makes it more expensive. And then this one's really important too, bounces. So if I've got multiple bounces, like mirrors facing each other or glass facing something that reflects, how many times do you want Unreal Engine to think about those bounces back and forth? If you have two mirrors facing each other, we know in the real world, infinite bounces. That's pretty expensive to render in real time. So for reflection and refraction bounces, you only want to do the number that's actually going to make a difference in your scene. We don't really have anything super reflective in here other than this. Although, you know what? Let's move this out of the way a little bit so we can actually see how the bounces change. So we have some water here and some chrome. So as we go to that post-process and we change the bounces, whoops, post-process, I'll just type the word bounce. Max reflection bounces. So let's try, whoop, up, don't crash. Let me save real quick. Save all. Okay, so let's start with 0. Now that's interesting. It won't let me do 0. I swear it used to. But yeah, I mean, we have the 1 bounce here. But if I do 5 bounces, let's look at the chrome as well. 5, we're not really going to see much of a difference, but it is much more expensive to render. Maybe we'll see it a little bit more if we've got another chrome object here. Chrome pillars here. And we go back to bounce. Sorry? Nope, good question. So reflection captures are one of these shortcuts that, again, you'll often use when you're baking lighting to fake real-time reflections. So you'll basically say, hey, it's almost like a 360 camera sort of thing. So it's like you'll take a capture from here, where this reflection capture is, and you'll get everything that's being reflected there, and then anything that's within a certain radius of that reflection capture will use the reflection from that location, even though it's not accurate. So that's something you do to save processing, but that's not something that Lumen uses. So here, when I go back to bounces, just seeing if we see a difference here. Yeah, there we go, see? So I do 5 bounces versus 1 bounce. You can try 2, 3. See, so you can see between 2 and 3, it's like pretty subtle. And so it's one of those things where it's like, is anyone really going to notice? And depending on if the answer is yes or no, try to save yourself some processing. Cool. Okay. The other thing I wanted to mention about post-process volume, I mean, there's tons of settings in here. You know, bloom, you have standard bloom and convolution bloom. Convolution is more accurate but more expensive. Exposure, you can do auto exposure or manual. So if I do manual, then I probably need to compensate for the exposure a little bit. Min EV, max EV, that's like the eye adjustment. Like, you know, how much are you willing to have the values kind of regulate and normalize the way that your eyes might in an environment. For those to work, you need to be in automatic mode or auto exposure. So here, for example, if I make the min 0 and the max 1, those are going to be the effects. And if I make the min -20 or -10 and max 20, there's like a wider range of what it can do as the light changes there. But I often like to be very controlled about how the lighting looks in a particular scene, so I'll often use manual and then compensate the exposure. And if I'm going from an indoor environment to an outdoor environment, I'll have separate post-process volumes for each one. I'm going to try cranking up the attenuation a little bit of our rectangle light. Rect. There we go. And then I can probably bring down the intensity. Oh yeah, I do like making it very narrow though. So I'll do something like a very high source height, very tight barn door angle, and then try to do something like this. Great, okay, and then a couple more things for post-process volume. I'll just run through a few of the things here that are gonna affect lighting and the general look of your scene. Chromatic aberration, you know, that's the weird red-green offset stuff that happens with contrast when you take real photos. It often looks pretty bad to me in Unreal Engine, but play with it if you like. Dirt masks, things like that, these are kind of lens effects. Camera local exposure, I would do this kind of stuff on an individual camera, not typically in the post-process volume. Lens flares, again, if you want to be J.J. Abrams, go wild with making those as crazy as you want. Image effects, things like vignettes, if you want to kind of draw more attention to the center of your image. Most of these things you wouldn't turn on for VR, by the way. And then we have color grading, so you know, this is a pretty straightforward one. If we want to tint the entire look of the scene, play with the tint. Temperature, again, will be that Kelvin thing of cooler versus warmer. Temperature type, white balance versus color temperature. And by the way, worth mentioning that you can set up a post-process volume however you like, and then you can start to dial up or down the intensity of that entire post-process volume. So here we have blend weight. So like, let me go back to making that like really intense for the temperature. So it's like very, very orange, right? Feels a little bit like Blade Runner 2049 or whatever. And then if this was an effect I wanted to change either permanently or even dynamically, because pretty much everything in Unreal can be animated, I can start to find something where I'm having the post-process volume affect the scene, you know, 85% or something like that. A couple more things worth mentioning in here. Rendering features megalights if you want to have lots of lights in your scene. Oh, don't crash. I don't know yet if there's a cost or a problem with enabling megalights if you only have a couple lights in your scene. Although, actually, that's interesting to note. I hadn't seen this before. That even though we've just got this one light right now, megalights on versus off does make a difference. I'd say this looks a little more accurate, actually, even though, in theory, megalights are less expensive. I'm not sure. Interesting. Ambient cube map, another way, like a fourth way to kind of create a general look in your scene. If you pick a color and then crank up the intensity, something like 12. I think our other color is a little bit too intense right now, so you're not seeing it as strongly. We also probably want to bring our temperature off for the moment just to see these other things affect it. And then you have global things like saturation, contrast, gamma, gain, offset. One thing I'll mention that's kind of cool is a lot of these settings you might be like, well, why can't it just be like in Photoshop where I like adjust, you know, contrast and color tone and my curves and that kind of thing. And funnily enough, you actually can do that kind of thing in Unreal Engine. You can take a screenshot of something in Unreal Engine, bring it into a program like Photoshop, adjust all the settings. You have to do it non-destructively to look the way you want your scene to look. Then you use what's called a LUT, L-U-T, lookup table. I'll give you guys this in the goodie bag tomorrow as something to look at closer. And then there's this little tiny PNG strip of colors, and you just apply exactly the same effects to that strip of colors that you did to the screenshot you got from Unreal Engine. You can load that lookup table into Unreal, and then by golly, everything in Unreal Engine will look exactly the same way as the adjustments you made in Photoshop or your image editor tool of choice. So like slope, toe, shoulder, black clip, white clip, that's like the curve values in Photoshop. And who wants to deal with a bunch of sliders and checkboxes there when you can do it much more dynamically and visually on a graph in another piece of software. Again, lots of times I'll mention like, yeah, you can do all this stuff in Unreal Engine now. There's still a few things where it's like, it's easier to go to another piece of software, and sometimes it's worth it. All right, reflections, rendering features, film grain. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, you're going for a certain aesthetic, you crank up your film grain. Can I go higher than 1? What if I do like 15? Yeah, there we go, film grain. Yeah, if you want that. Path tracing, for those who don't know, path tracing is ray tracing taken to the extreme. It will be a physically accurate render of your scene. You're not going to use it for real time unless you've got 5 RTX 6000s running in parallel, because it is like a brute force approach to rendering everything exactly the way that it could be rendered in real time, or sorry, in the real world. What I often use path tracing for is a ground truth reference. Let me try this right now. So if I go here, I'll save my scene real quick in case I get a crash. So if I go here and I click on path tracing in my view mode, right below our collision options, what's going to happen is it's going to start to render this as physically accurate as possible. And what I might do is I might just do this for one particular angle or a couple different angles, and then I would screenshot that and use that as a reference. If I'm trying to make something that looks as photoreal as possible, I would then go back and try to match this. For some reason, the eyes aren't rendering. That's fun. But yeah, I might then start to compare this to my non-path traced version and make some adjustments to the non-path traced version to get it closer to realism. Yeah, I guess that eye material really doesn't like path tracing. Fun. And you can see it's kind of loading down here. This is kind of when it gets to like maximum imperceptible quality where you wouldn't notice any difference at all. Yeah. Worth mentioning, we'll talk about this briefly tomorrow, but a new feature in 5.6 is this kind of quick render button, which is about actually trying to get an image or a video out of Unreal Engine with just some default settings if you're just trying to send something over to someone as quick as possible. Yeah, but if I really liked what I got from the path tracer, I could actually type in down here, high res shot, and press a multiplier for how much bigger I want to make it compared to what's in the viewport, but I'll do 1 for the moment. And if I do high res shot and press 1, it's going to export whatever's in my viewport as an image, just as a nice way to share this with someone else. I don't know all these things it's compiling. That's interesting. I guess I've never tried to do it when it was in the middle of path tracing. Usually I would tell it to stop. But it's going through all these different material channels. Interesting. Okay. How do I stop it? That's fun. Great. So high resolution screenshot saved over here. And there we go. So it created this in the name of the project, saved screenshots, Windows Editor. And this is exactly what was in the viewport. But I guess it compiled a couple extra things, and then I have that available to share with people. When I'm ready to be done with path tracing, I can just go back to lit mode, and now the eyes are visible again. One thing I run into a lot when I'm trying to get really close to a character is clipping. By the way, I really like the way you see the reflection of my, my rectangle light there in the eye. So if I go to the rect light, you can actually see if I start to like increase the width of it, to do source width, yeah, you see it in the eye. That's cool. Great, yeah, so clipping, that's something you can change in the project settings. Last time I checked, this required a restart of the editor. Let's see if that's still true. So near clip plane is 10 centimeters by default. Ah, yes, meant to tell you all, units in the Unreal Engine are centimeters. Anytime you see anything that just is like a number, chances are if it's a measurement, it's in centimeters. So yeah. Unfortunately, no. There's no way to be like, I would really like to work in inches or feet or meters for that matter. It's always going to be in centimeters. But there are some plugins that will like help you with those conversions and that kind of thing. And speaking of math, yeah, so it looks like I have to restart to change the clip plane. Pretty much anywhere you see a box, you can do math. So if I'm like, for whatever reason, I want the intensity of my rectolite to be 500 divided by 15 or 16, whatever. You press 500 divided by 16. There we go. And it will do that math directly from the box. And that's true anywhere you see number. Cool. Okay, any questions about lighting before we talk about materials? Yeah.
Within path display, can you do variable path display as well?
Yeah, we do. So we'll talk about this tomorrow, but I'll show you real quick. We render to right here. To let's pull it up. Close quicker sense. Windows, schematics, we render to render, grab a sequence. Again, we'll do all this tomorrow. And then go over in settings. Path tracer there. So these are all toggles. So instead of doing the standard preferred rendering path, I can do path tracer or both. And it would spend a certain amount of time rendering each image to go through. Honestly though, I'll say this. I almost never use path tracer anymore. 9 times out of 10, you can get there with movement and the default unreal render settings, and it's going to take 1/100 of the time.
I was guessing that later on.
Second.
I was guessing that later used to detect path tracer.
That's a good point. Yeah, if you're trying to do something to limit it, you haven't quite been able to eliminate all of that GI noise and that kind of stuff. Path tracing can probably help with that. So that is what we're doing. Okay, more inclusion tomorrow. Cool. I guess last one I mentioned, we'll do this real quick with lighting just to show you what baking looks like. So we save all. So let's try, let's see. So we looked at the environment mixer. There's another thing in here that I was requesting for years from my friends at Games. They finally put it in. I don't know if it was me or lots of other people, but it's a window that shows you all the lights in your scene. This has been in programs like 3ds Max for 50 years, but they finally added it in here. And so even if you got 50 sub-levels loaded, it will show you every single light except for the skylights. I don't know why the skylights are here. Sorry. Oh. And then it's all here. And kind of like some, music editing programs, you can like solo light, and you want to focus on exactly what one light is doing. Kind of easy. So these are all the lights on in our scene. And what's cool is I can start to create some other settings here, like mobility. So this is the main thing I want to care about with baking. The other thing I want is some intensity. So let's see where I can find intensity. There we are. So I can start to scrub some of these things up and down directly from here without even worrying about well, where is that? Where is it set up? And just see what it looks like if I make some leaf numbers a little smaller. And I can tech them. But I do like sliding things. Where do I slide? Oh, we know what I am there. Because remember, we changed this is actually the one up here. We changed the activities, activated effects world. There we go. So you can the spotlight, and turn off effects world. So that would go or we can back on. Cool. Okay, so let's make let's make a spotlight stationary. So we're thinking about that. And then we'll make the directional light stationary. And then we'll make the point light and the rectangle light snap. So that means these can't change at all. Let's do this different color. I'll stand out a little more green. So these can't change at all. Once we're done with them. These can. Okay? So stationary, static, static, stationary. If you leave something movable, it won't make it at all. Now, we do want to think about things like reflection probes and stuff like that, ideally. So we want to bring those in. Reflection. Because this is what you typically do when you're targeting lower. So I can do sphere reflection capture. Drop that in. And like I was demonstrating earlier, you're just kind of picking a spot where you're like, well, the things that are reflective, if they're not going to use lumen reflection, it's kind of the back reflection. And I think I should try something pretty good when you're exporting to a platform that like doesn't support Lumen and AI, don't automatically fall back to these things. So you're exporting to Windows and you've got a very cheap computer that can use all the features very well, and it will Lumen, and then you export this to a phone or a VR headset, and it's going to be much, much better. Okay, so get that. Last thing, ideally, if we're going to do a light thing, is it's good. We don't really have to worry about this because there's not much in the scene, but we like to make a light mask before installing. And that basically says this is the area that I care about. So don't do a bunch of calculations that are like outside of this box. This is where the world is going. Now, again, it's kind of hard to do in a perspective view. I mentioned we can change the orthographic views here. We can also hold down Control and use the middle mouse button and actually jump to some different views very quickly. So, reminds me a little bit of stuff you want to add. So, if we go ahead and angle its perspective view, this goes top, this goes bottom, this goes right, and this goes left. So, much easier to get this box to be the right size when we're looking at it like this. Something like that. Control. Left, right, front. There we go. Okay, and so we'll just do, I'm not going to mess with the date settings at all. They are over in world settings if you're curious. And if anyone really wants to dive into big lighting, I need more research on that, especially when I put much more on architecture. Big lighting was a big part of it. One team build. Yeah.
For the injection cameras, how do you know how to really advise what's many users?
They're not that expensive, so you can kind of do as many as you want. The problem becomes if you have too many, you'll start to notice it in reflections. Like if you're in VR, for example, just moving your head a little bit to the left and the right, and you notice like the reflections changing wildly. That's kind of the thing I'd be nervous about. But if you want to have one at like every single, like you have a wall, a lot of windows, or mirrors or something like that, and you want to have kind of one at each window, then that'd be okay. You can do that. It's all going to be like how does it feel and look after you do it, and then we can suddenly add some. Similarly, you can do spherical reflection captures, and you can also do box reflection captures. In general, spherical for any situation where it's okay if there's some distortion, like outside, as you think about like the sky and an atmosphere in a 360 environment. The box reflection captures are better for an interior, especially a tighter interior. So then you're looking into a mirror and you're not seeing like a big distorted, floppy version of the reflection. Should the checks to confirm the reflection quality was one of them? I'm not sure. I'm going to try this by the way in the background. It's been bothering me in the back of my head. Like, I want to see that at the top, also the right size. And because this should be using RAM more than it's I think it's in the further area. You want to say. Yeah, so tomorrow I'll leave you guys about a few MetaHumans, a few different sizes of MetaHumans, and you can see our Coulombe 7 different ways, and then we'll do more of the motion capture after stuff. Today we'll wrap up with some materials and see if that's all run on the background. You know, you check it is when we start to write it should create a new little task at the bottom. But I don't see it. It's called Swarm. So we'll retouch the screen when it's still thinking. Yeah, there we go. Navigation completed. Okay, continue big lighting. Man, that's now weird. I didn't see anything that actually said like big light. Waiting for an app too long. I haven't seen that before. Save all. One thing I would check, I guess, if I want to allow static lighting on inside the project settings. If you know you're only going to use the lumen, this is actually good to turn it off. See, it's off. So I can turn that on and use the right project. While it's restarting, I'll show you guys one quick other thing that I wanted to demonstrate. We can all have different feelings about AI and the different uses of it when it becomes copyright problem, energy environmental problem. One potentially interesting thing I wanted to draw your attention to is a company called Coulombe, because they're the first company I've seen that is starting to find a pretty robust way to generate environments that actually work pretty well in Unreal Engine. So I mentioned I started using like Tech and whatnot in high school. So I did this 40-minute like quasi-musical with all these little sketches I did. And as the play would go on, you get these different projections in the back of the room. And I thought just for fun, because this is something from many years ago, that if I took one of these drawings I did and put it in the world labs, then you kind of interesting to see the environment it generates. So this is the panorama, it's actually a cosmos slab. And I haven't put it into a real yet, but there's something kind of interesting that you could take artwork with something that you yourself have made and start to turn it into something environmental that can work with it. Now, especially if you're going to be doing something where there's a very particular angle that you're going to see it and you're not going to get too close to inspect where like the geometry kind of falls apart. This is something that we're starting to consider using a little bit. We haven't done much with any integrated assets, but you know, in certain contexts, especially the origin of it is something you made. I think, you know, in my opinion, that's some use cases. All that's going, talk a little bit about materials and getting background. Sorry. Yeah, I've had this laptop for 4 years now, but it's still chugging along pretty well. Oh, 3 of them. There we go. Okay, so I want to make the lighting my recent level, which is persistent lighting. Ooh, what persistent lighting too? Yeah, I thought the one where we didn't open and stuff. We'll find out. Yeah, we got one. So now I gotta remember probably what that's my project. We did a folder called class lighting. Persistent lighting. Oh yeah, so that one. Not freaking. There we go. So now, because I checked the last time, lighting, lighting needs to be rebuilt, right? So that's a clue that we actually played on like, whoa. It's telling us the lighting needs to be rebuilt. Doesn't look like any info or data or something like that. But all the all levels. And we'll let that one back. And while that's let's talk a little bit about materials and we'll check on that. So let's create a new basic material. I'll create what we're called class materials. Right for the wing here. Oh, and one more thing I'll mention about lighting is if you're ever working, and for material, we'll call this basic material. One more thing I'll mention about lighting. If you're working with someone who's brilliant at lighting, they don't know Unreal Engine, but you want to give them an easy way to affect Unreal Engine, there's a really cool system called the Growth Control API, which I'll briefly introduce you guys to, where you can basically set up a few different like color wheels, like very simple touch patterns for things. You can build lighting designer an iPad. This gives you a lot of like LED volume setups, and then all you do is like look at the color, look at the intensity slide or whatever, and they can just kind of touch within you need to, and it can affect the Unreal Engine scene, the Unreal packaging, etc. So there are a lot of tools like that, where especially for something like lighting, you can really boil it down to like, these are the only 3 sliders or switches or color wheels that this person needs to know about. Filter out all the rest of the information, give them an easy way to affect those key elements, and really, really handy for folks who are very talented, unless they're That's all the remote control API. Actually, I already have it legal in the sample project of you guys tomorrow. So we'll grab the walkthrough if you want to see things to start up there. Either today or tomorrow. But yeah, it's really good. And okay, we've got a basic material here. And basic material. What was that? Okay, so we're covering blueprints tomorrow, but it's useful to know that this is a very similar setup when you're doing the material graph as the blueprint graph. And so before we start to click around here and add nodes or anything like that, let's just look at the basic material we have. Face color, what do they call it? Towel, second roughness. I never touched them. And it's probably in my life, you know, it's a mix of color, how much it like glows or insists upon itself. They're pretty opacity, mask. There's some kind of consistency normal now. What the shop says when we start to fade some idea of 3D geometry, you can have an ambient occlusion map that starts to make contact shadows that really good and pixels out offset. Again, kind of fade. So without touching any of those, we see over here a preview of our material. And by default, the other thing we want to take a look at before we go too far down the material rabbit hole is material domain, surface, and blend. That's fine. We're going to move this out a little bit. Or okay, so we'll preview here. So material domain. So surface is one of those materials that can be. Light function though is really interesting. Like I said, this is a bit of a transition from materials to lighting. If you build a light function material, you really only have one option available to the missing component. And what's useful about this is you can basically control the color or the intensity of all the lights in your project if you want, just through this one material, because every light can have a light function material. So it's kind of just an easy way to, globally do the same thing to all your lights. Particularly useful, for example, if you're doing day to night, and now like it's 8 p.m. at night, and you want all the lights to turn on in the project, light function materials would be really useful for that. Post-process material is if you want everything to have like a cell shape. You've got like a certain kind of style that you want to go through like a filter in front of your eyes or the camera inside the project. But for now, we'll stick with surface materials. There we go. Surface. Next up, blend mode. So, okay, choose this kind of material. There's no translucency, there's nothing visible. Mask is when you've got something that is either opaque or invisible. Like you don't have a gradient, you don't really have any kind of glass scenario. It's like everything is either fully opaque or fully invisible. A good example of that would be something like if you're pretending you've got trees. Or actually even, as I say, like leaves, but even like the hair cards we're looking at from MetaHuman, similar as well. It's like there's either a hair strand there or there's nothing. So you're cutting out a shape to make sure that they're getting the right look. And translucent, that's when you get to things like glass and you're conforming to different shapes, so you're going to have different levels of opacity in order to get the effect you want. Additive is usually used for like particles, rain, fog, confetti, explosion, etc., where the way it layers the lens is going to have that kind of cumulative value. And then I haven't really used the other ones. Alpha holdout, I believe we started using this for one of our Bliss projects, where once you start to do a lot of different post-process effects and DLSS or super sampling and all that, it can start to affect something like video. So if you're inside my Unreal project and you've got a certain look and you get a video playing in the back, sometimes the video inside the Unreal project can start to look kind of muddy and weird or compressed based on some of the other settings you have in Unreal. Alpha holdout, what that's supposed to do is it basically says like, whatever is on this material, basically like try to ignore everything else. So like I want this video picture to look the way the video looks. So that would be this video using that material. So we'll leave that at the big for the moment. And then shading model. Unlit, don't respond to light at all. It's always going to look a certain way regardless of how the light is. Default is pretty common. And then all these other ones are, variations of things. Subsurface influence skin, where you've got subsurface scattering, pre-integrated skin is a variation of that. Clear coat for like the car or like wax on it. Foliage, hair, cloth, all like much more detailed variants of trying to make material react to light in very different ways. For the most part, I'm using unlit, default lit, and occasionally a subsurface profile, although typically I'm using white backgrounds with many points. Yeah, I don't actually do this, that's too much. So we'll leave that default lit for the moment. Two-sided, quick question here. Pardon me. A lot of times you'll bring something in Unreal, and everything will be inverted. We just saw that with the Chicago answer, everything was inverted. The quick fix for that is you make the material two-sided. Now it's rendering on both sides and almost don't matter. That is more expensive, so if you can afford it, great, go please make it two-sided. If you want to fix it, that's when we go into some of the modeling tools to start to adjust some of that. And if you have time, we'll the last part of our class will show you a couple of those modeling tools, which could also be to tomorrow a little bit. Besides that, there aren't too many other settings in here that I think you need to know about right away. So we'll leave those for now. So what I'd like you to do is that you've got your basic material set up. Start by, you can pretty much these values directly. So I guess start by doing that, change your color, see how it responds there, try to make it metallic. In the real world, everything has a value of either 0 or 1 for metallic. It's either metallic or it's not. It is binary. I'm going to do less and mess with that a little bit. Sometimes water looks a little better if it's slightly metallic, but not like all the way. Specular, of course, like the highlights, like the sharpness of how lights are flashing there, 0.1 versus 1. And the roughness, of course, when you make 0, it's going to be super reflective, right? And won't actually respond to light at all. And then the roughness of like 1, of course, will get no reflectivity at all. And then you do like 0.05. That's the response. Let's do 0.1. Yeah. Well, let's stop there. And then this is how. So if I bring the metallic value down to 0, if I make the emissive color something very bright, it's going to make it feel a little bit more unlit because now it's like emanating there. Now you might say, oh, is there any way it was the emissive color would actually make it glow and produce light? Yes. And you saw one of the Coulombe materials I had was actually like casting light and seeing faster than that. So before we create those for these other things. Looks like my computer is changing resolution. Well, hold it like that for a second. I'll figure itself out. Let's see this finish. Great. So here we got static lighting with luminosity. See, I'm realizing you're so set up now for lumen that it gets upset when things like it gets upset when things like lumen are active. So this is using static lighting is enabled. Static lights will fail. So I can't tell them if it actually didn't make the lighting or if it means that we just need to make sure we signal lumen. We quickly can test that. We'll be like the post process volume, then the temperature and power. Lumen, global illumination, none. And activity-based lighting, I don't see whether there's a shortcut there that I've already mentioned for dump. I think it's like dump until lighting actions. There's that, here, all the members and home, 0. Okay, so the lighting is. Okay, so this is that lighting is fixed. It is pretty ambiently lit there, but we should still be able to see in our lighting mixer what happens if we adjust the settings for just the stationary lights. The stationary light intensity, this is the point light, 0 versus 20. You can see how that's affecting range. Or I do, 1,000 or something like that. Oh, I think that was also on the lighting channel, so that's affecting that too. And the other one was stationary here, spotlight, taking that. Then I get the light spotlight also go up to say much higher value, and I don't need to read it. So that's the magic of stationary lights. If you change it, you make it 0, so it affects the scene not at all. You make it affect the scene at time. You change the lighting, and it doesn't require any extra real-time operations from the internet. So we just made this scene like 50 times more efficient. But those lights again, actually rotate them. Good to know. Okay, back over to here. Yeah, this is a fixed resolution. So first time we'll try using the nuclear is let's see if we can make this glow. So I'm going to hold down the M key. M for Mary, but it's actually M for multiply. But I hold down the M key, like similar to how we hold down the L key to create a linear scheme. We'll get a multiplying code. We can also get this by just right clicking and typing the word multiply. And multiply is how we increase something by a significant value. So if we put the paint here and here, so we drag the left maps out of here and attach it, you do a mistake color. Right now, we're multiplying 0 times 1, which we all know is 0. So nothing's happening without it. But if we put a color in here, and we're going to multiply that color by the value, this is how we start to get light being cast down the one. Pull down the 3. And put it. Yeah, and sorry, when we hold down the 3, you're doing the 3 down. Let's walk through that. So if I hold down the 1 click, it's going to be a single down. So it's like this, you know, metallic 0, 7 for 1. So that's 1 vector. If I hold down 2, that's 2 vectors. And I can 3, that's 3 vectors. Now there's a lot of situations where you might need a 3 vector, X, Y, Z. That can be for rotation, that can be for transform, or it can be for color, or it can be values. So when I double click in this block here, now I get presented with a color field. And I can make it final, short. So now, I have these different channels here, a red channel, a pink channel, a blue channel. Textures are often set up this way, where you might have like an ambient occlusion channel on blue, and a roughness channel on green, and you can start to act more texture data, you'll want to finish this way. But the white one is going to be all of them. So white is going to become the material for pink, and right now we're multiplying it by 1. But if I make this multiplier something like 100, now it's going to be blue, low. And here it's low so much we can't even tell it's pink anymore. But if we assign this to an object in our scene, we'll see that it's actually starting to cast light. So let's try that out. We have an M-based material. And let me turn down some of the other light in our scene, like our dimensional light. Detail. And make it all form. There we go, so it's pretty dark. All right, and now I'm going to try to make this center object. So I've got an M_base material. I can drag it there. There it is. And you can see it's casting light all the way to the walls around the edge of it. And if we have a post processing, which we do here, if I were to increase something like the blue, you'll see how much that affects. We'll look at this glow. Right, so there's 1.3, what do I do with 5? Right? So we're not actually changing the intensity of it, we're affecting the room is affecting the scene. We have a threshold for room, stuff like that. Right? And that is a simple material, casting a big pink light everywhere. Now, it used to be with screen space, low illumination, what would happen would be, it would look like this when you're close to it. And then the moment you can't see the source, it all disappears. You can't see that light being cast by the object anymore. Lumen was the first time that you could do this a fairly efficient way, where it could continue to cast light even when it wasn't in the frustum of the camera. You can't see it, but it's still effective. Okay, so we're still in this parent material, and you'll remember from our pre-lunch, pre-taking materials, that the parent material that children that have some variance. You want to have as few base materials as possible, because every base material is going to be that much more than the religions to think about in the scene. Whereas if you have one parent and 50 children, I know that's something back there. So I'm really love that. I'm really, so that's great. I really don't have to think about a parent. The children are basically free. I know we're totally losing an analogy in the real world here, but that's how we're doing it. So the question would be, though, how do we create a child and how do we start to do some things with it? Well, before we affect this material touch, what I'll do is I'll go to our material and I'm going to right click it. And I'm going to say, create material instance. Right? You have to click on the material to do this. And the nomenclature is MI_. And let's say I want to have a blue glowing material. So I'm going to call this a blue glow. So if I double click on this child, this material instance, which should be labeled as such, right here, material instance material. So you'll remember before we had some of these parameters that we could adjust, and we don't see those here. The reason is because we haven't actually implemented which parts of this material we want to be parameters that can change on a child or instance basis. So back in the base material, if we wanted to change, say, the color of this glow as well as the multiplier, we could right click here on this color and say convert parameter. Now that we have that, we can say light color. It's not really descriptive. And then for the intensity here, you can't do it without a node. So let's hold down that one key. So we can have a value here. And actually, you know, you can right click that and convert parameter. Just a fun fact, when you hold down the S key and click, that will save on the step. So S for scalable, and we'll create a parametric version of this. So then we'll do light intensity. Light intensity. Okay, so we'll do that. Again, same thing, just right click and choose convert parameter. All right, so we plug that in here. And then we just want to make sure we have our default values set up. So maybe the default value is 1 and pink, and that's fine. So we can save. And by the way, we're going to go out and look at this parent material. If our goal was just to make this glow, and we wanted to keep Unreal Engine from thinking too hard, what do you think we might change about the materials we made to make this a less expensive parent for building? Anyone? So the blend mode, what could we do there? Well, pink is actually the cheapest option, so we probably would change that. If we did add it, it would create a very interesting effect, but it would be more expensive. So material domain, surface, blend mode, okay. Anything to mention about the shading model?
Unlit.
Unlit, exactly. Because in this case, we only care about the instant color. All this can be grayed out because if you're just glowing to produce light, it doesn't matter if they're metallic or have secular or a certain roughness value. You're just glowing.
It was menus, is it most expensive?
That's a good question. You know what? It could be. That absolutely could be true. I'm trying to see if it's obvious if you're correct about that. That could very well be possible. Good question. Good summary. But for now, yeah, we'll do some other things with this material as well. So we'll leave it like this. And now we'll go back over to our material, for instance, blue glow. Make sure you save or these changes won't propagate. You should see a scalar parameter value and a vector parameter value, one for light intensity and one for light color. So we call this blue glow. We probably want this to be blue. Actually, you know, before we do this, the thing I love about material instances, children, whatever, is you can watch these adjustments in real time. You don't have to watch them compile. So if we change this fill platform here to be blue glow, just drag it across, we can actually see how this change has been seen in real time as we change these materials. Pretty cool. And any lag is just from the connections we work with. And if you want to cast more light, you bring up the light intensity, 100. And that's like the best alien landing or something like that. And then I did say this briefly, but I want to mention at the beginning, and if you do find there's a lot of specular artifacts, fireflies, as we sometimes call them, from Lumen, one of the easy ways to adjust that is to change your exposure value. So if I have this at like 5, and let's see one where we can actually see some more of the walls. A little harder to see the compression, but yeah, I think there's some noise. Basically, what we want to do is we go here into our post-process volume, and then our exposure settings, we want to go to manual, and you want to be adjusting the exposure compensation until lava start constantly. That's like rule number 1 for reducing lunar artifacts is doing liquid exposure, and then from there there's some other adjustments. So yeah, and then you might go back and you might change the intensity of the glow as long as the walls are being illuminated at below your satisfaction. You might again also change what the moving value is. You read the process there. 0 Coulombe, possible. Some people say not to use blue in VR. I think blue is really cool in VR, especially in convolution. So try it out. Sometimes they teach these courses startup games where I use these like the official material they created, and I have not slap on the wrist, but just told a couple times like, hey, your opinion doesn't matter. You say it's the way it says on the slide. So that was one of those instances where I was like, I think blue was straight in the VR. And they're like, no, ignore it. Cool. Okay, so we got that. Now let's start to add a few more parameters to our parent here. And you might start to wonder, at what point should you be using a different parent instead of trying to create everything in here? And my general answer is, I usually have at least 2 or 3 different parent materials on a project. One for lit objects, one for big objects, and one for that's masked too, if we're doing things that can actually use masks. But generally, it's when I'm changing these elements that I would go to creating a different account. So let's add in a couple more parameters. For a base color, what if instead of a color, what if we do a texture? So we can hold down the T key to bring in a texture. So holding up just right click, you have the word texture, like texture sample, same thing. And you drag the RGB in into base color. RGB A will include an alpha value that would be able to start to deal with the capacity. One tricky thing about textures in the gun is it gets very upset if you ever don't put the texture in the texture slot. It's like a divide by 0 problem or something like that. So you have this something here. Even if you're like, I don't know, I want to let the child decide what this is going to be. You have to put some kind of placeholder in here. So maybe I go ahead and I find. I mean, if I don't plan on using the parent, you can literally do anything. But yeah, there's like a gray material show. So I can have a simple gray material that goes in there with these colors. Then from metallics back to the roughness, well, I wanted to very quickly turn these to the parameters that we go S. Although I guess I should be in them to go. So this one will be metallic. Plug that in. This one will be secular. And just remember whatever values you put in here. These are the default values, but the overall meant on a trial by trial basis. And this. So what I'm trying to give you is just a bit of a material sandbox where you can create a few different children and see what effects. We'll also make sure we convert our texture into a parameter. So I've done that. So convert parameter. We'll call this base texture or update. And then we'll want to work over it normal. Now the normal apps can be a little bit tricky because it needs to be a normal type texture. So you'll notice if I plug this in right now. By the way, I need to change this to say normal texture base. Because if you have 2 parameters inside the material graph that both have the same meaning, then they're going to use the same value. It's like any situation we have a variable. Think back to math class. X equals y plus x plus c or something like that. If 2 variables, parameters inside the real have the same name, they're going to use the same figure. That's not true if they exist in different material graphs footprints, or if they exist within the same one, they're going to have the same. The normal texture should be throwing an error on the Let me try to state it. Because it should be telling me that this is not a normal texture. For whatever reason, it's not that right now. Fine. Sample type here should be not linear color, but normal. And then what I was going to do here is search for anything. Oh, sorry, that's what I had. I will search for anything that is. Oh, wrong. Okay, wait. There. Minus B. Look if I can see it. But yeah, the sample type, I want that to normal, and then for the texture itself, I would search for something that is a normal texture type. This is usually audio detected by an immersion, but also it's around me. And I might do whether this is just cast normal, because this should be more to see something going on with it and so adjustments inside of these. Okay, so now we've got a pretty robust basic material, camera material, that we can use different things. It's all the same. And using this relatively simple material, we can make a few different kinds of materials. So we got our blue globe, that hasn't changed at all, but it doesn't really care about those other values. Let's create another material instance. Maybe this one will be MI. Let's just call it wood. Let's see if we can make all that kind of stuff wood. So we'll look that up. Light intensity will be 0. Light color will be just white, it's fine. Doesn't matter because like that's 0. And then metallic, for white, technically 0. Roughness, depending on how polished you want to be, only like 5. Specular, well, it's fine. We'll see what the values look like. And then I've got this texture values. You see how Unreal automatically groups things into what's scalar, like a single float value, versus textures, versus vector values, like a lot of quality. And then we can add more fluid change, like we change the texture a certain way. Yeah, this is kind of how we start with one. So for base texture, it's like a little work with it. And we can do team, wood, floor, walnut, this should come with the starter button. And there we go. So there's our base wood texture. And then ideally, we match this with a normal texture as well. As you can see, we're doing some focal things right now based on this normal texture. With normal. And then wood. And we have floor, walnut, normal. There we go. So these match. D for diffuse and normal. And you can see, if we like, get a little bit closer up there, you can see that it's actually taking into account the way the light kind of hits the wood. Very nice. And normal textures are very inexpensive. These will work even on pretty low-end devices, which is great if you want little materials that will work in those places. Where it gets expensive is where you start to generate like actual fake geometry. And we just test how this feels in scene by dragging it in, maybe we put it on a spot. Or a few. Or we can select multiple ones at once. And we let you hold down control from the keyboard. A lot of the same shortcuts that work when you're like in this file explorer, looking around as well. So I'm putting all platforms here. And then I can go to details. Like that room here. And then materials. You'll see that there's 2 materials across here. One is that wood that I wrote put there, and one is this prototype gray. So I can do a couple of things. I can search either for MI_ wood if I want to. Or I can just so I can click that, or I can go here and be sure I can see it. And drag this. When you're dragging an Unreal into like a slot, if it's blue, it can't go there, if it's red, like that, and now we've got this nice wood material. Let's turn up the directional alignments, we'll see a little bit better. And then this is the one next as well. 0.5, there we go. There we go. So what's cool is you would never think that this and this have the same parent, but they do. And Unreal doesn't have to think very hard to render all this because they have the same parent. It really only has to think about the compilation of all the things that the parent has as parameters. And then, yeah, these are basically free afterwards. And that's true. We keep making more. Let's make one more texture. Base material, right click, create material instance. And what's another one? I want to movie. Sure. Or actually, let's do a map. Yeah, let's look like a really shiny. Or let's do a Coulombe or a mirror or something like that. Oh, and then, by the way, we put it in the scene first, and then watch it adjust as we adjust it. So a line from over here, we're gonna set that default kind of flow thing going on. And so probably for our material, we don't want it glowing. So again, light color doesn't matter, it always tends to be 0. You can watch these change in real time. Metallic, we want 1. Roughness, we want pretty low, maybe 0. The reflections there, look at that lumen GI noise. So if we had ray tracing turned on, which I don't think we do at the moment, that would start to be eliminated. Sorry, ray tracing. We're reducing levels, so it is on. But there can be some other settings to adjust to try to limit that channels, including some of these sort of values. Typically, what I also do is I tend not to use like a perfect here. I'll often use something that has a little bit of roughness, 0.1, which you can see starts to clean some of that out. Oh, and then we have the normal effects. Specular shouldn't matter too much. Yeah, that's something that changes because we're mostly surviving events. And in the normal texture, I mean, you could give it a little bit like a bumpy value if we wanted to. That's something like there's a little tiny way back in this really. But we've got F normal, flat normal, basic tile, and normal. That's an interesting one, right? Yeah. So we do lose reflection there. Let's see, changing the roughness to 0. That's it does a little bit, and you get some of these blooms coming up with it. So like that's certainly a fact, okay, you're like, oh, you know what, I don't want that to go around. Well, like, I'm gonna say that for later. We are almost that with something else. Yeah, and then you might also be wondering, how can we change the intensity of the normal, or making it bigger or smaller? Let me show you that real quick. If that's not quite as intuitive as I'd like it to be, but there are plenty of times when we want to change the intensity of the normal. So I can open up the base material here versus parent. Might want to go back to the content browser to do it. Base material there. Same thing. Base material. All right, so if we want to be able to change the intensity of the normal texture, you would think you do like multiplying it, like with light intensity. You would be wrong. And I've made that mistake many times. There is a special node called flattened normal. And what's upsetting about this to me is it's not asking you how intense you want the normal to be, it's asking you how flat you want the normal to be. So in this case, a value of 1 means fully flat, and then like a negative value or a positive value will make it go in different directions. So I find that very confusing. So what I do instead of the flat normal is there's a wonderful little math function that we'll use in other cases for another role called -1 or 1 minus. And basically what that means is the opposite. Do the opposite of that. So basically now for the flatness, this is going to be like intensity, how much normal you want. And that 0 will be flat, and then a higher value will be a higher value. So now we can roll down the escape and do normal intensity. Which I think is way more intuitive than normal flatness. Intensity, right? Up to opposite. That's what it is. We're allowed to choose some numbers. And so normal intensity 0, it's not doing anything. Normal intensity 12, and it's got something over there. Only hit 1 by default. Okay, so now, again, you've already got this going on in the parent here. What's cool is we can start to scrub that normal intensity value here, and we'll see in real time how that changes, which is really cool. And you notice that once we go below 0, it basically inverts it. It starts to make the normal behave in the opposite direction. And again, anytime you see something kind of cool like this, remember that almost everything in Unreal can be animated. So what we can do tomorrow, we'd like to show you what's called material parameter collection, which makes it very easy to actually animate either in an automated way or like as part of a sequence, adjusting parameters like this in real time or over the course of an animation or whatever you like. Cool. All right, and then with the 4 months we have left until we open up some Q&A and dive into other things, let me show you one example of doing something with like a masked texture, which again I would still do as a separate parent material. Though, if you're like, I'm only gonna like have this once, and most people use the same parameters as everything else, you can cheat a little bit. You go create material instance, and you can call this an MI mask test. Although actually this isn't gonna work, and you'll see why in a moment. But what you can do down there, under the parent, is there's material property overrides. And so you can actually say, hey, just for this one child, this kid's a bit of a predator. And instead of the blend of being okay, just for this one child, it's going to be mass. Now, this isn't going to make much of a difference, is that we still haven't set anything up yet regarding opacity to actually respond to a material itself. So really, this would be more useful if we were going in the other direction. We were mostly using mass materials or translucent materials, and you're like, I have a couple that are actually fine being opaque, and you want to do like a little less than we got for those particular children, you could actually, make those pretty. But you know what, I'm gonna leave this for a second, because I want you to see that also, we can change the parent. You can have something set up with certain parameters or whatever, how you want it here, and you're like, actually, this kid needs to be adopted. Like, we're gonna move over to another family, another parent, and as many of his properties that can come over with. Yeah, but
That use the parameters that they don't exactly plan.
say that again.
That use the values, the parameters that they don't exactly.
Yes, exactly, yes. So in that case, I think the capitalization matters, I think that's exactly the same. But oftentimes, when I'm doing something like that, it's coming from a place where I duplicated a parent material, which is what I'm going to do right now. So I'm going to duplicate our base material here. I'm going to call it M base mask material. So rather than starting from scratch, I'm starting from everything here that I'm going to add some notes and some other notes. By the way, yeah, you can write about something and duplicate it, also control it. It shows you a lot of shortcuts next to it. Yeah.
Can you bring another material to one material to another material?
Can you bring material into another material?
Yeah, start getting there.
Yeah, so that's a much longer discussion, but you can blend materials, you can mask materials, so like where this one is not there, this one is. You can actually give materials layers. And there's something that just came out in proper form for underlying 5.7 called substrate materials. And substrate materials are physically active. They are using like all the science terminology that makes no sense to me when it's about like this is exactly how this will behave in the real world, which means that like the thing I was telling you about metallic, where it's like, yeah, in the real world, it's have a metallic value of 0 or 1, but you can make it 0.5 if you want to. In the world of substrate materials, we cannot create a material that is different from how we behave in the real world. One other thing about how materials don't behave in the real world, you would never have a value of true white or true black in the real world. So anytime you're doing something in colors, and it can cause some weird effects in your scene. So generally, even if you're making snow or charcoal, like you wouldn't use a full white or full black because they aren't much out of the real either. So be careful about those extreme values. Okay, so if I go to base mask material now, I'm going to change the material blend code. You get out here. You can see it. Blend mode, we're going to go mask. And what it does, that opens up this opacity mask, which was very fun. The opacity is still grayed out. We can put some things in there and those will get grayed out as well. But this now allows us to put something in there that's going to decide what we can see and what we can't. So, we start to look at some of these other things that we don't care about. I'll leave them for now. There's nothing here that's not really irrelevant anymore. But what I do want, of course, is I want to do T for texture. And I want to plug that into the opacity mask. And there we go. It is that kind of error I expect with the gloss interior. So I can try that in the word mask. See if it comes up. So that it will. We might have something like, oh, actually, there was something mask. By the way, especially when you're just doing tests, yes, next. For this gear here, see how we've got engine content and plugin content? That means it's not only going to show you the things that exist inside the project, it'll show you all the things that are inside Unreal Engine, which is great, except you want to be careful that if you're modifying something, then you're not modifying something at the end of it. Now you're affecting all of your projects in that version of Unreal Engine. Yeah, exactly. Oh is right. And if you're curious where NS is coming from and how it works, you'll see that path up there, the path parameter, which tells you where it is.
You should use it. You should use it anyway. How do you change it or any part or something and
That, yes, except the reference values actually do tend to carry along. Like Unreal usually tracks from versions where those things go. But that's a good point. In general, if you're like, I really like this thing in the engine, what you should do is you should find it. Like, let me make an example of this. So let me find something that is just in the engine, and find it. So let's say we have an asset that we really like inside of the character. There we go, engine map. Okay? So you're like, cool, I like this. Look at that cool mass. Looks like a planet Earth or something like that. So what I can do is I can take a little magnifying glass. Hopefully you can see it right now. But magnifying glasses in Unreal are always the way to look for something. And it'll find it over to here, and you see this is way down in the format. So if you want this asset, I mean, I do, we've got a folder called, class textures, something like that. We got class textures. So what you can do is you can drag it from wherever it lives to the end folder. Into there, like class materials. And it says, hey, you want to move this here or copy this here? Don't move it there, because it's gone when you put short, copy it there. Now you can copy it. If it's in your project, you're not referencing the engine, the pathing isn't going to change at all. And then while you're here, you're like, it looks like this. That's the card. That's cool. That's material, copy. And then just remember to go ahead and change your reference once you move it. Sorry, go back and just get last material. And then here, you'll actually see that this pops up here now. Right, same name, but the past. Here's the engine one and the map templates. And then there's the one that says it's in class materials. You might be like, wait a minute, why does it say it's in game class materials? It's in content class materials. Unreal Engine uses game and content interchangeably for some reason. But in some cases, you need to specify game, and in other cases, you need to specify content. This is one of those weird things that I've told folks that like, if you're going to make them different names, sometimes at least have them both respond to the same thing. No, you can get very specific about that.
So you should the path here.
Of the other one?
Yeah, massive, it's massive.
Yes, so this one is in game class materials, and then the other one's in the engine folder, so engine map templates. So we do, we don't want the one that's in the engine, we want the one with the aliquot there. Aliquot, your issues. If I click that, see what the exactly what the cloud has. And you'll notice it did this by default, sampler path grayscale. As you might guess, if you're specifying, especially at your parent material level, that this texture will always be grayscale, which is probably going to be true for a massive material, guess what? Unreal Engine has less to think about it. It knows this is never going to be color, so I can think more like a dog or something, compared to like all the complexities of a mantis shrimp, which is kind of what's going on here in linear color evolving. So keep that in mind. We're like, save. Guess what's going to happen though? Because this is now our default value here, everything that uses this parent would now have done. Now, of course, we want to make this a separate parent. But that is something you want to be careful of. That if you have a default value to, including a mesh, we're talking about default value to a parent of a mesh, a parent of material, a parent of a level, if you have instances of levels, it's going to affect all the children of that. So always be careful in adding a new default value. In this case, we're okay because we made this a copy of the material. But remember, we have this MI nest over here. So we go to the parent and we can say, hey, I want and base last material to the parent, and it's going to keep whatever parameters we set up there. But now it's going to add in that new texture. I don't think we converted it to a parameter though. So you right click here, convert to parameter. That's okay, cool. Yeah, and I mean, anything that we want, but remember, there can't be any grading here. It can't be like a soft fall off. It's going to be everything is transparent or visible. Well, let's just see if this looks like to start to change a couple settings. And maybe some glows, give it maybe a little while. Maybe some glows blue. We got a little bit of blue, orange. And the light intensity is 19 or something. And not metallic, and then all these things don't matter. Well, we could actually slow texture. You might not see it super well, but we could give it a texture. And a normal value. Just a flat, normal. Okay. Shortest line, practice anything. Sure. Then we'll just try to make the normal intensity pretty high, which is what we're seeing. When we actually do it, of course, we can see this all at one time. Maybe easier to see in the context of the actual signal. Although we didn't try to put it like as the mass test. Okay, I did want to try that. Materials. Oh, I mean, classic chickens. Mass test, right, for this guy. If you see an asterisk next to something, and it's something that has this, it's saved, you know, so it's kind of cool. So you see where we're technically using the cylinder. But just the way that this particular mask is set up. It's only in a couple spots here. Now, I'll this will be more tomorrow, but I can also show you how to run scale and adjust parameters and offset them. Like, I really want this to be more down on the bottom of the cylinder. Still a pretty good starting point. For the heck of it, let's try that. Just test hard. Yeah, let's see what that looks like. Same. And then we've got a long intensity behind. Let's try to trim this down a little more. Just in case you can actually see normal at all, probably not. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, I will leave plenty of time for questions, digging deeper on a couple of things. So feel free to keep messing with some of that if you like. You want to list all the material, all the lines. And of course, you can see casting channel too, but as you might imagine here, if this is not two-sided, then guess what? It's invisible on one side. So this is actually a pretty good example of a situation where you might you don't remember, like, I just want to go back to the other one, make it just do that and simply reset it back to the default. But yeah, this would be a good example of where you actually might want to do an override because you're like, you know what, for this, I guess I didn't want two-sided materials. So we go into material property overrides, two-sided, and then sequence. It's easy to forget, by the way, that it's not enough to just say two-sided. You have to say, I'm overriding this parameter and I'm turning it off. It's a two-step process. Okay, so let's pause there. So we have about 15 minutes left. And I want to use this time for Q&A. Anyone who wants to dive deeper on anything from touch on. And of course, anything where you're like, let's definitely start this tomorrow. Let's also just make a note of that. So this is as useful to you all as possible. This guy has a question. What's your question?
Make a short test.
With like motion capture?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. I need to hear everyone when we'll do that. Good question. Cool. Anyone want to dive deeper on anything or have any questions? Yes.
I also have the internet access to photos.
Sorry, I think we
Internet access to photos now. So if you want to get it down and maybe you would have that.
cool. Yeah, I would want to make sure if anyone doesn't have it, that in 5.6, you definitely got all the MetaHuman stuff installed. So just check out those installation options. That's definitely checked. And then if anyone, is not able to generate their MetaHuman skeleton before, by all means, go into your character and try hitting that on the skeleton option, and then try to export the MetaHuman photo with some settings. Yeah, so again, you want to own that create full rig button. You're connected to the internet now. Then from there, you'll download the texture source, probably 2 gig, keep it a very lightweight. And then under assembly, we'll hit assemble, except I would probably recommend doing a really optimized and high, not the full schematic version, which is very, very heavy. But boy, you see a lot of doors when you do that version. Now, with this one, because this is a custom one, you can see that I can actually look at the different LEDs, right? So LED 7, of course, this one would typically be something you'd be close to. This would be the level of quality that's being used when you are, 200 feet away. Then you get a little closer, and ideally, these switches are happening in such a way where you can't even tell. And then by the time you're LED 1 versus LED 0, like that's really only going to be a difference if you are within a few feet of that face. You're not going to see unless you can see it with the top. So lovely. There's a place of water. It's not even going to see that lovely. LED 0 with LED 1. I learned the other thing was skull laughing. And yeah, I think it means all the difference. Yes.
Right. Can you even figure out what the LED is? So the radius.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's true for everything in Unreal. So let's talk.
Very boss question.
Sorry.
What was the?
The question was, can you configure the LEDs? Or is it, well, I'm not quite sure what you wanted to zoom in on. Well, I'll show you a couple different things. You can change the level of destination, and you can also change like at what point the swing between the LEDs too.
Yeah, another question. I mean, what is every zero in that? What is it you wanted? What's the category function itself?
Yeah, so in the case of MetaHuman, there's actually a special component they have called an LED sync component, and you can kind of customize it, but it's different to have LEDs work in both cases. So let me start by showing you how LEDs typically work. Well, I'll show you the MetaHuman working, but then I'll show you how you typically do this with most objects in Unreal, because it gives you much help. What they're trying to do with MetaHuman is they're assuming a lot of the people using MetaHuman don't want to have to think about it too much. So they have this special component here called an LED sync component. Right, so the LED sync component basically says, okay, what are the things we want to sync? The body's the driver, like whatever the body's doing, other things are going to follow. Face is the driver, torso is passive, so torso does whatever the body's doing. Because the MetaHuman is made up of several meshes. Body, face, has this room, motion, torso, legs, feet, etc. So yeah, and that LED sync component, we have all these different components that are set up to sync. And then here, with the custom LED battery, there's a few options where you can say, hey, for the hair, I don't want to go between LED 5 and LED 7. For beard, 5 and 7. I'm not sure why, they're just sticking some other ones here. But maybe it's like a ramp thing. And yeah, you can start to customize those a little more. And then you also have a number of LEDs and a forced LED, which is actually kind of neat. If you're like, you know what, there's really no reason we ever need to see LED 0. Let's have LED 3, that's fine. Same thing with the number of LEDs. It's going to start with the minimum LED and then only have numbers from there. So I say the minimum LED is going to be 3. And I say, there's only be 3 LEDs or something like that. It's only going to do that. And that being said, when you optimize anything, it usually doesn't have many LEDs. When you're doing the cinematic one, that's where you have the LEDs, LED 0 to LED 7. But you have to know a little bit. When you see a number in Unreal of -1, unless that's a scenario where something can actually be -1, like normal intensity, usually what that means is we want to let Unreal Engine decide. So -1 in this case, it's in control for stability. You guys can see this, except that's usually it means like I'm letting Unreal Engine. It's a call. I'm going to swap from one LED to another. Okay, so the way LEDs typically work in a normal way, like let's start in some geometry, you want to try to find with a static mesh. And the and you know what? I can also filter by something like reverse if you want to. So right now we got everything as icons here. So I was looking for something that's kind of big. Maybe it's already in this context, maybe it's not. I can change this to the side. Move this in. I want to see all of the stuff. Maybe it's there. Maybe something here. There we go. I don't know why it's all right there. So instead of a grid, I want all this there. So now, kind of like what we saw with the light mixer, we start to sort things in a lot of different ways. And I want to find something that's a lot of these. Find that option, trying to scare. Or I can leave that over here. Like, that's the thing that I want to check a lot. So most triangles and most vertices over here. So, okay, we got something to 270 triangles. We actually have it twice. It's me. It's the scanning me. Pre-scanning me quite a lot. Okay, fine. So, I'm not sure if you're really going to see the difference there. Let's grab something we have a little bit here. And then we look over the center. And then, yeah, there's a little difference between, and then I remove something, and it was improving something. So here we go. Here's the point. Maybe this one, which is so little. But I have to be quite slow. This puts those three a lot of very high quality scanned assets. So we get more for some customer need. Right. So I'm going to try doing the raw quality is going to be huge, so I'm going to do the high quality version here. Add the project. Bring this in. Okay. I should pull out the folder that this in. Yeah. This will go all the way there. So this is Megascans 3D, Word of course, about there about it. And we're just going to grab static mesh there. We're going to bring it into our scene. And press the patch. Bring it in. You think you guys a second? We have that in. Yeah, we should set it. That was good. I'll make this a little bit brighter so we can see the environment a little more. 5 or 6 slides, I think. Okay, so by default, this one already set it as an answer. And I'm not sure. I mean, I just can write to Bob and check. There's a few different ways to check. We'll find where this one is. Megascans, 3D assets. And then we'll have a static mesh here. So I right click on this and go to man. Man not. So what the man likes, we'll be able to use first and we'll turn on the man. So if I double click on this guy, we'll see if already has a static mesh. Oh, that's not the thing that I thought I had already been. Lost in chapel, which here we problem. This one right here, the area, you see that is 0. It's only 24 through verses. Why it's weird, because it's talking about well, that's I'll just do the second over here. It can certainly be useful to have a couple of things you're working on. Where it's full. There it is. Video. High quality. Add projects. Or yeah, like a mossy little there. Okay, so we got this, static meshes, drag it in. All right, and I have to let's see, we can wire that only, so let's focus on geometry. I can do wireframe also. Let's do like that also eliminates the ball. Okay, so right now, I would guess there's no LEDs on this image. Let's find out. Maybe they're really well positioned. So let's find where this is, or we'll just double click on here. Well, but Okay, so, data is sorry, okay, so, let's uncheck it. Yeah. So we uncheck enable AI support, and you have to apply changes. And you can see elements here are 15,000 polygons, so this actually isn't that much. But it's still something you can work with. That's a nice high quality material. And you can see that there's no elements. The way I know there's no elements is I can go out really far, and up here it still says LODs. Okay? So it's the simplest way to set up LODs, especially when you import something and it doesn't have LODs already. We can go down to LOD group. And there's some default settings for large file, high utility, etc. These are good ways to group things in such a way where if we wanted to change all high utility objects, for example, you could. But what I'm going to do is make this a little bit more custom. So down here, we say number of LEDs, really, let's say, please, I want 5 LEDs. So I put in 5, with 5 changes. And Unreal Engine's just going to generate these LEDs. And we can see now, just by saying, hey, I got 5 LEDs, where I have here, LED 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And I don't know about you, but I can't really tell when it's switching LEDs. Now, if I stay close, kind of like what we're just doing with our MetaHuman, I can manually start to change these LEDs. And when the camera's not moving, I can tell. But it's not that crazy. LED 4 also isn't quite as low quality as I'd like. And if that's the case, I can change that too. So right here, we've got LED 4, the one I have active right now, versus LED 3, etc. LED 4, I can say, you know what? This could be much, much jankier. So maybe I actually want to do this from scale 4. So I'll go to LED auto, go to 4. And what I want to do is decimate this. This to LED picker custom. No, LED picker custom, see all of them at once. Because when you're doing LED auto, it's not going to show you it's the same way as with LED 4. So we can do it from there as well. So we know this is where it's switching to LED 4. We can go down to LED 4. And we can say percent triangles and actually say, you know what, I want the LED 4 for this to be, let's try 1% of the original calculus. And if I do that and apply changes, we want to keep an eye on this and just see if we notice the change. And we don't know it. Let's try 1%. Apply changes. Okay. And so now, that's not too bad either. You're only at 63 triangles. Not bad. Not bad at all. And so now we've got a very efficient LED 4, which in theory is what this becomes more so far away. And it doesn't hold up when we get close, right? That looks pretty bad. But from here, sure.
Sorry, where's your 63 triangles?
Up here, LED 4, screen size,
Sorry, upper
left.
Thank you.
Yep, sorry. Please screen. Kind of 63 versus 78. And so there's two different things you can affect in here when we start to mess with the LEDs. One would be the number of triangles. The other thing would be the screen size. So you can actually decide when you switch from one LED to another. So if I'm like, you know what, I like the way the LEDs are, but I maybe want to switch to LED 4 a little bit sooner. Maybe if I'm like, you know what, I want to switch to LED 4 here. I look at my screen size right now, and I see that it's 0.1 inches. So then what I can do is when we do LED 4, I want to change this number. Now, by default, this is grayed out. But if I go to custom, it's like custom LED, there we go. Auto compute LED distances. If I uncheck that, that opens these up. So if I want to switch to LED 4 here, I see 0.18 and never left. And so I will change LED 4 to 0.18. Enter. Apply changes. So I always have to apply changes. And now we swap the 4. Whoops, or we should be swapping the 4. Oh, I did 1. Or 1. I thought it was 1. 1. And there. Yeah. Oh, I did this. I had it wrong. I did percent. Whoops. Still the wrong. I think we were like 0.01 for that. Apply changes. Well, gotcha. So now you can see, now it's a little more obvious, right? You can see that swap a little more. But it's a little gas. When the screen size is 0.18, we're jumping from one to another. And I'm sure we've all played video games or seen instances where it was pretty obvious when the geometry changed. So here's where we're like, yes, a little bit more apparent. But again, you can start to really fine tune these things as you like. But Unreal's also very good about making it augmented. One more thing I'll point out before we'll briefly look at Banana is there's a cool visualizer in here. Level of detail coloration. Mesh level of coloration. And it will actually show you a color based on what LED you're kind of small. And so if it's gray, it's LED 0, like most of these things are. Red is LED 1. Green is LED 2. And I see what we're LED 2. And then all the way up to LED 4. Right? So you'll notice that when it's just optimized, there aren't as many LEDs that it does. So we go LED 0. And I think the error is we never get to LED 0. Yeah, because I don't think it even gives the strands once we've optimized the version. Yeah. So that's LEDs. And then real quick, before we ask another question here, if you want to nanite and process it, yeah, just enable nanite. And I'll show you what that looks like. And by the way, in the enable nanite, it's non-destructive. We're not breaking any of the settings to just different LEDs. We're just saying, hey, as long as nanite's active, ignore the LEDs because I don't want to let Unreal populate all this on a per pixel basis. So nanite's enabled. Save all. And we're not going to see that LED coloration. And in fact, it's very unlikely that you'll see any changes in that. But if you do want to see what they actually behind the scenes, again, we've got a nice visualization for it. We've got dynamic visualization and triangles over here. So if I enable that, you'll actually see if it starts to zoom out. Assuming that we've got enough geometry density here. Yeah, a little hard to see because it's triangle, but it's actually, it's basically simplifying triangles in real time. If we want a crazier version of this, I'll show you a very quick introduction of the model, which is you'll see all. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this more detailed so that we have more triangles to destiny. So in this dropdown, I'm going to model mode. I've got this guy selected. You can see there's a model mode that can create some geometry. Well, I'm going to go ahead and go to mesh and remesh. And I'm going to do a target triangle now. So in this case, I just want this to be really big. So it's going to be 150,000 triangles. For no particular reason, other than I want it to be super detailed and I'm close to it. And give it a lot more room for me to that point. Cool. Okay. So now, in our model mode, we're still in our dynamic visualization mode. And if I get really close to it, yeah, now you can see. So I get very, very close, like all this tiny triangles. And then the moment where I start to move away, and by the way, you can slow down your camera. If you're pulling on the right button and you really want to slow down, you can slow down moving away. You can see the triangle's changing there as you move farther away. So that's the real-time per pixel LED magic with nanite, where we didn't have to do anything other than tell Unreal that we want this to be nanite, and it's changing the complexity of the geometry as we surround. Now there is a way to also see the statistics of how many triangles were actually rendered, and that is over here in report stats. I always forget which one this is. It might be some rendering. So this rendering. Maybe Archshire. One of these. Okay. One of these should say triangles. Triangles wrong. Okay. So right now we're drawing 15,000 triangles. Right? So we know this is 100,000 triangles. But we're only drawing 15,000. And as you zoom out, farther and farther away, it does start to triangles probably because we got more stuff over here as well. But it's never getting anywhere close to 100,000 triangles that we know are actually there. So that's the method. Again, why not always use nanite? It does have some random overhead and it isn't supported on everything. If you have nanite enabled and export to a platform that does not use nanite, you can just default that and use some other links for this sign. But it's really this. Okay, very long answer about all of this. Is that helpful? Good, okay. Any other questions? The default thing I'll fall back and talk to you, by the way, be more about modeling of experience. But anyone want to ask you specific? Yes?
I also dismissed the step, but after assembly, how do you import the MetaHuman?
Good question. You can probably just move over that once you pass. Let's take a look at that. So you got an element. They are plugged into your phone. Like a computer running a data so this guy. So you assemble, and what it's asking actually right here is where you want it to go. So the target directory, this is where it's going to go. I call it the folder. So when I export this guy, he is in content or contents to game, content, MetaHumans, and italics video here and there. That's the blueprint for him. We have all his specific assets here. MetaHumans also a component folder. These are assets that like all of them use. So that folder gets big sometimes. But the one specifically for my MetaHuman here are here. But all I really have to worry about is that blueprint class. And if I drag that and I see that's all logic for a MetaHuman, including things like connecting it to live mode path. You can see the hierarchy here, which includes our LBC parameter of all the volume and stuff, etc. Yeah.
Or maybe you can assemble correctly, but only getting the .u accent.
It's not going to be the branch.
Yeah, so the goal is that after assembly, it would the new folder or just in the target folder you don't have to print?
So yeah, so if you assemble and it doesn't give you any red errors in the output log there, then you should end up with BP underscore the name of your method. And it should live in MetaHuman's folder if you didn't change the default path. So content, MetaHumans, and then the main or custom MetaHuman. Do you see anything in the MetaHuman folder?
In the MetaHuman folder, I see the common folder
Yeah.
and the okay, I see. And then in the folder of my
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Cool. And I'll show you guys something really quick that's just kind of fun. Just tell a little bit about all the basic retargeting functions and everything, especially as we failed in targeting earlier. So if you got a little third-person character here, and you're like, boy, sure would be fun if this character was actually my MetaHuman. Guess what? I'll show you real quick. So what's spawning with the scene is what's called the BP third-person character. I'm just going to pull that up real quick. It lists the third-person blueprints. So if I have a BP third-person character and I just bring my BP MetaHuman into this blueprint hierarchy, at the moment you go already, you don't need to know anything about blueprints. You don't need to know this is how the enhanced what system is working, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All you need to know is that we have a skeletal mesh right here, which is being used to move around with our pawn. If you get a child of this, it's not going to be a child skeletal mesh because we have all that baggage from the other method stuff. So we just want to bring in the whole method. So we go to our MetaHuman up here, we drag that whole BP into here to be a child of MetaHuman, right? And we'll see this in our own little outline. Again, all the blueprint stuff will become more clear tomorrow. So we will import here. And right now we see kind of a breathing idle animation of Quinn, our main character. And we see me, my little MetaHuman, which is on top. And it's both found in the next. However, if I go down here and I activate retargeting, which hopefully is still here, find out how that is going to put live, we should have something called live retargeting, unless they changed it. Live retargeting. Nope, we don't have it. I'll retarget. Okay, well, you know what? There's another thing. This might go as well. It used to be there was a live retarget, you did the checkbox, and then you basically just tell us maybe what the parent is doing. There might be one other way to do this right now, though, which would be if we go with our MetaHuman and we add a target component separately. I'm gonna start it. Oh, that. And then the retargeting your shirt is all of us. Whatever you want to do. I mean, I don't want to teach you target, but that's even one thing. There. Yeah, I was looking for a full skeleton mesh in the scene. So I probably had to use the product. That's too bad. That was what you do here. Well, I'll take another look at that tonight and see if there's an easy way to get that. And what's fun, you take the custom menu you made and then have it work inside of here. Sorry, I have more time to get part of it. Or we have to see and we may save it. It's just kind of fun. Yeah, I think we already. Okay, never mind. Does anyone else have a question before I go? Yes.
I this is for but when creating lighting scenes, is that or does each lighting stick into the bubble?
Oh, yeah. Great question, because, yeah, this is something, especially on the theater side, we've dealt with a lot. There's so many different ways you can set up light cues, a lighting sequence, whatever. It's going to be animated in a very particular way based on like show cues. You'll typically want to do that usually through the sequencer, which we'll talk more about tomorrow. But it can be done on a one-loop basis. You can say, you know, when I press this key, I want these lights to go to this level, and this light to change this color, and it can be set up in that kind of way. You can also do it with things like the light function material. You can do it with trigger locks that actually exist in your scene. You can do it with the UI. You just build a control panel and a wheel, and you just put it in those buttons. I mentioned OSC earlier. We've created OSC applications like Touch OSC or Touch Designer as well. So it's totally separate from Unreal, but from those are triggering lights inside Unreal in a certain way. TMX is very friendly to Unreal, so there's 1,000 different ways to do it, and depending on your particular use case, any role that might be a video.
Well, should have been for like 5.
For live performance, well, how come you want to trigger the cubes, right? And do the cubes have a real world version or entirely a virtual version?
No, but I guess virtual, like if it was to music, say, you know, to film what it's
Well, it should be real quick, because we're already on the right computer for this. I'm trying to pull up the host system that we use for Christmas carols. This is a useful kind of talk about. So I load up just for that shows, right? But yeah, in our case, we're using blueprints, and we've got a parent blueprint and all children that have to be blueprints. So I will put it over here. Yeah. So this we've got a lot of dash files, by the way. I think we should still small, but if you create a show and you've got a lot of different roles, so I'm just here on this a little bit. Zoom in. Okay, so this is the executable for our Christmas Carol experience, and we have these batch files, and these have different ways of launching the Unreal Engine experience that have different capabilities. Kevin is a house manager, so there's certain things he can do. Camera is for photography. We have our stage manager. We have Kevin, he's being a stage manager, so we get some extra permission. We have one that's just for any crew member who's in there and wants to see things that are invisible to the audience. And the way to host, and then we have our 2 actors, and they all have different things that are set up, all running in the same experience. So if I go ahead and launch the host batch file here, it's basically telling Unreal Engine to launch with a certain kind of UI and certain permissions and certain variables set up depending on what's needed. What we didn't know about this for a while, and we created like custom builds for each person, we can very time What we have here is the host view, which is similar to the stage manager view. And for lighting, pardon me, set changes and all that. In the upper left here, we have this kind of system that is loading. It doesn't preload in each queue. Everything that's got to change to set the lights. We can't set into memory, into RAM. And then all you have to do as a host is you hit the space bar. You hit the space bar to load it. You get it, go. Then it goes to the next queue. So here we are in the Dickens lobby. It goes to the prep and fly around. You can see the host very sneaky. And so we see the name of the concurrent queue, current, what's the next one would be, if it's not loaded, it's firing. So this is all happening to get blueprints. And so we're kind of demonstrating some of it. Show starts. And so there's kind of one parent blueprint that's controlling all this, and we have all these different parameters that fire in here as it progresses. Now, if we get to them, or went too fast, or the whole show we have to multiple times in the early days, you can actually just simply go to queues. We have a place here where we can type in, go to queue 2.0, So now we're at queue 2.5, and now we look at queue 2.0, and then I can hit the space and go back to queue. Come on. See, I pressed the space bar 20 times and it's past it. 0.5. So loaded 0.5, space bar, there. Now we're back to 2.5. So oftentimes, we're thinking about how to make this as simple as possible. During a show where everything's going well, literally the only thing the stage manager has to do is hit the space bar every time we go to the next queue. But then there's some kind of now process. Oh no, Charles Dickens is visible, but it should be visible. So we've got like some angle overrides, like make scrooge hit it or not hit it, which is case from E. If for some reason some audience members who aren't seeing the right cues, we need to do this kind of manual symbol that help all the load these together. We can increase like light volume and stuff like that. And so the core of all this is blueprints. Like that's what's happening behind the scenes. Which is interesting because the first couple times we did this show, everything was in sequencer. We basically had this like one giant timeline that was like, here's all the different parts of the show, and we're loading the different elements as you get to each part of that timeline. And we found that just felt a little too unstable. So going to a blueprint method, in our case, can do make it more sense. Yeah.
Building all of these things.
Yeah, so there's like one parent blueprint that has all of these different variables for changing certain elements, and then we're basically killing it into as kind of like what we're doing with materials earlier. Similarly here, we're like saying like, okay, go to this level, change this lighting setting, load these characters, and that's all happening with like a parent blueprint that has all those variables. Cool. You were like this.
It's two-part like curiosity. One. This is really important. That's the main.
Yeah.
Okay, it's very valuable. Peter's.
Yeah.
So we're seeing that, we all. The second question is, really cool seeing this in the something, I'm glad to show you what all the, tools you can write.
Yeah.
Sort of like, we now have a notes notification, so that's what we want.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, one thing that we skipped over today at the time was I was going to give kind of a demo of this application we have called Stage Presence, which is why I was going to get Uber in August to talk about. And so after the 5 years of doing Christmas Carol, we ended up developing all these tools that we realized that we were vulnerable for a lot of different theater scenarios. So now we need something that's much more modular, and it's not just a Christmas Carol, we can use a wide variety of shows. And that's the more abstracted and modular version of all this, or putting on. Yeah, yeah. How do you talk about it shows much better than stuff. And then
See what's like on stage that was under the.
what's the one? Sorry.
Another thing, what is it actually? What's on stage?
Well, this doesn't have a physical show anymore. It's all in virtual reality. And I'll show you the original version of this. Let's see. There's either Google is whoops. No, I don't know AI tools for that. It's not sterile. But yeah, the first version was in 2021. We were doing both a physical version on their stage as well as a digital version.
Were those happening in the current thing?
They weren't happening at the same time. Good question. Yeah, we did, when we did check on the cherry version with version out there, those happened at the same time we worked on the physical version. For these ones, we were basically just working on the same assets and costumes, but we did modify the virtual reality version to be more technical for that than the business version.
And I'm just saying, because I really appreciate going through this stuff right in Sun's Hill. It's all customizable, you did, and how incredibly easy it is to do some things. I'm a really avid video game player, right? And I'll speech, working through a lot of different kinds of games, when I see, like today I've learned a lot of games I play. The thing that I'm really missing is I'm not understanding how this applies to work practice, how this applies to ballet here, and work stuff. I don't understand how and why I can use this tool for something. I mean, I guess that's what about looking here, I was thinking about this technology in combination with something that's live, whether that's live or the people we're doing, or live as creation with regards to create thing. And I'm reading today as 8 years is when I am talking about what we're doing. And so when we talk about this, it's a show, I don't know what that means. I don't know what it is. I don't know way of speaking what I have to do and being inspired to inject it into my things. I don't know how these people on stage matches with. Like maybe use that real engine to put the problem.
Yeah, I mean, let me break that down a little bit. So, everything we talked about today, lighting, materials, generating characters, and all that, there's basically two different capacities that hopefully can be stored on the entire system. One is in a previous workflow, where the final thing you're using on the stage isn't using Unreal Engine at all, but we're able to create some version of it that helps, the design team or the actors or the director conceptualize what's going to happen using lighting, materials, characters, etc. The other way is that we're actually going to be using this technology as part of the show. You are using live mocap with editing characters. You are shooting lights in real time. People are able to see it in VR. It's kind of going to engage with the live show that actually is using this technology. In this case, for the live show for Christmas Carol, that wasn't the VR version. What we provided them was primarily pre-visualization practice, as well as assets that got used on stage. So what you're seeing up there is a rendered video that they were projecting on the screen of our MetaHuman Jake Martin. So all the ghosts were done that way, so that Ben Robin, who was doing everything else by himself, could interact with these digital characters. But besides that, then it was primarily previous. Now, the version of Christmas Carol we're meeting every year is an entirely virtual show. The actors are working out of their homes. There's no physical venue that people are engaging with. And so every part of that pipeline now is coming from.
And are those the sort of primary ways that I guess you, as you started working over there, is this the primary way that companies are using this primarily as visualization and then as projected assets?
I see. Yeah.
Yeah, projected assets. Say here's my favorite pause.
During what is it?
I call it pause.
Oh, the pause. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting you bring up the pause because there were a lot of the conversations we had pre-pause, starting in like 2016, leading up to 2020, where we had a lot of great conversations with artists and theater companies. We've given a lot of talks of like TCG and MediaC. TCG is the Theater Communications Group. It's the largest gathering of theater professionals in North America. And so, we'll speak to organizations and companies of those and try to find out what the best way would be for us to service them. And certainly, pre-2020, it was very much on a previous front, where they're like, yeah, it would be useful to see the light cues and the set design and all that at the end of the actual show. And then starting in 2020, it became much more like, is there any way we can use these assets and these tools to actually put on a live show that's more compelling than the Zoom, which is kind of like, the thing no one wanted, it really felt like that was something possible.
The answer was.
And the answer was yes, yeah. So then, but to your question of like, how is this primarily being used now? It's pretty different on a case basis. The artistic visions of different companies, their tolerance, their risk, their budgets, like all those different factors. And I really say for the groups that work with those productions are really going to like. And part of what we're trying to do now with stage presence is build out a system that feels like a really good foundation for a lot more different use cases. So it doesn't feel so bespoke and custom on a case by case basis. But even just from like, a rehearsal perspective, so we just have this grant with the World Shakespeare Company for about 6 months where, some of the tools that we started to build for Christmas Carol, they realized there was some really strong value for that, even for the shows that were just going to be at the Swan Theater. So even little things like this, school this way, we put walking notes on stage, we give all the actors to be in a rehearsal room and use things like mixed reality to see each other and the other actors, but then all this other digital information. So they know, okay, when I deliver this line, I need to be this place on the stage. And instead of seeing the rehearsal stage, they see the Swan Theater and they see here's the edge. And they're just feeling more embodied in the actual space in a way that's a better one-to-one relationship with the final show compared to when you're just in a rehearsal room and you've got rehearsal cues and everything's a little bit more static.
So it prevents all the actors, the director, the stage management, they're all wearing headsets.
They're getting in and out of this, yeah.
They're wearing headsets and they're, so the director is getting impression by that with a headset on, the actors being wearing a headset. Data space and they bring
Yes, and yes and no. So people are dipping in and out because sometimes it's still very nice to feel like they're people engaging with each other. Anytime there's some utility to seeing, oh, okay, I understand this is the scale of the set design has to be here. They'll kind of come in and out. The other utility is something like VR, mixed reality, will be that you can have people remote as well. So it's great for medicals in the same room, but we had a director or choreographer or costume designer who was totally something. They get from their home or their location, put on the headset and see how that person is going on. In that case, they're not seeing the real actors everywhere, they're seeing avatars like MetaHuman things, but it feels better than them just walking over it.
So if I was in a room, if I had an example of a room musician, is it possible using this technology to do this projection mapping so that it really good
Yeah.
into the space in which the audience will have an experience with the VR.
Yeah, and
I just want to set it like students or what a show like that was like.
Sure.
Helping.
yeah, and I mean that was part of the idea here as well. It's like there were two approaches that Actors Theater had for how they started to create ghosts and how this works is a live actor and ultimately the ability to project these very freaky videos generated from Unreal Engine on these wavy semi-transparent screens was the way to make everyone feel like there was larger than live apparitions inside the physical space. But yeah, there's a lot of situations where there's an expensive spectacle version that can actually physically be there, and there's a digital version that can get in 90% of the way to the same effect and costs 5%. I'm going to show real quick just what a little bit about the Actors Theater move, not actors, a little bit of an artist and stuff. Yeah, I'll show you guys just two quick examples of kind of left. And then, yeah, if anyone wants to really hone in on something tomorrow, I was trying today to primarily give you guys a foundation of how to use Unreal Engine. We can do a version tomorrow that's a little bit more like here's the specific use cases that are a little bit more zoomed out, that assume less that you guys have to get boots on the ground making it, and a little bit more like more directors and producers who are kind of, guiding other people to build this stuff. But I just want to know what it was. Yes. I'll give you two more examples here, just to help try and do it things. So we got a good example in here of the RSC thing. Here we go, just one over, so we get that to July. So let me start by showing, and what's cool is when you're recording this too, it's from in VR, so you're actually getting the 3D. So when you want to play back of this inside the headset, you really feel like you're there too. So this is also a way to send the rehearsal to someone else who wasn't actually present in the live version, and from within VR, they actually feel like they're watching it. It's kind of fun. And even when you upload something like this to YouTube, YouTube will automatically create an ambulance version, so if you're ready to class, you actually see the 3D version. So again, if someone's on a headset, very easy to get a bunch of people wearing the glasses, and it just gives you a little bit more of that type of state. So this is what the actual rehearsal room looked like, except for these big white lines, which were one of the modes the actors and directors and stage managers could use, which basically is just like, hey guys, don't forget this is the actual size of the stage. But then most of the rehearsal, which are not into the photo, most of the rehearsals had this kind of vibe where we were using the physical floor, but then we're adding like blocking notes and things like that on the ground. The stage managers for adjusting things, which then get recorded inside these files they can use for the next rehearsals. And as the actors move around inside the space, they physically see each other when they're actually there. The green character is another actor who wasn't present on that day, who was coming in just trying to, still participate in some capacity. We've now replaced those with actual MetaHuman, so a little bit of body. But one thing that's kind of cool, so you notice the actors are like looking up, When you're in a rehearsal room, it's very difficult to be like, I'm speaking to the balcony, Whereas when you're in this mixed reality version of the Swan Theater, you really do feel like you're on that stage, and you are projecting your voice, you're carrying yourself, you're rehearsing in a different way. And there's a couple really nice little documentaries coming out about this sort of happy strip that we're interested. We had sound tools, we had set designs, we had a lot of different tools that were specific to the different roles in production, and yet we're very happy with this one. So again, the ultimate goal of this was not to have any kind of final show that used these tools. This was entirely to make the rehearsal process as robust and useful as possible, especially since they knew they were only going to be in the Swan Theater like 4 or 5 days before the actual show started. And I'm sure we've all been in situations where you're in the actual space a day before the actual show. So having some kind of digital twin that can wrap their head around what that final experience would look like, I think it just reduces a lot of anxiety and headaches and frustration for people along the way. The other thing I want to show you real quick, this was starting to run out of time, is the show we did back in May called We're Mind Girls. And this was with artists and residents at MetaHuman. And so this was a mixed reality show in actual theater, again, recorded through the headset, so it's 3D. And all the audience members were wearing mixed reality. So because it's mixed reality and they see our actor go they're on stage, she was absolutely brilliant. And the job for her as a performer was she needed to engage with digital actors and digital content that she couldn't actually see. Everyone in the audience did. This is a view from inside the audience. And so these characters and these assets and all these things are present and visible and located in a physical location in the space. And Dawn has to look over and talk to them, and she can't see them. So you might say, okay, how did she know where they were? Spectate. And when any of them were standing up, you just make all of them the same height. So the eye line was just, oh, it's this. She never had to think like this or this. So that was pretty fun. And that show was going to go on course sometime next year with some updates. It's a small chance of that in Vancouver, so it'd be really cool to check this out. But yeah, so that's the opposite. We are seeing things like entirely out of the rehearsal process. This was about like refining the shows and using the technology as a major part of it. And then talking to like the lighting designer, for example, she was designing the lights and I realized at a certain point, like, wait a minute, everyone who's watching the show is going to be inside the headset. So I should have the headset on when I'm designing the lights because that's the way I can know what it actually looks like for them. So yeah, kind of all in one house.
Right. I think that's what all this would be because I think to myself, this must be really expensive. So if you're trying to actually gain budget to start actually, do big, people.
Yeah.
That's what our headset for under 10 or 20.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, buy those headsets, you're looking at, depending on getting people to refurbish, about $300 or so a lot. For this particular show, the audience was only 35 people, so 35 headsets, and they were all rented and started by the ranch. So there's a lot of like things that are helping that. We do really well. Yeah.
So explain a little bit more about like the signings, like a C person, and this area about breaking hands.
Yeah, she was designing the lighting at the beginning of the show without a headset, and then realized at a certain point that like she was designing the lighting in the way the moments would experience it. So then she would have the headset on, not even necessarily with the characters and all that. For the beginning, it was just about understanding when she uses this gel or uses this intensity. Here's what it looks like through the pass-through cameras of the headset, which is different from when the headset off. Yeah, so very similar to Christmas Carol, we have to have this like grid system. We're saying this speed, this speed, this speed, but based on her lighting design. And she was not a digital native. I've never used these tools before, but I think they did a very good job on the show. And then there's other things here, like there's videos to start playing in certain parts, and some of those needed to like affect lighting in the space in certain ways. So it was a really interesting experiment. And this was a relatively short show. Yes, 14 minutes, 30 minutes of like Q&A and everything. And now there's going to be like an hour long version that's more full out of us. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, great question. It's really great. Yeah, the Royal Shakespeare Company for the show. Yeah, this was just like a black box kind of coastal space. For the Royal Shakespeare Company, we didn't have enough budget in that grant to use metas to produce the Shakespeare plugin. So we actually got a model of the Swan here. I mentioned the actors like projecting and speaking differently in the headset. A lot of that had to do with reverb and timbre, or just that their voice and the sound cues responded to the actual shape of the space, and they could feel and hear that and stuff like that. Yeah, I guess I'm not sure. I'm not sound designer how perfectly accurate it was. I'd be curious to follow up with some of the performers to see if in the end it felt like it's supposed to. But we're working with Rectal Acoustics, so I was designing computers. They're also an acquisition. We work with computer design, so we brought them on board for this to help us with the particular volume sound acoustics. But as a first pass, it was kind of nice to try it all. Cool. Well, we're just about that time. I'm certainly happy to help if anyone has any questions and wants to talk about what we'll cover tomorrow. But thank you so much for hanging out with us.
You're back tomorrow at 10, I think. And if you do have thoughts about things that you want to dig into a bit more, feel free to email them to me tonight, or if you have any thoughts or anything, feel free to email them and we can kind of revise and check in about that. And thank you. See you tomorrow. Yay.
Awesome.
Yeah, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.